no curvature, there's no drop over distance. That's the context that, like, we're talking about when we say flat Earth. It's not like flat Earth versus globe Earth, like a flat planet versus a globe planet. That's not what we're claiming. We're testing the globe, okay, and it's flat. Turns out to be flat. It's not a globe. What's the extent of it? Nobody has ever kept going south, and it's not such a simple thing to do, especially with the Antarctic Treaty and the hostile conditions and the distances. So whatever happens when you keep going further away in the south, like, that's speculation. That's going to be something you can only speculate about because we can't go and do that. It's not as it sounds simple to think about it, doing it in your mind, but to actually do it, yeah, no one's done that we can validate. So we're not saying it's infinite or anything like that. I'm saying, I don't know because I can't check. But what we can do is validate that it's absolutely not a globe. Maybe Antarctica is a continent. Maybe it's something more than that. We can't validate that. So yeah, there's a lot of mystery to this place that we live in when it comes to what's beyond the south and what's in the sky. A lot to learn, a lot to research, and people don't know as much as what they think they do.
Well, why do you think they
I just
would
want to say this
hide
too.
it?
I'm not a trillionaire with resources to waste, right? Like when people go on expeditions, they have excessive amounts of resources to go out and do these expeditions, and they don't have to worry about financial repercussions or a loss to their estate. But go ahead. What were you saying?
I was saying, why do you guys believe that why do they have this treaty, and why do you guys believe, why are they stopping us from going further south? I don't know why
I
south.
don't know
Why do you guys say
I don't
south?
know.
Why not?
Well, there's a treaty that all countries agree on that
Yeah, I know.
there's no military action beyond the 60th south latitude, right? So that right there is evidence that when people say, would they all be in on it? Well, they all agree on this thing, so apparently they're all in on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you guys believe is south?
We don't know.
No idea.
No idea.
Guys, honestly, bro, I don't know. I'm not convinced that the Earth is a globe or flat.
I think it costs
Maybe
$20,000 to take a cruise ship to Antarctica.
no, it's 4K from Argentina.
I mean, to get all of the permissions and everything, and to set up. There's a cruise ship that they take a route to Antarctica. It's a $20,000 cruise
No, it's
ship.
4K. It's 4K. It's 4K.
You can get all different price packages. You can get cheaper ones for 4K. You can get super expensive ones for 50K. It depends on which cruise company you're going to go with, and what package you choose, and how long it's going to be, and all that kind of thing. So it varies.
Well, the only one I know is from
4K
Argentina.
is not going to get you off the boat, right? Like you're
No,
just
yeah,
gonna
it's gonna get you.
sail by.
No. So I just watched a video of a guy who went from Argentina to Antarctica. He was able to get off, go on to Antarctica, but they only walked for about 2 kilometers max, and that's like 1.4 miles.
So that's the extent of what we would know, right? Like all governments agree, like, hey, if you stay between 60th North and 60th South, there's plenty of warm places to stay. There's lots of good food there, and there's plenty to drink. Make sure you go on vacation and tip your waiter.
I mean, it doesn't sound unreal. I mean, it doesn't sound. If you get 15 people together, you got the 20,000 covered, or what? I mean, it's really not the point.
But the guy that I'm talking about, he was able, he stayed, okay, so they went from Argentina
Yeah, no,
to,
listen, that's cool.
no,
I'm
no,
not disagreeing with you.
yeah, but I'm just saying what I saw, what I know, is that this guy went from Argentina on a cruise ship, which took 2 days over the whatever trench is called. It's a dangerous part of the sea. It took 2 days to get over to Antarctica. They stayed there. The cruise ship stayed there for about 2 days, and they went to Antarctica on land for 2 days straight, and then they went back, and it cost 4.5K.
Nice.
And
Yeah,
yeah, but they
I wouldn't spend my money on that. I don't, but like, so maybe people have money to waste. You can go to Puerto Rico for a week for
yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah, but they only walked on Antarctica for like uh a mile and a half, and then they
Yeah,
went back
are you
to
just
the
pointing out
cruise ship.
how little we actually know?
Yeah, bro. If so I don't know. Am I wrong? Isn't Antarctica bigger than the U.S.?
Well, that was the
Isn't
claim by like Admiral Byrd. He said,
isn't?
there's land beyond the
Oh yeah, I've
poles.
heard
That's
about Admiral Byrd.
yeah,
Yeah, I've heard about Admiral.
it's bigger
Do you
than the
guys know
United
about the
States.
story?
More resources. That's the story. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know about the Admiral Byrd story, the alien or whatever, the Nazis.
Yeah, we know about the Admiral Byrd story. We don't necessarily believe it, right? Because why should we have belief when we can get knowledge?
But what I do think is very weird. What we know is we're not allowed to go to Antarctica,
Maybe he's
bro.
lying. Maybe he's lying about the story.
I
Maybe
don't care about.
we can't go to Antarctica, but maybe he's lying about land beyond Antarctica that's as big as North America and has an infinite amount of coal supply. Maybe he's
No,
lying
but
about this.
isn't that general knowledge that Antarctica is bigger than the U.S.? Or
I don't know how big it is.
how big is?
How, why are you googling it? You're gonna believe what Google tells you?
No, I'm not gonna believe what Google tells me. I'm gonna hear. What Google tells me is what we're supposed to believe. So I just want to hear what we're supposed to believe. 14.2 million square kilometers. I don't know what the fuck. Oh, it's about the size larger than Europe. It's supposed to be, according to the mainstream. Whatever.
Well,
So
just be
why?
careful with all the conspiracy theory videos that you watch. There's a lot of speculation out there, and people like to tell grandiose stories for clicks.
No, I don't believe in these stories. I don't believe in these
For,
stories.
for
I just wanted
for
to.
entertainment purposes only, man.
Yeah, but okay. So Google just told me Antarctica is supposed to be larger than Europe. So that's the mainstream belief that we're supposed to believe, right? And so,
Sure.
but we're only able to explore 2 miles of Antarctica. That's all. That's all we can see. That's crazy. That makes me question what's beyond the 2 miles. Huh? That's
What's
my
up, Melody?
question. How many viewers do we have on the live stream?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's kind of interesting or cool that you're imagining it, but or maybe testing it in your mind, but you haven't really brought forward anything to question exactly. Just You know, just like a. I guess you're kind of painting like a new possible world.
Yeah, I'm just asking. What's, we're supposed to, obviously, if Google tells me Antarctica is bigger than Europe, then we're supposed to believe Antarctica is bigger than Europe, but we're only able to go and explore 2 miles of Antarctica. So what's beyond the 2 miles?
Do you think you'll ever know?
Fuck, hell no.
Okay, so then you think that means that you cannot know if the Earth is a globe because you'll never know what's beyond Antarctica or
No,
wherever they showed you.
no, this has nothing to do with the flat Earth argument. I'm just asking. I'm just questioning. I'm just thinking. I'm never gonna come to a conclusion in my lifetime. Perhaps after my lifetime, if something happens, but
Dude, it's super simple, right? If the water's not curving, it can't be a globe. Okay, if you
I'm not.
can,
I'm
dude,
stubborn,
it's
bro.
just it's not
No
it's
one's
not
gonna
about being stubborn
convince
or
me.
not. If the Earth, right, if the Earth is a globe, then you have to have gravity. Okay, there's no other way to have a globe Earth without gravity. You need to have all of the ocean sticking to the outside of the globe. Okay, and the water needs to be curving. It has to be curving. If it's not curving, it can't be a globe. You can't have a globe covered in 70% flat water. It's impossible. It's
Well,
just logic and common sense.
maybe I'm unintelligent,
It's not about
or
being intelligent. It's about just super basic common sense, right?
no,
If it's a globe, the outside has to be curving. If we go and test it thousands of times and it's not curving, then it's not a globe. And if
my
there's no
mind just.
evidence that it is curving, then it's still not a globe.
But if I search evidence of fucking the Earth being curved, then I'll find evidence.
No, you won't find any evidence. That's what we searched. You can go try to find evidence of that right now. Go to any AI you want, go to any search engine, go to any YouTube video that you can find and try to present evidence that validates that the water is curving over distance. You're not going to find anything empirical because when people go out and test it, they either become flat earthers or they choose not to release the footage.
Right.
The globe Earth was just a concept. It was conceptualized into existence by ancient philosophers through philosophical grounds rather than empirical grounds. Like they just reverse engineered the celestial sphere, turned it into a globe.
It's very much possible.
That's what happened. Just look into it. Look into Pythagoras and people like that. And what you'll find is that he worshipped spheres. He led a cult called the Pythagorean cult, and they worshipped spheres. They thought that spheres were like the divine shape. They worshipped numbers as well.
Does flat earthers believe in Jesus?
Some do, some don't.
What's the majority?
I don't know. I didn't ask them all. There's millions and millions and millions of flat earthers in every country. It's like you can't go and ask them all what their personal belief system is.
No, I understand. Nah, bro, listen, what I meant with me, I'm saying maybe I'm unintelligent, or maybe it's just me, but I'm never gonna believe you guys or the other side. I'm never gonna believe any of you.
We're not asking you to believe us. We're saying, hey, check out the evidence and then come to your own conclusion. Weigh up the evidence from both sides and then put on your critical thinking cap and come to a logical conclusion.
The way that I come to the conclusion and the evidence, I'm not gonna believe either.
My dude, can I prove to you that this basketball I'm holding in my hand is not a triangle?
Yeah, if you put on
Okay, so
if you put your camera.
I just want to see if we can prove it. Like if I could prove anything to you. Like if it's not a triangle, can I prove that it's not a triangle?
Yeah, if I see it on camera. Live.
Okay, I just want to just checking.
But it's also a basketball, though. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, like I can you can prove what something is or what something is not. Like that's step one.
Yeah, you can. That's true. I don't know. I'm still waiting for the fucking opposite of a flat earther to come here and fucking argue, but they're not coming.
I just gave you the best arguments that they. I just gave you one of the best ones that they have, and
Yeah,
as you heard, I
yeah.
did.
I just want to see you guys being challenged, and I want to hear their points. Just to hear 'em, you know. So your guys' points are that you've been, or people from your community or whatever have been and measured with lasers and whatever else that there's no curvature on water, however far they zoom or whatever.
Yep.
So that's your guys' point, and that's pretty much your only point, right?
No, you can't have gas pressure without a container.
But that's the ozone layer, no?
No, gas is not a container for gas. The ozone layer is meant to be gas.
Right.
You can't contain gas with gas. That's silly. That's not even what they claim. Gravity is like their magic answer for all of these things that don't make any sense.
Right.
It's like, think about if you have a car tire and it's filled with air, pressurized air.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you remove the tire and try to claim that like gravity is going to hold all of that pressure on the tire, obviously that wouldn't happen, right? As soon as you remove the tire, the 30 psi in the tire is instantly going to equalize and fill the available space. Okay,
So
if you put
what's
a little
holding in
hole
the
in the
pressure?
tire, yeah, if you put a hole in the tire, why does the pressure rush out of the tire?
Yeah, so what's holding in the pressure in your guys' opinion?
It has to be a container to have the pressure in the first place. You can't
What
pump
is
up the
it?
car tire if you don't have the physical barrier, the physical container. You can't pump up a balloon and have the PSI that you have in a balloon without the actual physical container of a balloon. You can't have a pressurized soda can or deodorant can or whatever you want to give an example. Every single example of a pressure system, there has to be a container present on a smaller scale.
I know, I understand, but so what's your guys's, what's the flat earthers' opinion? What's the container holding in all the pressure?
No one can get high enough to test something like that. All we know is we have the antecedent, we have the pressure. Kind of like if you had a steak, right? You don't really need to prove that it came from a cow and what color was the cow and how far away is the cow and what does the cow weigh, because you have the steak. Okay.
Yeah.
In order to have a steak, there has to be a cow. It's the necessary antecedent to have a steak. Or a person has to have had parents to be conceived. It's like, you don't have to prove where their parents live to know that they had parents. So we don't need to, we can't test. We don't know how the sky works in entirety. We can only get so high. All we know is that on a smaller scale, we have gas laws, and the gas laws agree with everything that we're saying about gas pressure.
So what does globe earthers believe is
gravity?
Gravity.
Gravity's the magic band-aid for all of the holes in the globe model.
So
they just patch it up by saying
they
gravity.
believe gravity is holding all the gas in.
Yeah, they believe there's like this magical fabric in space that's invisible called space-time, the fabric of space-time. And it creates like this gravity well and blah, 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 and bends and warps, and it's the craziest shit when you look into it. It's all just like Nikola Tesla called it, mathematical garb.
Right. Bro, why is no globe earthers joining, bro? Please.
Well, then how do you guys explain that things fall down?
Oh, is
you guys. I thought they would. They don't like it. They want to talk to somebody who actually cares to argue it.
Yo, Tanks, are you not a flat earther? You're the opposite.
I'm just trying to set up like easy questions, but they know what side I'm on.
You're trying to be the devil's advocate. Yeah.
He's
Okay.
just
Yeah.
asking, like, globe earthers have like a list of like 20 questions. Every single one of them has the same list in their brain
Right.
that's been like somehow like programmed into all of the people's brains.
Yeah. That's
And
with
everyone,
every
even if they're like a scientist or a professor or just some
Okay.
average college kid, they all come in with just the same bullshit questions that they've
Okay.
been
But
programmed
so
with.
how? So what do you guys believe? Why does my phone fall down?
Because you would have had, okay, so the phone's more dense than the air. Okay, anything
Right.
that's more dense than the air is going to sink through the air if you pick it up and drop it. If your phone was something different, like a helium balloon, it's going to go up. Yeah, right? So you drop a helium balloon, it doesn't sink, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Why wouldn't it just stay though?
Because it's less dense than the air, it's going to try to seek equilibrium.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so why does a tennis ball float in water and sink through the air?
It's less dense, bro.
Yeah, it's less dense than the air, but it's more dense than the water.
Hmm.
So it's going to go up if you put it in water, but it's going to sink if you drop it in air. So if you change the medium, the object will behave differently. Like you can get like a block of steel, and if you put it in a tank of liquid mercury, it will float, it will go up. If you push it down to the bottom, it will go upward. A giant chunk of steel, like an anvil, it will float up to the top. It'll go upward.
So flat earthers don't believe in gravity at all?
Well, specific gravity, okay, there's like 80 something theories of gravity. Okay, what the globe earthers are claiming is that there's like everything's being pulled towards the center of the earth,
Right.
the
Yeah.
center
Yeah.
of the globe,
That's what I've been
including
taught.
including the water.
Yep.
So the water would have to be curving, and if it's not curving, that literally debunks gravity right there. But on a flat earth, like we don't have to have some magical force to be able to explain why things rise or sink. The globe has to have it, because how else are you going to explain oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball?
Yeah.
So all of these things that don't make any sense, they just say gravity as like a patch. It's like I just say gravity at this point, right? And then it's gravity fixes the problem. How
And
come
then they'll
we have
say,
upside down waterfalls in Australia, upside down kangaroos? Gravity. It's all just gravity. It's just like a weak force. Can't hold down, something extremely light, but it can hold all the oceans to the globe. And
then they'll say something like, debunk my idea of gravity when they haven't shown any experiment or demonstration of it.
How is there no globe earther here, bro? Trying to debunk this.
I used to be a globe earther. I can try to steel man it if you want me to.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you know what? I'll argue against you, Dave.
Okay,
Okay,
Dave,
go ahead.
please argue against
I'm gonna
these
take
people.
my brain back 10 years and be a glober. Go. We live on a spinning ball in the middle of infinite vacuum of space. Prove me wrong.
Well, that's a claim. Do you have any evidence of the claim?
Yes, I've got textbooks when I was in the second and third grade. I've got a globe in the corner of the glass room. I've got NASA pictures. What else you want to hear?
Well, I'm convinced.
There you go. There's the globe steel man. Any questions?
yeah, they all have the same arguments, man. Once you've heard them, you'll notice that people come in with the same arguments. So what about eclipses? What about boats over the horizon? What about the pictures from space. And then, they'll say silly things as well, like, oh, what about wind? How could wind work on a flat Earth? Or what about airplanes? Airplanes prove it's a globe. It's just all the same shit. Like, just
Okay,
really
wait.
weak. Yeah.
Wait, so airplanes though. I've
Yes.
been told, this is just what I've been told. I'm not saying anything, I'm not arguing against anything. I've been told if you fly an airplane from Europe and you want to land somewhere in the United States, you go up and then kind of like a half circle, and then that's how you land somewhere.
No, that's not true at all. Okay,
They don't?
you take a flight corridor. It's like a highways for the sky. You know how we have highways for cars, and then we have shipping lanes for ships, for cargo ships and stuff like that. And then we have flight corridors, which is what planes take.
So why would they fly in like a half circle?
They don't fly in a half circle. What you're looking
Are they all
at
lying?
is no, it's not a lie. They're projecting the path. They're plotting the coordinates of the plane onto a particular type of math projection. Hold on a sec. I'll show you a meme in the side chat that shows the same flight path plotted out on two different map projections. One of them will be showing this curve like you're talking about. Okay, 1 second.
Someone said if we argue, we get banned. Sorry, bro. What do you mean we get banned?
Yeah, it's just
That's what this whole
it's
chat
just
is
a
for.
cope.
Yeah, that sounds like cope, and I'm neutral.
Yeah, it's some copium. It's just
I'm neutral,
snorting
bro,
some.
but if you're on the opposite side, bro, then you better get on here and fucking talk, bro.
Yeah, I don't ban anyone unless they're like constantly interrupting and freaking out or breaking terms of service, breaking the rules, like the server rules, or they
Right.
just keep lying over and over again and are just spazzing out.
Right.
But if someone wants to have a good faith conversation, they're not going to get
Okay,
muted
yeah,
or banned or anything like that. So have a look
so
at
I'm
this. Have a look
yeah,
what
I'm
I
looking at
posted.
Yep.
Okay, so the top one's a Mercator map. It's like that big rectangle map that you see, like
Yeah.
the most common map. Okay, everything's distorted on that map. It's a projection of a spherical coordinate system. Okay, and if you plot out the path of the flight on that, it's going to look like it's taking an arc.
Yes, that's what I've been told, yeah.
Yeah, so if you plot that same path out on a different projection, for example, a polar projection, like the one below it, that's the exact same flight, just going in a perfectly straight line from point A to point B.
But so
Okay, so
what?
it depends which map you plot out the flight onto.
So what, confuses me is, if this is true, and this is how it's laid out, Earth, then wouldn't the pilots know this? And if every pilot knew this, then wouldn't it be debunked a long time ago?
Yeah, pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. The aircrafts are designed by the engineers to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their calculations when they actually design the aircrafts. There's tons of pilots that are flat earthers. Tons, like military pilots, commercial pilots. Like I've got a
I
video.
know.
I'll pop a video in the side chat. It's 3 hours worth of interviews put together of 28 different pilots, all talking about flat Earth.
But I know. Yeah.
I'll also DJ put in the chat. I've taken a string of videos and created a thread on X of different people questioning the globe: pilots, astronauts, sailors, all kinds of people. Documents saying flat and non-rotating. I got a whole thread of that on Twitter.
Yeah, if you look at the FAA flight dynamics summary, it says for all of the calculations, you have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. We've had aerospace engineers in here, and we've got flat earthers in here that worked in aerospace engineering. Okay, and it's a fact that in aerospace engineering, you treat the Earth as flat and stationary when you're when you're designing the aircraft. Even NASA documents say the same thing.
Well, if any globe earthers is listening, I'm getting a little bit more convinced.
Yeah,
Because
you need some damage control.
Hmm?
Send out the rat signal, globe earthers.
Yes.
Bring the other globe earthers in here.
Globe earthers, come and talk, please.
Come on, man. I gave you basically the steel man of the globe arguments. You're not convinced by me. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. But okay, so at the end of the day, I couldn't care less if the Earth is flat or a globe shape. What's
Why would
the
my second grade
major?
teacher lie to me? Sorry,
So
I didn't know you were still talking.
that's a cop out. That's a cop out, man.
What's the major difference, and what's the major, change? What's the major? How do I say
You can't be
this?
You can't be gaslit anymore. No one can tell you you need to go out and buy asteroid insurance in case a meteor hits your house.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
never do that.
dude. If it's like waking up from being hypnotized in a way. Like you don't fall for any bullshit anymore when it comes to that, like things that we're being told by these
No,
so-called.
but I already don't though.
Yeah, but you kind of still do.
They still
like
have
a little bit. Yeah, I got a
They
meme
have
for
a-
you, bro. I got a funny meme. Hold on, I got to share this meme with this guy. This is a
Sure.
funny one. This is you right now, and I'm kind of joking, but check it out.
Okay.
1 second.
Oh, Swole Dog, you gotta fix your mic, buddy.
Yes, I agree. Here we go. This is you right now.
Okay. Okay, the world is falling apart. The government lies about everything. So true. Yeah, absolutely everything. Even the moon landings and the shape of the earth. Nah, they don't lie about that. Yeah, okay, I see. No, but I don't
Anyway,
believe in the
I'm
moon
joking, bro. That's not you.
I don't necessarily believe in the moon landing. I'm neutral on that. Maybe, but maybe, probably not. But
Yeah, hold on a second, bro. Let me take away the
I'm in the middle.
neutrality. Just a second.
I'm
I'm
in-
going to show you some footage from the moon landing that you probably haven't seen before, and I want you to tell me your opinion on it.
But the thing is, there's always something debunking the debunking.
Yeah, they have excuses. They have damage control
I
for these
know.
things. It's
I
just
know.
some of the
But then
excuses.
there's damage control for the damage control, and there's unlimited damage control.
If the powers that be could lie to you about anything and get away with it, what do you think the one thing is that they could get away with?
I'm sorry, brother. Your mic, it's not the best. Please say that again.
You are a little broke up, Swole Dog. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. What'd you say?
Is that better?
No, not
All right,
really.
Really?
Just say it. Just say what
It's
you
not
want.
better?
Not really, brother.
No, it's like distant. You sound like it's distant and it's vague.
What are you
You sound
on,
like
bro?
you're in
Are
the
you on
other
an
room
airplane?
talking right now. Go ahead.
You sound like you're on one of those globe airplanes, brother.
How about now?
Yeah,
It's okay.
better.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
So if the powers that be, whoever the controllers are, right? If they could lie to you about one thing, because they lie about everything, right? But if they could lie to you about one thing and get away with it, what do you think that would be?
Nothing really. I don't believe anything.
Come on, bro. If there's one thing they could lie about and get away with, it would be the shape of the earth. They already tell you it's too big to see the curve and it's too big to feel the motion. So you know it's flat and stationary, but they tell you that your senses are lying to you. And then they don't show you any magic trick.
Listen, I don't necessarily believe the Earth is a globe, and I don't believe necessarily it's flat. I don't know. I'm neutral, bro. I'm neutral. I don't believe anything the government is telling me, bro. They steal 60% of my money. I don't give a fuck about what they say. I don't care.
Right.
I don't believe them. I don't believe NASA. I don't believe these.
Let me ask you this then. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
There you go. There's no other alternative.
but I don't know if it's curving or not, bro. I don't know, bro. You can tell me anything,
yeah,
bro.
but we can show you tests proving it's not curving.
Bro, but you can show me a test. Just don't even try to convince me of anything, guys. Maybe just you can
You just said here. 1 second, I was looking for this video. I found it. So you
just
said you were still like
excuse me.
50-50. You were like 50-50 on the moon landing, right?
Guys, just excuse me. Yes, I'll watch the video. Just excuse me. Call me unintelligent, whatever. I'm just stubborn and I'm not gonna believe anything, or I'm too uneducated on the subject to believe whatever you're saying.
Nah, you'll
So
be
I'm not
thinking
gonna
about
believe
all these conversations that we had after you leave here.
Okay.
Okay, check out the. Okay, tell me, are you 50% sure that this footage is real? In the side chat, just posted it.
We'll see. It's loading. Yeah, so this looks like a video generated. This looks like the fakest shit ever.
Yeah,
Is this supposed to be real?
This is real footage. This is taken
No,
from NASA.
no, it's not real
NASA's
footage.
official YouTube channel.
No,
And
bro,
the
it's not.
Smith
No,
and the
it's not.
Smithsonian Air and Space Museum official YouTube channel has the footage. This
Yes, that
Smithsonian.
was officially broadcast on television at some point, probably in the 60s or 70s. But yeah, that's the NASA footage. Go ahead.
Yeah. So guys, this is fake.
Yes, we know.
This looks
Okay,
like
but NASA claims that this is real.
This looks like a video game, bro.
Well, this would be a shitty video game, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't believe this video at all.
Yeah, I got
DJ,
one
you're
more.
telling me they didn't play moon golf and ride the moon buggy or nothing? Come on, man.
Moon golf, yeah.
Yeah, that's not
so funny,
the
bro.
moon. That's not the moon, and that's the whatever the thing floating. That's not real either.
That's the spaceship.
Yeah, nothing moves like that, bro.
Yeah, well
Yeah,
here
they
we
did
go. Here's
that
more footage.
over 50 years ago now. Sorry, DJ. They did over 50 years ago, but they lost that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. Go ahead.
Yeah, they lost it. Sorry, guys. We just
Destroyed it. They said they destroyed it. They didn't
we
even lose
destroyed
it. They lost the
the
telemetry
milestone.
data in the original footage, and they destroyed the stuff to go back to the
Yeah,
moon.
so the last thing you sent looks like a 1980s space movie or video game, and yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah, so NASA is telling us that that's legit footage. That's the Apollo 11 astronauts leaving the moon. All of the astronauts are in that.
Please prove to me that the last footage is what NASA sent.
I'm already on it, bro. I've got YouTube up. I'm bringing up the official footage.
I'm not trying to disprove anything that you say. I'm just wanting to confirm that NASA is fully fake. Because if NASA posted the last footage, then I would never
Here it
believe
is.
NASA anyways, but...
Okay, so this is from the Smithsonian. Whoa.
What's the Smithsonian? I've heard about Smithsonian.
This is the...
What's that? I've heard about the Smithsonian. I don't know what it is.
That's the official government archive of government information at the Smithsonian. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here's the same footage. It's even the same thumbnail there from the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum.
100K subs. Smithsonian National Air and Space. Life of Apollo 17 lunar module ascend. Captured television lunar. Yes, so okay. So how do we confirm that this is from the official Smithsonian?
Well, it's on their official YouTube channel. You can click on it and you see they have the tick. Right?
Wait, source in their channel they say source. Look at the source link. Oh, it's site can't be reached. Yeah, so they're telling us this is the Apollo 17. The kid's shaking. This is the fakest shit ever. Yo.
Yeah.
I just
Most
want to say
people
one more
haven't
thing, man, to
looked
be
into it
clear
yet.
on that we're not here to convince you of whatever. We're convincing you to think for yourself, man. Think critically about this information. We're just sharing information. I'll shut up. Go
Yeah.
ahead, DJ.
Guys, I'm thinking critically, and this video that I'm seeing on YouTube from Apollo 17 is the fakest shit I've seen ever. This shit did not happen. Yeah, that's the fakest video I've seen. Bro, it looks like some... Bro. Fuck no. Nah, they fucked up, bro. Hell no, bro. That's the fakest video I've seen in my life. Okay, so with this video, you're trying to prove to me that the moon landing is fake, DJ?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking, but had myself on mute. What did you say?
So with this video, you're trying to prove to me that the moon landing is fake. Is that what you're getting to?
No, I'm just showing you the footage, and just because you said you were 50-50 on the moon landing, so I was just showing you the footage,
So
right,
is
to take
is
that
is
down from the 50% mark.
is Apollo 17 supposed to be the ship or module or whatever that landed on the moon? Is that
Yeah,
the actual thing?
that's the lunar lander that looks like a tweaker shelter. That's the one.
That's the one that landed on the moon, supposedly.
Yeah, it landed on the moon. A bunch of
And
Freemasons wearing nappies were inside of it, and they
so,
landed on the
so that's the
moon.
thing. So that's the actual thing that landed on the moon,
Yeah,
supposedly.
this thing here in the side chat, I just put a
Number
picture of it.
17. Number 17. Apollo 17.
Yeah, I think they used the same one, didn't they, for all of them?
Okay, so if Apollo 17, that spaceship, is in that video is supposed to be the one that they landed on the moon with, then it's obviously fake, and we never
Yeah,
did land on the moon.
obviously fake. Yep.
Well, guys, we've cracked the we've cracked the whatever. It's
Well,
fake.
this is just a common sense thing, right? So this is just like
Brother.
nobody that's intellectually honest could defend this footage.
Just look at
But
the
they
video.
do, bro. They'll come in here and emotionally defend the footage. They'll be like, "What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? It looks exactly how you would expect footage to look in the 60s and the 70s." Like, they will defend it to the death because they can't admit anything's fake.
Well, I'm completely neutral, and I'm telling you guys, it's absolutely fake.
Well, that's a lie, sir. That is, well, to say that I'm neutral and undecided on something, and I know that for 100% certainty that it's fake, that's the opposite of being neutral.
Okay, well, I was neutral, and now I'm not neutral anymore after I saw that video. Because that's the fakest video I've ever seen in my life. So now I'm not neutral on the moon landing subject.
Yeah, here's another one that I just put in the side chat. Look at the way that this spaceship moves.
Yeah, it looks like someone generated this shit off some whatever software.
Well, what it looks like is like how they used to do special, like when they used to do things like this, they would use miniatures and models and little sets and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about how they used to produce these types of videos or movies, but people that know about how they produce these types of videos or movies back in the days.
Since you're so neutral, Doze, I mean, can I ask you like a unbiased question, right?
No,
Like,
I'm not a neutral anymore. The moon landing is fake. If Apollo 17 is the thing that landed on the moon, and that's the video that I saw, then it's fake. And I'm not neutral anymore.
okay, no, that's good. But on a different topic, right? Like, if this would just be like your opinion. Like, in
Yeah.
your opinion, do you think they could ever convince anybody, like, now, like in the modern day, 2026, do you think they could ever convince anybody that they lived on a globe if they never went to the moon or went to outer space? If they just said it without NASA existing?
Do I think they can convince anybody that they live on the globe?
Yeah, and then, but at the same time, right? Imagine an alternate reality reality where they've never gone to the moon, they've never gone to outer space. Astronauts aren't even an idea that they thought about.
Did the
You think they could
filefish?
convince anybody that they
Oops.
live on a globe without that stuff?
Brother, they convince people to pay 60% taxes. Yes, they can convince them, bro. They can convince anybody of anything, bro. The media is so powerful, bro. It's getting media and whatever else, and the government is getting weaker. Their control is getting weaker. I believe that their control is getting weaker. That more people understand that they're using the media for propaganda and whatever else. But yes, I absolutely believe that the government and whoever else, whatever whoever else is actually in power, I believe that they can absolutely convince most of the population of basically anything. They're convincing people that I don't know if you guys believe this, but they're convincing people that there are UFOs flying above Seattle or New York or whatever last year. And we had fucking people in Congress on oath, under oath, saying that yes, these things are UFOs. And I don't believe they're UFOs. I don't know. Yes, they can convince a lot of people of whatever. I believe so. All we know.
Okay.
I mean, we've been convinced of a lot of things. You know, whoever writes the books, the school books, controls the narrative, bro. They've been writing school books and teaching the next generation, and whatever you teach the next generation is what people are gonna believe. And all of history is a lie. The victors, we know that the victors write the history books. Whoever won, World War One, whoever won whatever war throughout history is, they wrote their side of the story. And they're gonna write that they were the good ones. So all of history.
Yeah, so you're going off on a tangent. By what
Well,
mechanism would they convince you? Anybody? Like, because you have a good imagination.
what mechanism would they convince?
Like,
Well,
like
through.
remember, I gave you like the scenario where space travel, astronauts, and moon landings do not exist. They never existed. Like nobody was even told about them. Nothing, right? How would they convince people that they live on a globe? By like what story would they tell?
Oh, how would they? Okay, so if they had known, through mathematics, I
I
guess.
see. That is correct.
That's how they would go about it. But I thought whoever asked me the question, I thought meant would they be able to convince us of a lie? And yes, they would. Obviously, most of our knowledge is lies.
Okay, what do you think in your opinion, again, it's just an opinion. What do you
Yeah.
think? So imagine you had like a sample of 100 people. Um, what percent, what percent of them would be convinced that the Earth's a globe simply by the astronauts and moon landings?
I think it depends on who says the information. If someone of authority and power says the information, then more people are gonna believe it.
Yeah, like
So it
say
depends.
all 100 people are their sample set. They've never been told that they live on a flat Earth or a globe or anything, right? And then that sample size of 100 people get brought into a room, and some authority, like I don't know, the government says, "Look, watch what we're going to do," and they show them a rocket going up and landing on the moon. And now they ask the people, "How many of you guys agree that we live on a globe?" What do you think would be the results?
90% maybe.
Okay, so if we take away the moon landing, then it's only 10%.
Possibly.
Okay, why do you think if it's fake, right, which you've shown that it is fake, why would they fake a moon landing To what end?
Why would they fake a moon landing?
Yeah, what were they trying to convince people of?
I think they faked the moon landing to possibly for power. I don't know. Power over the Russians, Soviet Union, maybe, or
Maybe.
or possibly to show their own population that what they could do. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, if I took that same set of people, like the 100 people in the room, and I
Yeah.
said to them, listen, like nobody's going to believe that level is a circle. Like who would ever believe that a level line is a circle? But if I show them this moon landing, and now I ask them, the people again, 90% of them now agree that level is a circle and that they live on a globe. Right. So now I have them all, right, all the people, believing in a paradigm that I want to sell them, and all it took was a little videotape. Now that they all believe in the paradigm, that there's now they know, like, listen, you wanted to leave Russia, you wanted to leave America. Well, there's no escape because as you've seen, right? I just showed you that the Earth's a globe, and if you try to go away, say you want to run away from Russia, and you keep going in a straight line, you're just going to end right back up where you started. So don't even try to escape and obey. Just obey, because there's no escape from a globe. You'll just end right back up here in Russia or America, or wherever I want you.
So you think
Well,
it's because the people in power want to have people that they can control?
well,
Do you,
if I combined your opinion, your idea that they want to control them, I could just say, listen, I'm going to walk. You can't control me if I just walk away. But now,
yeah.
now me being NASA, I've convinced them that if they walk away, they're just going to go on a globe. They're just going to end right back up where they started, so they can't walk away. There's no escape.
So it sounds like you're insinuating that they're trying to keep us here so that they can control us, and you believe that there's something out there.
I just used your reasoning that they want to flex their power and show that they are the controllers. And if you try to escape the controllers, then there's nowhere to go on a globe. You're going to end right back up where you started. So there's no escape. It's all because they showed those 100 people a moon landing. They couldn't convince them otherwise. Then they showed them the moon landing. Then 90%, 90 of the 100 said, well, we must live on a globe. And if we live on a globe, there's no escape. We have to trust the controllers.
Yeah, there wasn't really like issue with resources back then, right? Like people just grew their own food, helped each other in the community, and all of a sudden the government comes along and says, "Hey, look, we've discovered everything. There's nowhere else to go. Here's a God's eye view of Earth. We have limited resources. Once it's gone, it's gone. And you need to stay in your playpen." Going to
Yeah,
outer
But
space is
that's a
extremely
good point.
dangerous.
Yeah.
but
Going to outer space is extremely dangerous. Don't try it. You're going to die.
but you guys are insinuating that there's something more out there and that you can escape.
No, we're not. You
You're
have
not?
this. I no, from a globe Earth side, right? They have this idea that someday the government is going to put a space program together and then go and put hotels on Mars, and then we can go between Mars and Earth whenever we want, and then there will be more places to go. But for right now, this is all we got.
Right.
I don't feel that way.
Okay, so what do you feel? Think.
Well, from all the evidence that we see, all life in the universe only exists on Earth and nowhere else. Earth is the center of all creation. We're special, and like the world is a magical place, man. It's not.
Are
It's
there
not what we were raised to do. We were dumbed down.
are there any Christian flat earthers here?
It doesn't matter if they are. Yeah,
They're everywhere.
Yeah, religion is separate.
It's no, I want to hear. I want to hear how
how
they.
It doesn't matter. That is a complete red herring that doesn't get you any closer to understanding things. When you've got Christians who think the Earth is a globe, you've got Christians who think the Earth is a flat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You got that sort of personal preference, spirituality, the supernatural world is completely divorced from this topic. Completely.
Right.
You got Muslims that think the Earth is flat also.
Yeah, this is what the only thing you can do for this is it gives you a symposium. Why in the flat Earth side do you have a about equal swath of the population? Say there's 10% flat earthers. That will represent about 10% of the population. While on the globe side, it's very weird that the astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservatives.
Well,
Doze, are you a Christian?
I like to say I lean on, I lean more towards Christianity. Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering. No problem.
But I do agree. I don't think adding a religion into this is gonna change anything. But I was just curious if anybody had thought about it. And
I'll put it to you this way: I know the Bible, and so what's your question about Christian flat Earth?
I just wanted to. But Jesus doesn't really talk much about the stars and about.
He doesn't. If you look in Genesis 1, it says that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. So in the beginning, before all other things, created earth, right? Heaven and earth. And after that, then he said, "Let there be light," right? He hovered over the face of the deep. He looked around and said, "Let there be light." And he saw the light was good. And that was day one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So day two comes and he creates some more things. And then the evening and the morning come. And then day three comes and he creates some more things, and the evening and the morning come. And then here comes day four, right? And in day four, he creates the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets. And they're all to come out in their appropriate seasons. And the sun is to govern the day, while the moon is to govern the night. The greater light to govern the day, the lesser light to govern the night. But we already have light, and we already have earth. So what was the earth revolving around in the beginning? The earth wasn't revolving around anything. It was stationary. It was set on its foundations. And then God created the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets to move across the sky and give us our time, so that way we could keep time of the seasons and we could take care of the land properly. That's it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the religious side of this doesn't really affect anything, really.
The only thing it really does affect it in a way is when you get these like radical foaming at the mouth atheists, completely batshit social justice warrior, screeching, pulling their heads out. Okay, hold on, dude. They'll come in here and be like, flat earth speech should not be allowed on the internet. And you're like, why? Why should that be? Why is it that flat earth speech should not be allowed? And they'll tell you it's harmful. It's harmful for people to hear this speech. And you're like, really? Why? They'll tell you because it's disinformation. It's misinformation.
Okay.
And then you'll be like, well, why is that? Why is it the misinformation? Why is it disinformation? And they won't be able to tell you. But it's the same argument they'll use against Christianity.
Well, I think
hold on, dude, you're not paying attention. While at the same time telling you the astronauts have not lied to you, while the astronauts are all right-wing Christian conservatives. It highlights, the only reason to bring this up is like the anti-flat earther, the ones who come here to try to mock us, their worldview is so deeply contradictory, so full of logical pitfalls, that they'll tell you to listen and not listen to astronauts at exactly the same time, while also telling you it's misinformation and also not misinformation and entertainment. They like to come on and hear flat earthers because it's fun to laugh at like zoo animals or something along that lines. So which one is it? They don't understand what they're even trying to advocate for.
No, you need to understand psychology, and you need to understand why people like to make fun of other people. They like to make fun of you guys because they want the dopamine of feeling right.
We already know that. That's basic instinct.
Yeah, and what I believe is that the disinformation and misinformation is all a type of way of silencing people, and I believe that anyone with an opinion should be able to. Everyone should be able to say what they believe, and we should all be able to respect each other's opinions, whether we think it's stupid or whatever else. Everyone should be able to voice their opinions, and we shouldn't laugh at their opinions. That's what I believe. Whether doesn't matter what if I think you guys are wrong or not. I think everybody should be able to voice their opinions. But yeah.
Did you know that when they went to outer space and they saw the Earth from a God's eye view, they read from Genesis 1, but they only read day 1. They didn't read all 7 days of creation. They read just the first day of creation. They said, "Let there be light." God said it was good. And then that was the end of their little sermon that they could have read the rest of the chapter.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know why they didn't do that? Because they were trying to push this narrative that Earth revolves around the sun. But if they would have continued reading the rest of that chapter, people would have listened and they would have said, "Wait, the Earth goes around the sun. What was the Earth going around at the beginning? If the Earth was created first."
Yeah. I don't know. I like to believe that there's a creator, and I lean towards Jesus. And whether there's a creator or not, whether it's Jesus or not, ignorance is bliss, and I'm going to believe it because I want to believe it. And that's the truth about most people's opinions. Ignorance is bliss. Whether you can have all the proof you want, but people are going to rely on the concept of ignorance is bliss. They're going to ignore whatever else, whatever they hear, and they're going to believe whatever they want to hear, and they're going to only believe what they want to hear.
Yeah, that's called confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias, yes. They're only going to look out for and listen to whatever confirms their whatever they identify with, And it's it's super hard to convince anyone of anything else when it's their identity. If your identity is flat earther and you identify as a flat earther, it goes back to psychology. You're that type. You look at yourself as a flat earther. You believe in that community. It's a community of people. You feel like you're one of them, and it goes the other way as well. And so it's super hard to convince someone who identifies as something of the other thing. I don't know. I'm still waiting for a fucking globe earther to come here and fucking argue against you guys.
You're here already.
I'm not here. I'm not a globe earther, buddy. I'm a neutral earther. I'm not gonna be convinced.
That's not how it works.
Nope. Yep. That's how it
Neutral
works, buddy.
means you don't want to admit you're wrong.
No, I'm open to admitting that I'm wrong. I am.
Well, admit you're wrong, and then you don't have to worry about being a nothing earther.
I'm not gonna admit I'm wrong if I don't believe I'm wrong, bro. Or I don't believe in any of the points, bro. I don't know. I don't know.
I know you have a huge belief system. That's all you've talked about so far is how everybody believes in things. Good thing I don't have a belief system because I would be in some kind of weird boat like you guys.
Yeah, I guess. But somebody said those. Have you taken the triangle test? I don't know what that is. No, sir.
I bet he will pass the triangle test.
What's the triangle test? I'll ask him. Why don't you speak, sir? Please speak.
Yeah, Professor Triangle will explain to you
Unfortunately, I'm not at my
the
computer right
triangle
now.
test. If he's available, yeah.
Well, just have him. How about? Can you define what a triangle
Oh, then
is?
I think you.
Wait, we can do it like impromptu.
Yeah, Crit will explain to you.
Yeah, what's a triangle? Do you know what a triangle is?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shape.
Okay, it's a shape. Yeah, can you describe it?
Yeah, it has. It's a shape with 3 points.
That's it. Just 3 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to pass the triangle test.
3 points.
No, somebody said I was gonna pass it, and then I'll pass it.
No,
dude,
you didn't pass it.
Yeah,
You can't pass it.
There's no way. We would just like all you would do is like look, see 3 points, and call that a triangle.
And then say, well, I believe that it could have more than 3 points, but that's my belief system.
Well, put me through the test.
There's no way you're going to pass. You can't even define what a triangle is.
Yeah, I'm not good at math. Sorry, buddy.
Well, what do you see? You see a triangle. What does it look like? Just 3 points.
3 points.
That's it. That's the only thing you see.
Yeah, I mean you could split it into multiple points, multiple triangles.
4 points. Okay.
No,
triangles within triangles.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't see a problem there.
Okay,
well, let's do it. Fuck it. We'll do it. We'll do it live. Here we go.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I hope I don't fail the triangle test.
Dude, you're not going to pass the triangle test.
Okay.
Do not let me down, kid.
I look forward to it.
There you go, right there.
Okay, which of the figures below are not triangles? A looks like a triangle to me. That's what I've been taught. Okay, because it has 3 points. A, okay. So B though, it still has 3 points, but it's bent. So that's questionable. C also has 3 points, but then it has a square in the top, on the top. But so it looks like they're pointing out that you could fit squares into the triangle.
You guys are making him overthink this so much.
But then the D.
No pressure, dude. Do not let me down. Do not let me down.
D is surprising because it's not connected. So it only has 2 points, Loki. Because it's not connected though. Yeah, D only has 2 points because it's not connected. Possibly.
I'm quitting reality.
Yo, I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't know what you want, bro. Okay, then I failed the test. I think I failed the test. Yeah, okay, so I'm okay, so I have to guess. I have to say what I believe is not a triangle. Yeah, I don't believe D is a triangle. Only has 2 points because it's not connected.
I mean, you'll have to feel bad. I failed the triangle test too, because I overthought it. Because I said D, the musical instrument triangle.
Okay, can you guys explain
So
to me
I
why?
said, when I said which figures below are not triangles, which ones did you say? You
I
said
said D because it's not
D.
connected.
Okay, I said B.
Okay, why?
So why was B? How could B be a triangle?
I don't know because there's 3 points.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it was like worthless doing this test with you, because your definition of triangle is so bizarre. Because
That's what I've been taught, though.
the
You
3
can't blame me.
points, just 3 points is a triangle.
You can't blame me though. This is just what I've been taught, bro.
No teacher has ever said to you a triangle has 3 points. The end.
Yes, they have, bro.
No, they have not.
Okay, perhaps they've told me maybe they have to be straight, the lines.
And
They have to be connecting.
And the interior angles add up to 180 degrees only, not more than or less than.
Maybe they said that too, but I never paid attention, sir.
That's why it's easier for you to be a glober than a flat earther. Flat earther knows how triangles work. It's just that's how you were taught. That's how they gave you those little tests when you were little. They figured out who was going to be a flat earther and who was going to be a glober.
Yeah, I never paid attention in class, guys. I'm sorry. Guys, I've been telling you guys this whole time. Maybe I'm too unintelligent and unintelligent, or maybe I'm just too you know uneducated on this subject. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to calculate any of this. Never paid attention in math. I dropped out of school twice, but I make money though. That's all I thought about. But I'm more perhaps I'm not so I don't think about math. I don't care about math. I don't care about triangles.
Well,
Or
don't
degrees,
care about it then.
or
If you don't,
measurements.
then don't.
No, I'm just saying.
Someone would be like they care and don't care at the same time. If triangles aren't your thing, then don't. Duh.
No, I'm defending my intelligence. I'm saying I'm pointing out the fact that you know how generally people would judge people's intelligence based on their schooling and how well they did in school. What I'm saying is that I just never cared about those subjects. What I think about more is what I bro I'm forgetting. What I think about more is
Making money. You care more about making money. I even remember that.
yes, I care about money, but what I care more about is psychology, and you know how
No,
people.
you're not allowed to be associated with that, so get that one out of your head.
What do you mean? What? No, that's just a subject that I know more about than math. I believe.
That's because you've been to so many psychiatrists. That doesn't mean you're an expert.
I've never been to a psychiatrist or a therapist. I don't believe in therapists. Don't believe in them. But okay, so what's the point of the triangle test?
To see if you know what a triangle is.
And okay, so what's the right answer? A?
B and D are not triangles. B's got a curved side. That's not a triangle. Other one's not connected. That's not a triangle.
Right. Okay, so what's the point though?
Oh, well, I mean, you'd have to understand that to get angles to things from Earth, you need to stand on Earth and then make an angle to it from the ground. And you can't do angles from a curved triangle like you saw. You said, no, it's got a curved side. You can't have that. So you can't get angles from a ball, right? So then the Earth is flat if everybody's running around getting angles and sailing and getting angles to the sky and stars and the sun. They're all getting angles from Earth. That means the Earth is flat.
I don't know. I don't know anything about math. Guys, like I told you, I'm uneducated on math and everything else. You're not going to be able to convince me because I'm unable.
How do you count money?
How do I count money?
Yeah.
I don't count money.
Okay, well, that's weird.
It gets gets calculated on its own through the bank.
I get it now.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Never mind.
No, what do you? No, what do you mean? We're not debating it. It was more.
No, we're not debating. You don't know how to make money, or you know how to make money. Don't know how to count money, so you wouldn't know if you're getting paid the right amount or not.
No, I do, but I actually use calculators to calculate my profits for me.
How do you understand what a profit is if you don't know how math works?
Well, because I use calculators.
Calculators don't say on the screen, here, now this is your profit.
Well, I download profit sheets on through Google. What's it called? Google Sheets. They have profit sheets, and they essentially tell you, you know, you just put in your revenue and then you put in your cost of goods, and then you get told your profit margins and your profits.
Correct. So you wouldn't know if that spreadsheet was right or wrong.
Very true. No, yeah,
I know it's true because I make spreadsheets every day. I can make them so they look like they're perfect, and I can make them so they look like they're all fucked up, and nobody would know how to fix it unless you knew how to make real good spreadsheets.
Very true, but I could make a spreadsheet if I wanted to.
You cannot. You don't understand math, you said, so you don't understand formulas.
Well, I could through YouTube. I just watched a YouTube video.
That's a negative. You need to take beginner's math and shapes. You need to start there, and then you can work up to doing math problems, counting apples and stuff.
Why are you roasting me, bro?
I'm not. I'm just telling you how to start.
You're being hostile, bro. You're being hostile, bro. I'm not coming at you guys. I'm not coming at anybody.
Hostile?
Yes, I'm telling you guys,
People
bro.
like how I talk to you guys.
I'm not trying to come at any of you guys. I'm not trying to be hostile.
You can't anyway. I'm just going along with what you said. You said you quit school twice. You only know how to make money, but you don't know how to do math. And you wouldn't know if you're getting paid the right amount or not. And you said, well, I could just use a spreadsheet. You wouldn't know if that's right or not. So I'm just pointing out facts. I wasn't roasting you.
I guess, but I do know that it's right though, because I've had cycles of money and I still have money left, so I'm making money. And I've gotten paid out and paid for cost of goods. And then I got the right amount of money that I told me, so I know that the profit sheet is right. Leluca is making fun of me. How about you unmute your mic and make fun of me with your mic unmuted, buddy?
You don't want her to make fun of you. She's worse than I am.
Yeah, I know. I do want her to make fun of me. Nah, but yeah. Nah, I do understand formulas though. Like I know how to calculate, you know, 10 times 10 and stuff.
What's 10 times 10?
100.
How do you know?
Because of school.
No, because you can take 10 objects, go in one row, and 10 objects, or 9 to go in the other one, connecting, so you have 10 by 10 rows, and that equals 100 pieces. You can actually just lay it out on your driveway, and you can say 10 times 10 equals 100. You can prove that.
No, I know that formula though. You just put if it's anything that times 10, you just put a 0 behind it.
Oh my God! This is why I'm automating industry now. That's why my job is, because we were asked to. Please, the people have lost their minds. They didn't go to school for 2 years. They don't know what they're doing anymore. Can you please make robots make all of our goods for us, and then people can just stay home? And that's what we're doing. We're just putting robots everywhere now. That's my job, because people don't want to take math class.
What? I'm not even wrong though. What have I said that's wrong? Besides the
Nothing. It's the whole background that I'm feeling from you.
No, I'm actually not stupid, bro. I just don't care about math because I don't need to care about math. I'm very logical, bro. Don't need to care about math.
Some tax times you don't care about math when you have to pay taxes, and the tax man says, you got to pay some taxes. Give me that money. And he's actually just getting a refund in his name and collecting from you.
No, because I just pay the tax, man. If I think it's too unreasonable.
Exactly.
Yeah, and listen, you can make fun of me. You know, I can get scammed or whatever.
Your tax man has to pay you.
And you listen, I pay the tax man, and he tells me what I need to pay in tax. And you know, if I think it's too unreasonable, whatever. And if he scams me, then he'll have to pay for his sins.
No, that's not a sin.
No, if he stole from me, then he's gonna pay for it.
It's not a sin,
bro. It's gonna get he's gonna have to pay
keeping money from somebody is not a sin.
Yo, one way or another, brother, he's gonna have to pay for it. I believe so.
I'm not religious, so the boogeyman doesn't scare me. All I know is we live on a flat, stationary earth. We're contained, and this place was created by a creator, not a guy who smites you down.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, I think, you know, whatever. If somebody scams you, somebody robs you of money, it's gonna come back to him, bro.
No.
And if it doesn't, bro,
it's not going to come back to you. That's just you should have morals. If you don't, that's your own problem.
No, I think it's gonna come back to him. And obviously, if I knew about it, then you know, I do something about it. But if it's not too unreasonable, then you know it's gonna keep going, and he's gonna take more money.
How do you tip in a restaurant?
I don't tip. I'm European, so we don't tip people.
Well, the tip is baked in.
Yeah, well, I see now. I understand why it's baked in. Thanks, Crit. I didn't know that part. That they don't know how to calculate anything, so they actually had to put it into the price already.
No, we don't put tips in the price.
It's already calculated in.
No, it's not, bro. They get paid a certain amount, minimum wage.
That includes the tip.
No, it doesn't, bro. That's just their markup, bro.
Exactly. That's how they get paid more.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. 725 times 8.
This from BBC. Goodbye.
725 times 8.
7.25 times 8.
7.25 times 8.
Yes.
58.
Very good.
That's true.
How did you do that and you don't know how to do math?
I know a little math, bro.
So I think you're confusing not knowing math with not knowing how the space people calculate orbits and shit like that. That's not math. That's imagination. That doesn't actually exist anywhere. So if you think you're stupid because you don't know math, you're wrong. You obviously know math.
No, I don't think I'm stupid. I think I'm intelligent, actually.
No, you said you thought you were pretty stupid.
No, I never said I thought I was stupid. I think I'm very intelligent, actually. And I think I'm better than people sometimes.
That was my first claim when you came in here. You wanted to flex on people that you thought were dumber than you, so you can punch down at them to feel better about yourself. Yeah, your first day you came in here. The very first
day.
the first thing you came in here, you started talking.
No, listen, I've been very open with you guys. I've told you guys multiple times that I'm neutral and I want everybody to say their opinion, and I'm not
Yeah,
here
you've been giving
to...
feedback on that.
And also, I told you guys that I don't believe in any of the sides, and I've told you guys multiple times that I'm not gonna sit here and make fun of you guys. And I've told you guys multiple times that people that make fun of you guys are stupid. So I don't know what you mean, bro. I don't know where
no one makes fun of us. I don't know where you got that from.
I've heard multiple people make fun of the flat earther community.
It's impossible. Let me see somebody come in here and make fun of us, especially if I'm in here. This will be great. This is how I get paid, dude. By roasting you guys.
I've heard it multiple times in my life. People making fun. Oh, you're a flat earther, whatever. And I've been very open with you guys, and I've told you guys that I don't believe in making fun of you guys because the other side that makes fun of you guys.
Make fun of. There's nothing to make fun of. The Earth is already flat and measured that way. We make fun of the people who think they're actually standing on a ball in a vacuum. That sounds retarded.
I guess. I don't know where this guy's coming from. A crit. I don't know. You've got me messed up.
We got you fucked up?
Yeah, you got me fucked up, bro. Because I never made fun of you or tried to, seem better than you guys.
I've never thought anyone has made fun of me ever in Flat Earth. Ever.
No,
they can't. They can't do it. It's impossible.
See, if you want to make fun of something, what you would have to do is learn what the topic is. So you could get inside and make some shots land. They can't do that. They are so far. They're out there bombing the back 40, and I'm on the putting green, just having a good old time. They're over there talking about flat Earth is a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth is Down syndrome. Flat Earthers are all this random crap that, flat Earth is a fundamental religious cult. I go, dude, you're not even making fun of the right shit. I'm over here talking about observable reality, observations, measurements, and practical demonstrations, and you're over there freaking out about why the government would lie. You're not making fun of me. You're demonstrating you're an abject retard.
Crit, aren't Globers the ones that have Down syndrome? Aren't they the ones that says everything goes down?
Yeah, they do. They have multiple downs.
Crazy.
Yeah, are there any globe earthers here trying to argue?
They're afraid right now.
I'm gonna just say what I've experienced, bro. None of the globe earthers have come in the last hour I've been here and tried to disprove the flat earthers.
Because the Earth is flat. I told you this already.
I hear you, but they've only typed messages and then went away.
Because they already tried and they got roasted in here, and they're afraid to get roasted live on YouTube.
But there has to
and recorded forever.
There has to be someone that's gonna come and join and say something, bro. Where are they?
We might have to put up billboards now because we've ran them all out. All of them have either turned in flat earthers or they quit Discord.
There's no way there. How many people are here? Like 50, 14, 13, whatever. Does anybody here believe that the Earth is a globe? If so,
only you do. It's only you. I'm telling you right now.
I never said that, bro.
Do you think water's flat and level?
Have you been listening to our whole conversation this whole time?
Yeah, I thought you said you liked psychology.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you don't know is I've been psychoanalyzing you this whole time.
Okay, what do you get from me?
I already know you know the Earth is flat, and you won't say it because you know what that means.
That's not true though. I don't know.
You do. You've been in here enough times.
No,
You've seen all the globers spiral. You've seen every glober not able to prove shit. Not even professional globers. They can't prove shit because they don't even have a professional glober job because there's no such thing.
No, I'm extremely, I can't find the words today, bro. I'm very
excited that I'm in the room with you today.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna
Happy
say
that you're talking to me.
Yeah. But also I'm
amazed at my
yeah,
electric personality.
Yeah, I'm very confrontational and I don't care and I'm willing to fight for my opinions. And like I said, I'm very confrontational and I'll say what I mean absolutely to anyone and I don't care. And I'll get beat up and I'll get shot and I'll get killed for my opinion and I don't care.
Wow.
And so with that,
this just went complete cuckoo for Cocoa Puff.
With that,
dude, just if you think that's happening, just log off Discord.
No, and so
like,
with
seriously,
that,
like
my point is, this guy said that I believe that I'm a flat earther, but I don't. I'm not able to say it. With that, I'm saying that no, I don't believe. I'm not scared to say I'm a flat earther, and I'm not a flat earther or a glober.
Sorry, you can't be both, and you can't be none.
No, I'm neutral though. I am.
Nope, that don't work.
I'm neutral, but I'm leaning. Okay, now I'm honest. I'm neutral, but I'm leaning more towards the glober.
Of course, I was right the whole time. I told you that.
No, I'm leaning towards the glober.
You've always been a glober. You just started coming in flat Earth when we showed up.
I'm a neutral, but I'm more leaning towards glober based on only.
So you know what that means is you know the Earth is flat because you used to be 100% rah rah rah. We're going to Mars and everybody's great and the planet's dying and we're gonna make a new planet and everybody's gonna live there and get free houses. And now you can't do that.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that the Earth is dying and global warming, but I'm a glober. I'm leaning more towards glober only based upon, and I know it's weak, only based upon what I've been told my whole life. That's why I'm glober.
Well, let me update you on your paperwork. So since you were told your whole life that the Earth is a globe by NASA and all the space stuff from NASA and Discovery Channel by NASA and History Channel stuff from NASA, NASA finally has been reclassified to its proper organization. It's now an intelligence agency. It's no longer a space agency. Now it's a spy agency. Now, does it make more sense now why you think it's a ball? It's always been a spy agency. They finally changed it 3 months ago. Legally changed it.
Right.
You don't believe me?
Yeah, I don't necessarily not believe you.
Let's say that doesn't matter. That's where you got all your information from. So that's who you believe. CIA.
No,
that's who you believe.
I don't know if I got my information from NASA. I think
you absolutely did. You absolutely did. Nobody would have thought about flying rockets and doing shit if it wasn't for NASA.
Maybe. I think most of my information came from my school books and what my teachers taught me.
Yeah, NASA.
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm not American though, so you gotta keep that in.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, perhaps that information came from NASA. I don't know.
It did. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. All the education system is the same.
Okay, so Emperor Thorn something said he added me in a video. Trump executive order quietly declared that NASA is now a spy agency. Okay.
So you can now you can figure out everything you learned was probably just a story to distract somebody else, and you just happened to overhear it and caught on to it. So we threw out NASA a long time. I threw them out like 15 years ago. My dad worked there too. Yeah, he worked at NASA. He worked on the Hubble project at NASA. in Cleveland.
Yeah, I don't believe in NASA. I don't believe in what the government tells me. Mostly.
Well, that's who makes your books.
No, I don't really believe in the books. Don't really.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's right. So you don't believe in anything anymore. You no longer have a belief system. So what I'm doing is working on you.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't believe in your belief system.
I'm brainwashing you. Yeah, I'm deprogramming you slowly. You're starting to figure it out. I told you what I'm doing here.
I'm already unprogrammed. I don't really believe in anything.
Not even close.
Okay. Okay. How am I not even close deprogrammed? Because what? Tell me what I believe in.
Everything you've seen on TV and social media.
Hell no. I don't believe in. I don't really believe in much.
So now you no longer have a belief system. I was right. So now you're a flat earther again.
What? I don't know if flat Earth is right or wrong.
Oh no, it is. It's measured that way. It's not measured to be a ball. It's just flat. We use it as flat. Airplanes use it as flat. Can't be moving to land an airplane. So it's flat and stationary, and that's just reality. Everything else is a belief system. Rockets flying in space is a belief system. Stars where there's planets floating around them, that's a belief system. Sun flying through outer space, belief system. Gas balls in space, belief system.
What you're saying to me though is not changing anything though.
Just letting you know what your belief system consists of.
My belief system consists of make money, and everything else is bullshit. Make money so that I can take care of my family. That's my belief system, guys. Make money so I can take care of my family. And
I am so glad that I don't have that mentality, because the money just comes to me because what I do. I wouldn't do any other job ever.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm I don't know. Yeah, I just make money and I can take care of my family forever, and we'll die and we'll probably not know much of the truth and shit happens. So.
No, you know the truth. We've already told you. At least you know it. You can at least go to the grave knowing that you know the earth is flat.
The truth is Jesus Christ, guys, and
most likely not.
I hear you, brother.
Sounds like a book Freemasons wrote.
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You never thought about anything. You don't care. You don't know nothing. You don't believe in anything. I know how it goes. It happens to a lot of people that come into this room. They realize they gave up. I give up. Now they go away depressed. Are you going to be depressed all day?
I'm never depressed.
I can sing a song if it'll make you happy or something.
The depression isn't real though. But yeah, I don't really know that I believe what you say either. I don't really know.
I don't know what to do with you anymore.
Who knows? Why do you know? I don't think you know.
I'm a professional deprogrammer. That's how I know.
Yeah, and they're professional professors, guys. So yeah, I don't know. In my book, you're the same as these fucking professors.
What folks?
In my book. Yeah, the professors who say everything about space. You're the same type of person to me.
I'm not a space
what you say.
I profess triangles.
And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything towards you or this flat Earth community or belief or whatever. Everything that you say to me is just this opposite of the other side. I don't believe anything that you say. I don't believe anything the other side says.
You don't have to believe in what I say. It's a measurement. It's just fact.
No, but
it's not a belief system. It's just facts. Planar surveyors say the earth is flat. Pilots say the earth is flat. It's just facts, dude.
Yeah, but anything you say, I look at the same way.
It's not me repeating it. We could just post it for you of the actual people telling you all this.
Yeah, I don't care what the people say because it's just gonna mean the same thing. is just not gonna change anything for me. Guys, don't try to change my opinion
This
because
is
I'm not
how
gonna
I'm
believe
not
it.
changing you at all. This is how I know you are a hardcore glober. You don't even hear it.
I'm a glober. I'm not. I'm telling you guys, I don't really know if it's a globe or a flat Earth.
You are so confused. You know it's flat. You will not admit it. So you're going to say, no, I like the other guys too. I'm going to be neutral.
No, now I go back to what I said before. I don't care about people's opinions and I'll say anything and I'll get killed for my opinion. That's why I said what I said before. I'll get killed for my opinion. I'm not afraid
That's
to say my
weird.
opinion.
That's weird. That's weird to have that kind of mentality.
Why is that weird to have that kind of mentality? I'm just not a bitch. I'm a man.
You're self-destructive.
No, I'm a man.
Yeah, you're self-destructive man then.
No, I'm just not afraid of,
It means you're
dying.
self-destructive.
No, I'm brave.
If you're not afraid of things, you're self-destructive. That means you
not
don't
really.
care if you get destroyed.
No, not really. I'm brave.
You're right. You're self-destructive. That's not a good quality.
I think
You put other people in harm's
brave,
way when you do that. When you act like that, you put other people in harm's way.
No, I would not put other people in harm's way.
You do it all the time when you act like that. You just don't know it because you never thought about it.
How do I put anybody else in jeopardy? By me
running your mouth in a group of people, and then that group of people is now a target because of your mouth. That kind of stuff, because you don't care. Remember?
How is anybody a target because I voice my?
I don't know. Why does the dumb target shit on TV and social media happen 24/7?
What do you what?
Nothing. You don't understand anything. I forgot. You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. You don't know anything. You don't believe anything. I forgot.
You're not making sense.
No, I repeated exactly what you said. So if that doesn't make sense to you, you don't make sense to me.
Okay. I'm just saying. I don't know if globe is a globe or if it's fucking flat. And I'm not afraid to say what I mean. But then you said that I'm putting others in jeopardy by saying that I don't know which it is.
No, you didn't listen at all. You didn't listen at all.
Okay, educate me how I'm putting others in danger for saying my opinion.
But you'll figure it out one day. You'll figure it out when it happens. And then you'll go, oh, that's what he meant.
Okay, so when I say my opinion, if I say my opinion, someone's going to shoot somebody else too.
Why you guys I don't know why you like to talk like that, but you are very self-destructive. I can tell just by the words you're using.
Am I self-destructive? I would like to say that I'm courageous and I'm not afraid to voice my opinion.
You're self-destructive and you don't think first. That's why you think it's called bravery and courage. It's called stupidity is what it's called, and not thinking.
No, I'll die.
Of course you will. I'm correct. Of course you will.
I'm not afraid to die.
Of course you're not. You're self-destructive.
No man is gonna.
Exactly. You get what I'm saying now?
I'm not. My soul is not being destroyed though by me dying. The only thing that's gonna happen
is that the goal? Is that your goal? Is to be courageous?
Yeah, I believe a man is courageous and a man stands
on
something.
So do you run around? Do you run around jumping into fights and stuff like that?
No, I try to avoid fights, but if I have to fight, then I'll fight. Yeah.
So you are self-destructive. If you have to, you're just going to go ahead.
If I have to fight,
if I absolutely have to, I would too. But I never put myself in any situation where I have to possibly fight because that would be stupid. I actually don't hang around with anybody like that.
Well, perhaps you don't. You haven't lived much life.
No, possibly I probably have not then.
I guess not, sir. But I've fought multiple people because I had to. And I'm not afraid to die.
That's because you put yourself in a situation where you had to fight.
Some of the times I did, yeah, I agree. But
hey, so there you go. You had to do it. You put yourself in that situation because you're self-destructive.
no,
Now
some
you're
of
either
the
going to
time.
agree with me or you're not going to agree with me. I don't give a shit, but I'm just telling you what's going on with you.
Okay, and if I'm self-destructing, then what? I don't want
Watch
to
out.
die.
Just make sure you warn people before you say, hey,
I don't.
listen, I'm going to say something stupid, so you might want to be prepared.
I'm not. I don't want to die though. But I'll die. But I don't want to die. Personally, I like to live to like 1,000. You know? Or personally, I like to live forever.
Well, then don't do stupid shit. How do you like that?
No, because I'm going to live forever with Jesus. And you know, it's okay if you
Okay,
don't believe.
never mind. I didn't realize we were completely overboard at this point. Now that we're sailing a ship of Jesus's across the holy heaven, I get
Yeah.
now why it doesn't fucking matter what happens because Jesus saves everything.
Yeah. That's where I'm coming from. And so if
That
you
means
know
you're super
somebody,
self-destructive. You're like a cult self-destructive kind of person.
maybe I'm
Dude,
wrong.
I have you pinned down. You know I do. And somebody else would have jumped in already if they thought I was wrong.
No, I'd say if you had, but if I knew you did, I'd say it. Like I told you, I would say anything if I was wrong. But yeah, bro, if I have to fight, then I have to fight. But I don't want to die personally, but I will die for what I believe is right. That's what a man is
Must be
supposed to do.
crazy living in your world where you have to think about, well, I'm gonna fight today.
Well, okay, so tell me this. If you have a girl, which, you know, at this point, it doesn't sound like you would have. If you had a woman and if your house was getting broken into, your wife was getting killed by a man, would you not put your life in jeopardy and try to beat that man up or kill him?
Well, we wouldn't put ourselves in that situation and begin with, and then if that were to happen, she would pull out her firearm and blow them away. She's an
Well, that's not
RN, by the
really.
way. She's an RN also.
I don't know what an RN is.
Registered nurse, a nurse. I don't know what you guys call them. Like a doctor, but the female part, the female,
Is it
she's a
PA
nurse,
or no?
the female nurse.
Yeah, but
What's a nurse
physician's
gonna do
assistant?
if she has a gun to her head?
Like she's almost can write prescriptions, but not quite like a physician's assistant.
Who cares that she's the doctor?
I'm just
A
telling
nurse.
you, we don't put ourselves in bad situations. We don't live in a neighborhood where people are breaking into our house.
Buddy, they
If
can
that
break
were to
into
happen,
any.
they wouldn't even make the news because that would be hush hush and nobody would know about it and people would just go on with their lives and people won't be moving in this neighborhood like that. I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that over here.
Brother, people can come into your suburban neighborhood.
No, they can't. You can't.
Yes, they
That doesn't
can.
work like that everywhere.
They can, bro. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
but
sure somebody can. You know how many times I've seen cars pulled over for just driving through the city?
just hear out my
Just
scenario,
driving
though.
through the city?
Just hear out my scenario, though. You're in a
People have asked me the
suburban.
same one 100 times. We won't get to that point. So yeah, of course I'm going to shoot him. I don't have to fight.
Yes, you would put your life in jeopardy and fight the man that was
No,
trying to
I'm not
kill
even
your
going to put
wife.
my life in jeopardy. I'm just going to go bang
Okay, what if you
like
didn't have
target
a gun then?
practice.
Would you not fight him and put your life in jeopardy if you had a
Nah,
knife and you only
I
had your
just shoot
hands?
him. No, I'm not going to do anything. I don't want to get my shirt dirty or ripped. I'm just going to
No,
shoot
listen.
him.
No, listen, if you didn't have a gun and you only had your hands and he had a knife, would you put your life in jeopardy and fight the guy with a knife?
Oh, now we
For
have
your
to play
life?
tactics? Yeah, I got better ways to do that. I can't repeat on the air. I got better ways to deal with that kind of shit.
But okay, but only answer this scenario though. If you had only hands and he had a knife and he was about to kill your wife, would you not put your life in jeopardy to save your wife?
Yeah, I would have that knife taken away from him pretty quick.
So you wouldn't risk your life?
Well, I already know how to do that stuff, so it's not a big deal. I don't go around trying to do it. I don't go around. I don't go around trying to put myself in situations where I could possibly fight anybody. I stay out of that shit completely.
Yeah, I try
and I expect people to stay out of my business too. And you know what? They do. People stay out of my business. It's weird.
Yeah, so I just used your argument against you because you would put your life in jeopardy to save your wife. And
no,
so
I don't get into those situations. I haven't been that way since, let's say, 40 years ago. Maybe but maybe in that situation. But I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't try to get in those situations either. I try to avoid every fight and nowadays. But yeah, when I was younger, I did want to fight and whatever. But now, yes, I do
because
try
you're
to
angry. You're angry and self-destructive. I'm the opposite. I'm happy and I don't give a shit about fighting people.
I'm pretty happy too, bro. I'm not self-destructive.
No, you're angry and self-destructive. I'm just telling you. I'm not. I'm the opposite of that. I'm happy.
Am I angry?
I don't know how you're angry. You shouldn't have. You don't have any reason to be. You're worried about somebody breaking into your house and killing women.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I'm not. I'm not worried about that. There's a difference.
I would be worried about it. I mean,
I know you would be. I wouldn't be worried about it.
Why are you?
I don't put myself in situations where people want to come over and kill me. How's that?
Well, I don't either, but you know, stuff happens anyways.
Then it'll happen. It'll be just like I was in a car accident then. If it's going to be, you want to play that game, yeah, it's just that's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, people decide to rob random houses, bro. What do you want me to say?
What are you going to get, Bitcoin?
What?
What are they going to get?
Yo, what are we even arguing about, bro? I don't even know what we're arguing.
You don't know where I live, dude. What are they going to get from people? Besides shot in our neighborhood, that's what you're going to get if you break into any houses over here. Most likely, an ambulance is coming to pick you up or the morgue is coming to get you. Because the cops will be here in, like, I don't know, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm jealous of Americans because you guys can keep guns. That's why I'm actually going to become an American, possibly.
You won't be able to get a gun then.
What do you mean? Yes, I can. If I become
No, you just said it on YouTube that if you can be a citizen, you want a gun, they're going to deny you now.
What?
So you should watch what you say.
I'm not going to get a gun for a bad reason. I'm going to get a gun for my safety.
Why are you in danger all the time?
I'm not in danger all the time. It's just for safety. You don't know what happens, sir. What? And nobody's watching the stream. I promise.
Oh, you right. We got NASA changed, didn't we?
Yeah, NASA's watching the stream. They're gonna ban me from getting a self-defense.
NASA changed their whole story because of people like us.
Well, they're not gonna change their whole story so that I can.
They did change it. They're now a propaganda company. Now they can't get in trouble when they admit that moon landing was faked. Now they can't.
You can never hold them to account. Because now they're able to reframe it's all propaganda.
It always has been propaganda. They can say it's always has been. We just couldn't tell you because we have this special document that said in this year the president can do this then, and they can make it all up, and you have to go along with it. You don't get a choice whether you're an American or not. Whether you like it or not, we basically call the shots, and that's just the reality of everything.
Okay, guys, Lao Tzu said, why would NASA lie? It would be more expensive and difficult to fake it.
Yeah, Doge. You don't have to ask that question. Why would it lie? You just have to test their claim, and once you test their claim, you know if they're lying or not. It's very simple. You don't need to ask that question, because if you try and ask that question, they'll just keep on lying to you. Does that make sense?
It's not me asking the question. It's Lao Tzu and the chat.
No. My point is, why is NASA lying? And your people ask, why do they keep lying? You don't need to ask that question. Because my point is, if you keep on asking that question, they're just going to keep on repeating the lie again and again. So what's the point of asking that question? Just test what they're saying. Just test their claim. That's it. And once you test that claim, you know if it's true or false. But you have to test that claim yourself. Be able to know, to have that knowledge. Because if you don't test that claim, then you're just going to keep on believing. And you do not want to do that. Because it's dangerous to believe. Because you don't know what's true or false. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't get past me and this guy arguing about guns and self-destruction on fucking YouTube Live for 10 minutes. I hope nobody sees the live stream, bro. So is anybody gonna come and argue against the flat earthers or no?
We've already won every argument that they could think is an argument.
I know you guys have said this, but I'm just waiting for the fucking globe earther to come here. I'm waiting for a competent globe earther to come and argue.
Yeah, that's the problem. We've been waiting this whole time. There are none. They all come in and say the same shit. None of them say anything different. None of them are competent.
Okay, but I want to hear that guy. But they're not coming.
How many times have you heard them in here?
Never. I've been waiting here for like an hour for them, bro.
Oh, yeah, well, shit happens.
Yep, I'm gonna fucking take a piss. You guys argue more.
Argue about what?
Renegade.
Yo. I don't hear no global earthers talking, bro. Hello, birthers. Yo. Yo. Riley. I'm the only one talking. Yo, guys, the earth curves. I tried to rage bait.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube. Their guy on here said the earth curves and he leave. Looks like he left. Earth doesn't curve. We've measured it many thousands of times by this point. I guess that guy bounced. Oh well. As you were.
I'm sorely disappointed because I thought I was going to learn where to observe the curve, where to go.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you there, Riley. Turns out the earth is just ain't curving, man. No matter how much you want it to, it doesn't do it. Anyway.
Yeah.
No matter
I've
how
been
much math
waiting.
you do, no matter how many times you look at the sky. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been waiting 20 years for where to find out where on the earth I can see the curve. It's like breaking my heart.
It'd be wild if there was one little anomalous place where water is curving and only special people can go visit that little spot, right? Anyway, while I'm on here for a minute, if anybody's out there listening, you still think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing, come in here and discuss with these people. We will share information with you and challenge you to think for yourself about what you actually believe and what you may know. Thank you. Since you're on here, maybe still talking Rayleigh criterion, can you? I remember it, but I know you would know better. Can you briefly explain to people what the Rayleigh criterion is and how it affects refraction or whatever, if you want to? Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly. It's a discovery made by John William Strutt in 1896, in which he found out that all optical devices, including the human eye, are diffraction limited, which means that they have a point where, like railroad tracks is an excellent observation of diffraction, is that as the rails go further and further out in the distance, while they're never touching, they appear to touch visually. So it's an optical effect. Because after the human eye has a good vision up to about 5,000 meters. After that, all bets are off. Everything you see after 5,000 meters is going to be of poorer quality.
That's a good synopsis of what you're talking about there, and that, in layman's terms, it really affects why people think they see stuff like a boat going over a curve and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. The hull is merging into the water the same way as two railroad tracks merge together as they get further and further away. Because the technical explanation is that when you have 2 points of light, they will appear to be two separate points of light until they get close enough that their two minimums are touching. And the minimums is the Aries discs, because everything you look at through an optical aperture that's circular actually forms an Aries disc, where you have brightness in the center and then some rings around it. Normally we don't see it because the objects are too bright and they obscure the Aries disc.
Just that simple thing, going back to like the railroad track thing. People know in reality that railroad tracks don't converge. So when you see them converging, that has to be optical. I mean, duh. How would a train go across a track that converges? Come on, people.
That same convergence is why we see the sunset. The sun is converging with the horizon.
Basically, we have limits to our vision for very different reasons, and we see optical effects for different reasons than Earth's curvature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I said, for the human eye with good conditions and good vision, which most people don't have. Most people have more of a medium to poor vision. But so it's about half a milliradian is our limit. So any object that's close enough together. So when objects get too close together, they will merge into one object. And in the case of the ship over the horizon, the problem is that the water has a larger surface area and has a brighter reflective ratio than the hull of the ship. Especially sailing ships, they were made from wood, and they would get dark. And dark objects don't reflect light as well as the white sails did. So that's why you saw the sails, because they're white and they reflect more light. You don't see the hull because it's darker and dimmer, and doesn't reflect very much light.
Yep,
So
very well said. These optical effects it's really the crux of why people maintain their globe belief. They just think that ship over the horizon thing is just all proven and stuff, but it's far from it, right?
Yeah, and then they confuse. Well, we can see the moon, and the moon is thousands of miles away. No, it's not. You're not actually seeing the moon at that distance. You're seeing the light reflected off the moon travel that distance and reach your eye. There's an entirely big difference there.
Yep, it's safe to say that the general public knows about maybe 1% of how optics actually work as far as whatever you're looking at, whether it's the sky or a boat going over the curve, right? Nobody has a clue what they're really looking at.
Yeah, and it's because that's how they teach physics, right? They teach physics disjointed. So you learn a little bit of physics here and a little bit of physics there, and then maybe several months to several years later, they teach you another piece of physics. And even though they're all related, they know to teach them at different times. So you forgot about lesson A, which is tied into lesson D. They don't teach it all together at once because they don't want you to connect the dots.
Exactly on point. They don't want to. They don't want you to see the overall picture that makes no sense. Basically, what they're telling you about this ball going around in space.
Yeah.
They don't want you to connect those dots. Exactly.
So in one lesson, you'll learn about angular resolution, and then maybe several months to years later, they'll teach you about transmission factor. And even though those two are completely related, no, you'll forget lesson A by the time you get to lesson D.
And all along, no matter what you're studying, you're just making the assumption that you're on a spinning ball because smart guys figured that out a long time ago. So why even question it, right? Come on, man.
And then they believe in Foucault's pendulum, which would never work on a moving object. If it was at the equator, Foucault's pendulum should never be perpendicular. It's like the same way when you spin a weight on a string, you'll notice the faster you spin it, the more the weight rises up. It doesn't stay in the same position that you had it from when you spin it slower to when you spin it faster.
Good info, man. I appreciate your contributions here. I can stay on here a few more minutes and I've got to get to work, but we don't have any new people. Doesn't look like it's all crazy globe deniers. What's wrong with y'all? Well, I can think optimistically, and hopefully you guys will be joined by an honest human being that likes to discover critical thinking for themselves and ask legitimate questions as opposed to troll or something. Anyway, everybody have a great day on the plane of existence. This is Dave out.
Howdy, everybody. Why is no one talking? Has anybody seen any compelling globe proof lately? I've been asking this for years. I've seen only the same recycled memes from like 2017, 2019. Like we've been through all of the piss poor memes on flatearth.ws. We've been through Mick West and MC Tunes PDF stacks. We've debated the issue in live time with real people right here. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that flatearth.ws is a troll website.
Yeah.
Because nobody
Yeah,
can
me
be that
too.
stupid.
That user was in 24/7 a long time ago, by my understanding. I wouldn't be surprised one bit either.
The way they misunderstand how cameras work, it's just not possible. Because that information is available everywhere on the web.
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing too about some of these images, like the miraging effects from Lake Pontchartrain's causeway and the electrical lines. The people that are the originators of these images themselves seem to have quite an in-depth understanding of how cameras work and have field experience in taking images. They know what they are doing, and we know what they are doing, and it's dishonest.
Yeah, especially I started with their explanation of Toronto and how on video the Rogers Center was captured on video. And then they did that blink kind of test between what Toronto looks like close up and what it looks like from the video. But they only matched up 1 point of all the buildings, which is quite dishonest. They didn't match up the dozens of other buildings that were there as well. They only matched up the CN Tower and nothing else. And then said, see, it's curvature.
Right. So it looks like that these images were taken from two completely different places with different focal lengths.
Yeah, different cameras, different everything. People don't understand. Each manufactured digital camera does a different digital effect to the photographs. You're not using the exact same camera to take those two different photographs. You can't really compare them to be identical in any way.
Hello, everybody.
Right, and then the lens effects. You've got barrel distortion at different focal lengths for different brands of lenses. And that alone can produce effects.
Yeah, I can even demonstrate it with my own camera. I'll post my photograph I took, because my camera can take both RAW and JPEG images at the exact same time. The RAW image has no digital effects on it, so the picture looks completely different than the one on the right, which is the JPEG, which has been adjusted to make it look straight to compensate for the lens effect.
That's right. The RAW comes directly from the sensor.
Yeah. The digital processing is nothing on that one. That's exactly what the camera saw. Whereas the JPEGs are digitally processed to save space, because the difference in the two file sizes here is typically like 20 megabytes for a raw image and about 2 megabytes typically for a JPEG. So it squishes it down 10 times at least, and you lose data that way as well. So that photograph that they like to bring out with the spirit levels on the table with the horizon in the distance, and it's a compressed JPEG, and then they compress it even more by pushing the photograph together to make it skinny. You're losing even more data that way. There's no way you can make any reasonable argument on that one.
Yeah, that one is just so bad. The scaling algorithm to compress the image to narrow it. It's going to exaggerate lines that aren't perfectly orthogonal. It's why you have. It's why you end up with some of the beams that they used distorting going up while the table's distorting down. That's why you've got curvature of the table that it's resting on. I did something similar with a park bench.
Hello?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good, just chilling. What's on your mind?
There's too much snow out, so I got sent home early. Was hoping there would be some Globers in here to debate, but I don't think there is any. What's up with you,
That's
bro?
right. Dude, we keep winning.
Well, you know, the moment you asked them for curvature measurements, that's it, dude. They not once in my 4 or 5 years of being here has anyone provided Earth curve measurements showing curvature. Oh, look,
Excuses, dude. That's all we get.
they're asking in chat, why are the oceans so deep if the Earth is flat? That's like asking why are the mountains so tall if the Earth is flat. It's kind of a weird question.
Show me some water mountains.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
So you believe that flat is Earth?
That's right. It's more than a belief. We measured it flat. We went and checked.
Are you taking out of your ass?
Sorry, what?
Are you speaking comment tu dis ça, frère? Are you speaking out of your ass? You said you thinking that Earth is flat.
Yeah, we measured it flat. So it's flat.
He asked if you're fucking out your ass.
So you are autistic or something?
What is no?
Tell me. Proof. Give me if proof Earth is flat.
Okay, water. Water is flat, horizontal, and level. And water is used as a benchmark for all things that are flat, horizontal, and level.
So okay. So if water is staying on Earth and Earth is flat, why doesn't water come out of the sides? Tell me.
Because Earth is flat, but also it's not in outer space.
Oh, where is it then? In your ass?
Earth is just the floor of the universe, man. There's nothing underneath it as far as we can tell.
Okay. Let me tell you something now. Okay. So then, tell me, how does the clouds, the thing that gives rain, how do they work if Earth is flat?
Well, you got water. Water evaporates when it gets warm, and then the water condenses to clouds when it cools off.
Oh, okay. Very good. So then, how gravity work if Earth is flat?
Well, if I pick up a rock and I let go of it, it goes back down from where I picked it up.
Why does it go down and hit floor?
Because I picked it up.
Because you picked it up. Now tell me,
yeah.
What is the force that is taking it to the floor?
I don't think there is a force. Do you think there's a force?
Yes, I think exists gravity.
You don't. Yeah, what are you saying?
Okay,
shut
cool.
the fuck
So you
up,
think
you.
there's gravity? So
yes, I believe that gravity exists, and I have proof.
Okay, cool. How does that make Earth a globe? Like, can't you just call that flat Earth gravity?
Well, no, because if Earth is a globe, then you, dumbass, will think that water is slipping out. But gravity force is keeping water on the ground. That is that's why me and my friend say Earth is round.
Yeah, but we measured the surface of water, and it's not round; it's flat. So you can have your gravity, but the Earth is still flat.
Are you stupid? Tell me.
No.
Are you stupid?
No, are you?
How did you measure Earth? Earth is very big, no?
Oh, so it's flat now? Is that your argument? Earth is so big it looks flat?
No. Okay,
It sounds like you're saying. You're telling me how flat it looks. I
okay,
agree.
now let me talkative. Okay, let me talkative.
Yeah, that is flat too.
As I was saying, so tell me, why does people who go to space how do they get image, photo, picture of Earth being like a ball? How? Where did they take this? Where did they take this photo from?
I don't know. I can't check, and neither can you. You can't check either.
So you don't believe in rocket ships? Is that what you're saying to me?
No, why should I believe in outer space rocket ships like that, dude? You know why I don't?
Why?
Because I
you
measure
dumbass.
the surface. No, I measure the surface, and it's not curving like you think it is.
Okay, now explain to me why when I go in Emirates Air in the big thing that flies, why does when it is very high in the sky I see Earth being roundish? Tell me.
Well,
Why?
probably because you're imagining curvature when there isn't. If you're up there, I'll tell you why.
So
I'll tell
now
you
you
why.
are
Because you're not high enough. Even if Earth is a globe, you're not high enough. You're seeing 0.1% of Earth's surface from up there. You can't see curvature if you're seeing 0.1%.
So now you are telling me that I am schizophrenic. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying you're delusional.
So come on now. You are saying that what I am seeing is fake. Is that it?
Yeah, because it doesn't match the geometry.
I see somebody here who never leave his home. Okay. Now listen to me. So that how do you explain that the big ball in the sky, high in the sky, that gives us light is round? How do you explain that?
Well, it's nothing like Earth, right?
The sun. Yes, the sun. How do you
So what? It's
explain
round.
the sun?
Yeah,
It's
well,
round.
the Earth measures flat under the sun.
So now tell me, you believe that the sun is turning around the Earth to make day and night time, right? Tell me you believe in that. Oh, why aren't you two talking? Okay, he left. Really?
I can take over. What's up?
You can take over. So now listen to me, DJ. Why? So if you think Earth is flat and you believe in day and night time, how do you explain the sun moving around the Earth? Tell me.
Yeah, the sun moves over the surface of the Earth just like we see every day.
Where does it go?
It goes around. It goes to different places in the Earth, taking a particular path. Right, like when it's daytime in Australia, it's not daytime in Africa, for example, or in Poland, or in France. Okay, when it's daytime in France, the sun's going to be above your head. It's going to be nighttime in Australia because the sun's moving. Okay, and we don't claim the sun is 93 million miles away when we're talking about flat Earth. The sun in the globe model is 93 million miles away. We would say the sun is much more local and much smaller than what we get told in the globe model.
Okay, so now if whatever that you're saying is true, and we all believe that the sun is actually moving above Earth, then how do you explain the sun's size? That right now you said that the sun size isn't as big as we think, but in order to generate that much heat and heating the whole Earth and giving us light, how do you explain its size then? It should be big and should
It's
have
still
a
big.
center
We're
of
not
gravity.
saying it's tiny. I'm just not saying it's giant like they're claiming in the globe model and 93 million miles away. So if you have something that's a bit smaller and a bit closer, it's going to have the same effect, right? Than something that's really big and further away.
So as you guys proved yourself, you're flat earthers, right? Please, could you give
Well,
me
everybody's a flat earther. Everybody experienced the Earth as flat, and anyone can go and test the Earth. But some people believe it's a globe because that's what they were taught growing up, which is fine. Most people have never checked. Most people have never studied this topic or
have you
seen the
checked?
arguments. Yeah.
Have you
Okay,
checked?
dude.
Yeah,
Please,
I've
I want to
checked.
ask a question. I want to ask you a question right now. Can you give me some
No.
reasons
Hold
about
on a
the
second, bro. The other guy's talking. You can't just cut into this guy's
Shut the
conversation.
fuck up, man. So as I was
Okay,
saying,
alright, that guy just tapped himself out. Alright, you gotta go on mute, Africa. Okay, now it's Butter, it's your turn.
Okay, dude. Right now, can you give me some reasons about why you see or why the correct thing in the Earth is that the flat Earth theory?
Yeah, we don't think the Earth's a plate. We don't think the Earth's like a flat plate or a flat planet.
Earth is not flat, stupid.
Okay, so can you discuss that? I'm sorry, can you give me some reasons?
Yeah, sure. So when we go and test the surface of the Earth, which is mostly made up of water, when we test over the surface of that water, there's no curvature. We can calculate how much curvature there should be over distance, and then we can go and test for that curvature, and it's not there.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's
Right.
very simple. Very simple to test for curvature
You
as well.
convinced me. You convinced me. But I have a question. Right now, how does the sun work? Okay, so if we if the Earth is flat, okay, so how does the sun work?
Yeah, so the sun lights up the Earth, heats up the Earth, or provides heat, right? There's obviously heat coming from below our feet as well, but the sun moves in a particular cycle in the sky. It takes a particular path, and that's what creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, pressure systems, which is responsible for wind and waves and all of this kind of thing. So it's like a big dynamic system, a very complex dynamic system that we live in.
Actually, I will read about this topic, okay? Because I see I have some point I wanna confirm them.
Okay.
Thank you, dude.
You're welcome, man. Hula, what did you open your microphone and say? Hula.
Nothing. You can continue.
Okay. Yeah, so when we go and test the surface of water, it would have to be curving if gravity, as claimed by the globe Earth side, is real, and if the Earth's a certain size, if the globe's a certain size that they tell us, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. And we can very easily calculate that rate of curvature, and then we can go and use different methodology to test for that curvature. And that's been done over and over again, over different distances, using different equipment, different locations, and every single test shows that the curvature is not there. No faith, no belief required. Anyone can go and repeat the tests themselves. It doesn't even cost a lot of money depending on what type of equipment you opt to into using. Well, anyway, if anyone has any questions, you can open your microphone and ask questions. I'm going to go on mute until then.
Hello.
Hi. What's up?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? How can we help you?
Nothing.
Have you been here before?
No, I am new. I am learning English.
Oh, okay. Congratulations. Excellent. Well, welcome to the channel. Here we talk about the flat earth topic.
I like historic topic.
Uh-huh. Yeah, me too.
And I like learning languages too.
Butter.
Well, around with the battery.
What, dude?
Oh, nothing, man. You just had some background sound. I was just letting you know. But then you put yourself on mute.
What?
You have like noise coming through your microphone. So I was just letting you know about that.
I'm sorry, dude.
That's okay.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Or
Yo, yo. Welcome to 24/7. Ladies and gentlemen, flat Earth is growing. It's not dying, it's growing. I see some new names with the flat tag. Good to have you on board, guys. Earth is measurably, observably flat. Just speaking facts. I got some new names in the chat. Feel free to speak up, say hello, ask any questions. Got Lats in the house. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, brother?
All good over here, man. No complaints. What about you?
Just chilling. I'm gonna get off work in a little bit. Can't wait. I'm tired. Hungry.
What time of the day is it for you now?
11:22 a.m.
Ooh, you get off already. Sounds good, bro.
Yeah, I gotta get up early. Gotta come in at 3. It's all good though.
Oh, snap. You started at 3. Wow.
Yeah, it's fun. It's bad. It's early. Gotta do it for the kiddo though.
That's a strong shift, bro. Hats off. Salute to you.
I'll do it for the flat earth, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how when, you've got a real need in your life, the amount of energy you can spend, you know what I mean? Like the fire you have, it's crazy, isn't it? When you've got the need.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So everyone's like, oh, I want $1 million. Great. Now I'm going to go watch TV. Great.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. If you really want something, you'll find ways to go get it or do it.
Right. Sometimes you've got to put yourself in a position where you have to find more or do more to make it happen. You know what I mean? Take the risk.
Exactly. Like right now, I'm trying to get bigger, stronger than India. I'm spending more time in the gym.
Nice, bro. That's good.
Hope he's listening. You know, I know he's listening. He has to. If I say his name 2 more times, he's gonna hop in here.
Oh shoot, like Candyman.
Yeah.
Hey, looks like somebody started an event. How can you have flat water on a globe? That's a very
That
good
was a
question.
great question.
Does anyone know that? How can you have flat water on a globe? I think we'll have to put a pin in that one for now.
Maybe if it was a disco baller, we could. Hypothetical.
DJ started it. What's up, bro? DJ in the house.
What's up, Roots?
Oh, what up, DJ?
What's up, Let's?
All good, brother. It's a great question you posed, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just thought I'd make an event, seeing you're in here. Lats is in here.
Yeah, you guys talked to Dota yet at the bottom there? The Japanese hiragana.
Hey, I just made a TikTok account. Do you guys have TikTok?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I am Lats 0009. Oh shit! Actually, let me double check the amount of zeros.
0009.
Shit, hang on. We should have
Oh,
the
yeah,
yeah, the
gotcha.
3 zeros. Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right, just sent you a follow. You've got one, don't you, Roots?
Yes, I just need to sign in. I got a new phone recently.
Aha, nice.
Let me sign in.
Dude, when you get a chance, have you navigated through TikTok yet?
Not much. No.
Okay. If you go to the search bar, you can hit Flat Earth, and then there should be like a sub tab that you can tap on that'll say live right underneath the search bar, and you can see all the live events happening with Flat Earth and Globers trying to destroy Flat Earthers, or Flat Earthers trying to destroy Globers.
Yeah, nice. Awesome.
But yeah, dude, those are they hurt. They hurt pretty bad, bro. Like the type of Flat Earthers that I saw today is pretty bad. He was actually claiming like the what is it called? An actual disc in outer space. That's what it was.
Oh god, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's why
dude,
I
it was pretty
decided.
bad, dude.
Yeah, I got my YouTube ready to go. I'm gonna start doing lives and all sorts of stuff this year. So
Yeah, bro. He
yeah, I'm
actually
sick.
said, "Oh, sorry. Go ahead."
I'm sick of all of the bad flat Earth arguments on
Oh
TikTok
yeah,
and
dude.
platforms like that. I figured, we need to start getting in there and pushing some,
Yeah, some good content. But he,
some better
dude, the reason he
arguments.
said that The reason he said that we can't go and verify what's underneath the flat Earth is because the government won't let them.
What the hell?
Oh, dude, it was a crazy thing I heard. I was like, yeah, I gotta go, dude. This is gonna make me like have a heart attack.
God. Yeah, I want to set it up so I can share my screen properly and stuff like that when I go live. Share videos, share like images and stuff while I'm explaining things and talking to people. So,
Dude, like a lot of the ways that I saw that they were doing it when they wanted to present some type of evidence, they would like have their phone doing the live, and then they would have their computer. Oops, sorry, I got some noise behind me. But they would have some computer or like tablet or something that they would be using on the side, to showing their proofs. I was like, what the hell is going on? Are they gonna have a way to share your screen or anything on here?
yeah, I've seen people do it like that. I don't know. Hopefully I can work out a way to do it better than that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're pretty tech savvy, so.
Yeah, I want to be able to do it kind of like the way David Weiss does it, how he's able to, bring things up properly in high definition, that kind of thing. I see the ones Angels of Light does on TikTok where they kind of like flip their phone around and then it points at the screen and
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I was talking to another guy. I forget what his name is. He's in my server. I forget. But he goes live. He's a flat earther. He goes live all the time on TikTok. He's got a ton of followers, I think. And he says you can use TikTok Studio and you can like share your screen properly and that kind of thing. In that, I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out, but yeah, I'm sure there's a way, even if it's through OBS or something like that. I don't know. I'll work out a way.
Do you remember that guy's name? Because I think I may or may not have met him.
Let me check. He's
or not like his actual name, or like his TikTok handle.
Yeah,
or whatever.
he uses the same name all the time, I think. I'll try to.
So who's very tasty chips? They seem to be muted.
Oh, it's some African guy. He was swearing, so I muted him. But you can unmute him.
Yeah,
he wasn't too bad. I think he misunderstood or something like that. What I was just asking someone else to be quiet so he could keep talking, and then he got angry. I'm not sure why, but yeah, you're unmuted. Very tasty chips.
So I am very sorry. Okay, I will not swear again.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's fine. It wasn't a big deal.
So I just wanted to say that I have made research.
Okay.
And I am saying that I finally believe in Earth not being a global globe. Okay. I finally believe that Earth is flat like a piece of paper that you put on your desk to do your exam.
Oh, really?
Oh dear.
What is happening? Dear.
So why do you believe that?
Well, okay. So at first, I said and come here that I believe in gravity. That man said that beautiful, good and man said that gravity can also exist on flat Earth. And then I said how do water exist and how do when you are big sky in plane you can see curvature. He explained to me that now I believe in flat Earth. I am part of you guys now.
I like your attempt at sarcasm. It's a bit of a
No.
struggle to understand
I
you.
am telling you this is not sarcasm. I am part of you guys clan now. Okay?
Oh, really?
This is
Oh, great.
not sarcasm.
Okay.
Because
Thank you for sharing. But I just want to ask you a question though. So
go on.
if this Earth is flat like a piece of paper,
Yes.
why do you believe this?
So as I said, I searched up and one of my great Nigerian ancestors, they were scientific people. And they also said that Earth was flat because why do when you pick up an apple from the ground and then open your hand,
Yeah.
why does it go down? Because it is gravity. But how can gravity
Let me
work
stop you there.
on
Let
a
me stop you there.
globe?
Listen, I can see why DJ muted you. You need to come up for air, dude. But I want to ask you a question. What is gravity? What are you talking about?
So gravity is when something is pulled to the ground. Okay, it's when you.
Hold on, I'm going to stop you. Something was pulled to the ground.
So as we have
pulled.
learned,
how do you know something was pulled?
So as we back in Nigeria, we learned that when something is falling, there are two forces acting on it. There are the racial force and then the pulling force, either aka the weight.
Which pulling force?
The weight.
Oh,
the weight.
So weight is a pulling force, is it?
Weight is a pulling force because on flat.
Okay, stop. Let me ask you another question. So, how do you detect this force?
How do you detect this force? It's by taking something like your bald head and opening it so that it goes on the ground. And you will see that it will go down and you will see that pulling force as weight exists. How will you go after that?
I see. So this force that you're talking about, could this also could the fact that things fall to the ground also be caused by other things by any chance? Could there be other options?
Yes. So listen to me talking now. As I said, when you let something go, it goes on the ground. But it can also work another way. For planes, there are lift force.
Okay, hold on. Let me just stop you. Okay, there's a bit of a translation issue here, so I just want to stop right now, and I want to say, the idea of gravity, your idea of a pulling force, is just an idea that you have in your head. In actuality, things go down not because of a force, because gravity is not actually a force. You can't measure it.
What do you mean you can measure it? If you go on Google and search gravity force value, it says 10. The G, it says 10. You experience 1 G. This proves that gravity exists and that Earth is flat.
Okay. Listen, the flat Earth argument isn't a joke. This isn't something that we're all just sitting here and pretending.
No, I am not joking.
Listen. The Earth is measured as flat, utilized as flat. We experience the Earth as a flat topographical plane. And what that means is the water over the Earth is not curving. There is no curvature. There is bodies of Earth on flat water. And that is what we experience. Now, when it comes to gravity, there is no pulling force. We can explain why things drop due to relative density. Archimedes' principle would explain why things that are more dense than the medium that it's in will go down. So you don't have a force. Gravity is not a force. It's talked about as a force, but there's actually no force to be measured. So in reality, gravity is just an idea you have in your head of a force, when in reality, this can be explained by relative density. And the example of something falling through the air is an example of relative density. You've not described a force.
What is density a force?
Density.
You guys are a very
I wouldn't
smart
consider
person.
density a force.
Well, if you
So as I was saying, you
if you
are a
release
very
something
smart
high,
person.
you know.
But I am gonna tell you now, I believe in flat earth. Why don't you believe in it? Tell me why.
So I think what was the other guy's name? What's your name, bro?
Me? Pandorus.
Yeah, what was your name? Pandorus. Yeah, let's pick up with Pandorus because, he's asked an interesting question. I mean, you obviously understand what I said. There is no force to be measured. But did you understand when I said that the Earth is utilized and experienced as flat?
I mean, I understand when you say experienced as flat. I don't know what you mean by utilized as flat.
So if you go to any industry, whether it's aviation, whether it's ballistics, you're always going to be utilizing the Earth as a flat, stationary, not topographical plane. Like, you're not going to be teaching pilots to account for curvature or Coriolis. You're going to be teaching pilots how to fly the plane on a stationary, non-rotating level Earth.
Oh,
If you're going to build, you're not going to build accounting for the minuscule curvature. You're going to build, level using a bubble level.
I am not understanding anything. Is everybody here a flat earther? Is there nobody to debate with?
I mean, I'm not a flat earther, I guess.
How are you
Just
not
hold
a
on a
flat
sec, buddy.
earther?
I'm asking Pandorus a question here. Do you understand that they do treat the Earth as flat in every industry?
I mean, have you talked to everyone who works in every industry for that?
Have I personally? No, but it's well known that in any type of ballistics, any type of flight, anything that's leaving the Earth as well as building, you are building in respect to the aspect, the local aspect to yourself. You treat the Earth as flat. When you're flying, you don't account for curvature. The pilot isn't nosing down. He's not taking in account a Coriolis. So in reality, you're just flying over a flat plane, and that's in handbooks, and that's just how the Earth has been treated in respect to the atmosphere compared to the Earth as two reference frames.
I've heard that if you plot, like a flight path across 3 points, like if you plot a triangular flight path where you visit points A, B, C, the total angle of the triangle is greater than 180 degrees.
Right. Okay.
Like if it goes to, like 200 degrees, 210 degrees, the internal angles, that would only really work if it was on a spherical surface.
What do you mean?
Well, on a flat surface, the internal angles of a triangle always add up to 108 degrees. But if you plot a triangle on like a curved surface, then the angles become larger, so the internal angles add up to greater than 108 degrees. So if a pilot plotted a flight plan where they have to make 3 turns, for example, and they add up to greater than 180 degrees, would that be possible on a flat plane?
Well, it's not. It's all used. It's not about using a coordinate system or trying to, plot 2D shape on a 3D projection. It's actually about how you treat the Earth, how you experience the Earth. There's a claim on the table here that the Earth's curving. So if the Earth is curving and it's the size they say it is because it needs to be for the cosmology, what are we what evidence do we have directly for curvature of 8 inch per mole squared
Math.
in the distance? Now the math is not take we can't count the math at this point, because when you're using a spherical coordinate system, what you could be doing is taking flat Earth data, taking measurements, and then transforming it into a spherical coordinate system. That's what needs to be done in order to to use the coordinate system.
So what about physics?
And then depict it as a globe.
So what about physics?
So maths doesn't count. What we actually need to know that we live on a ball is we need direct evidence. We need to actually be able to experience the characteristics of a curving, spinning Earth.
Right.
Okay.
But they don't exist in reality. There's no
Now,
way
may
to
I
measure
talk,
the
please?
curve or the
Now-
motion.
Now, may I talk, please? I want to say something.
Make it quick, because I am talking
No,
to
no,
the
no,
other
no,
gentleman.
no. Very quick,
with that
very quick,
point.
very quick, very quick, man. So
Yeah.
as I was saying, so you are telling me that math is not being math cannot be accountable. So what are the countless evidence we have everywhere in books, internet, school? Can you debunk them in any way possible?
So there's a textbooks you're talking about. So because they're written in the textbook that we've known it's a globe, and we've got some evidence in the sky where these angles would work, so we must be on a ball. Just because the textbooks have said it's a ball doesn't mean there's actual evidence that we live on a ball. And when you go out, measure the Earth, take long distance observations, try and detect the motion of the Earth. There is no experiment to be able to detect the motion of the Earth. There is no experiment to be able to detect curvature. And when I say experiment, I mean observation or any evidence that the Earth is curving, that water is curving around a ball at 8 inch per mile squared. Because at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So how are we to know? How are we to
I
know
will
that we
tell
live
you
on
how
a
you will
ball
know.
just
I
because
will tell you.
they've got some math?
So now you are telling me to find a way to tell you that we live in a ball. Listen, we can use optics. I am a scientist myself. I mean that the actual science of light. First, let's observe that light travels in a line which are, for all practical intents, perfectly straight. Of course. Now, you have to know that the light bends in the presence of immensely strong gravitational fields. But on the scale we are going to be discussing this will be a trivial enough factor to be entirely ignored. Okay, so I want you. So if for some reason you are still doubting this, you can go prove it yourself with a laser, a pointer, a mirror, and a fog machine to render the path of the laser visible. By a 10-meter intervals, you are going to put the two mirrors, a laser looking at it, and fog at the end. You will see that if the Earth is flat, the laser will simply go directly through. But you will see that because the Earth got a curvature, it will curve slightly, and even slightly, you can calculate it with whatever fucks you want. The Earth is a curve. Please,
That's an
be smart.
awesome.
So
Yeah,
I've
please
told you
check
to
it out.
stop swearing.
Hey, Roots.
once. You need to chill out. Yeah.
Hey, Roots,
Okay.
point him to the laser test, bro. I
I'm
think
so
20,
glad you brought
21
that up,
miles will
Matrix.
suffice.
Yeah. I was actually looking for the clip. Does anyone have the laser clip from preferably FE Core?
This is literally the best proof that I can give you. You see, Nigerian men are very smart.
Stop. Excuse me. So we have laser tests, and that's such a great idea. I'm really glad you brought that up, because a great proof would be to be able to do a very long distance laser test to be able to confirm that the Earth isn't physically curving over distance. Great idea. So how long do you propose we should do this laser test? How far?
So now with optics, I can tell you that a simple 10-meter interval will do it. My ancestors did that, and they went
Why are
through.
you talking? Why are you talking like a drama student, dude? Just talk normal.
I am talking normally.
Settle down a little.
So are you discriminating me? Are you discriminating me?
Yeah,
I just think you should just communicate normally.
Okay,
And
okay,
just
I
settle
will
down a bit.
communicate normally. Now I got another proof that the Earth is has a curve. Will you
Very
let me say
tasty
it?
chips. I know you're excited as a drama student and all, but you said to us 10 meters would suffice with the laser test. Is that correct?
Yes, it
Excellent.
would totally
In the
fine.
side chat for your
Wonderful.
convenience, at 48 minutes past the hour, there's a lovely little series of laser tests. And I can assure you now, my friend, they're greater than 10 meters.
안녕하세요.
Now,
And there's
let me
also
tell
the
you something.
accompanying
Do you see
PDF.
that in the chat?
Yes,
Do
I
you see
see.
that laser experiment? It's called the greatest
Yeah.
laser experiment in history. There's a great reason for that, because they don't just do 10 meters. They do, did you say 100 meters, Matrix? Sorry, 100 miles?
Wow.
I think
So
it's up
maybe
to
I doing
17
wrong.
miles.
So maybe
70
I did
miles,
it
that
wrong.
one.
Because I tested the experiment myself with 10 meters of interval. Maybe I did it wrong.
So very tasty. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just pop you on mute just for a moment. So I want you to check that link out. And when you come back, I want you to tell to me about this laser experiment, because we've done it. We've already done it. So watch that video,
I
the
got another
greatest
proof.
laser experiment.
I
I'm going
got
to put
another
you on
proof.
mute for just 3 minutes, 4 minutes. If you haven't watched that video, I'll be very disappointed. So go watch that video. So Matrix, we had, who was it? Sorry, the other guy I was talking to. You still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, what was your thoughts on what was said earlier, and the laser experiment that we've just shared? We can prove that the Earth's not curving at 17, 18 miles.
I haven't watched the laser experiment yet, but I mean, the claim about no one taking curvature into account in every industry, just, I mean, I've seen pilots who make videos about how they took curvature into account, so you'd have to say all the pilots are lying as well.
So how did they
How do
say
they
they
t-
take curvature into account?
They say that the flight planning applications they use are based on a globe, I guess.
So you're talking about internal navigation systems?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean if you were flying a plane that didn't have an internal navigation system, you would clearly have to fly the plane differently to if you did have an internal navigation system. Would you agree?
Yeah, I guess.
And why do you think you'd have to fly the plane differently if the plane didn't have an internal navigation system?
I mean, it would just be more manual input. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be a different path.
But like what manual input, like, if the internal navigation system is taking into account curvature and rotation, how would you fly a plane if it didn't have an internal navigation system? Now you have to take into account curvature and rotation of the Earth.
I don't know.
Like, I'm not expecting you to know, but I'm just hoping logically you could see that you would need to have to take into account curvature and rotation if you didn't have an internal navigation system. Yet there are, thousands of planes in commission right now that don't have internal navigation systems, commercial planes, fairly large, medium-sized planes, small planes, they don't have internal navigation systems. They never had an internal navigation system until modern, recent, times, not when. So how are we taking into account curvature and rotation in planes that don't have an internal navigation system?
It's just the example I gave earlier, where if you're plotting flight paths, I think the angles are based on like a globe or a spherical surface. But I mean, I'm not a pilot, so it's just like, if you say, "Oh, no pilots ever take curvature into account," it's equally as believable to me as if a pilot on YouTube says, "I take curvature into account." It's not like I'm not a pilot.
Right, I get that. I mean, I can show you a video with probably 30 pilots, maybe more, all cut together from flat earthers, basically asking them, do they take the curvature or motion into account? And a lot of them are saying, yeah, I fly the plane as if the Earth's flat. So it doesn't really matter whether, you know, if half of the pilots are saying, yeah, it's a globe because of the INS system, and half of the pilots are saying, well, you know, that we just fly the plane as flat and level, and there are plenty of flat Earth pilots. Like, isn't that interesting? And doesn't it highlight that they don't fly the plane any differently without an INS system?
No, yeah, it is interesting if they exist, but yeah. I mean, it's just like, I wouldn't believe the claim of someone just telling me no one ever takes this stuff into account. And also, like,
well, it's not like you're trained in pilot school with and without INS systems, right?
Yeah.
That's not, you're not trained differently. You just fly a plane. You either know how to fly a plane or you don't. You don't need to know whether the INS, whether it,
like surveyors manuals seem to talk about Earth curve and taking it into account as well.
There seems to only be one surveyor manual and one page that says that. Very interesting.
Or what's interesting?
In the surveyor's manuals, how there seems to be only one page in, was it, book 17, that mentions anything about how to calculate for curvature. But in reality, that doesn't get done. It's like as if that page had to be slipped in for some reason. I don't know why.
They don't necessarily, like, if you're talking about geodetic surveying, they take plane measurements. Okay, they take, like, it's called planar surveying. That's what they do, and then later on they use math to fit the results to, like, a particular model, like a geoid. So it's kind of done after the fact, but the differences are tiny as well over these distances that they're doing these jobs. There's not a large amount, regardless, either way.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to
not
take
a great
on.
globe proof. You seem like an
Yeah.
honest guy, though. I appreciate your line of questioning. Look, I don't know that much about INS systems, but I looked it up on like 3 different AIs just for fun. And this is what it told me. So I basically just prompted it, like, does the INS like take Earth curvature and that kind of thing into account? Says an inertial navigation system does not know the shape of Earth. It does not look outside. It does not measure curvature. It does not measure motion through space. It's a dead reckoning device, nothing more. An INS starts with a known position that's manually entered in by humans. From that moment on, it only does one thing. It integrates accelerations and angular rate changes over time to estimate relative movement from that starting point. That's it. No globe assumption is required for that process.
Right.
Take that with a grain of salt because it's from AI, but 3 of them said a similar thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, the answer's a little bit more nuanced, and Yoda knows quite a lot about this if he was here. It'd be nice to hear from him on this, but there is a part of some of the more modern INS systems that's called Schuler tuning, and apparently, if you Google that, check AI for that Schuler tuning, they allege that some of these INS systems do take into account, you know, the curvature and the rotation. So, but Schuler tuning, I've got limited knowledge on, but Yoda knows a lot about it if he's around. But like I say, it's a very modern claim, and also it's not something you can verify. They send off the data. It's almost like a black box situation where you send off, you know, this little part of software or whatever to a undisclosed location, 1 or 2 companies, and then, you know, they handle the data pretty much. So it's not something you can really verify. It's just a claim that seems to have popped up. Schuler tuning. But you're right, in general, that, you know, the very basic navigation systems, especially before more modern times, they didn't have Schuler tuning. You're correct that a basic INS system wouldn't have Schuler tuning, yeah. But either way, you don't fly a plane any differently with or without this Schuler tuning, which is part of some of the more modern planes navigation systems. So no Coriolis, no spin, no curvature to be detected or to be taken into account in any industry. Mortarmen are not calculating for the Coriolis. Artillerymen are not calculating for the 8-inch per mile squared curvature rate. Railguns are shooting 100 miles line of sight. And that means straight line, point A to point B, unobstructed.
What's also interesting is the aerospace engineers, when they're designing the aircrafts, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary as well. It's in all of the manuals, specifically says exactly that. And even in NASA documents, funny enough. And we actually had an aerospace engineer come in here, and he said the same thing. He says, "Look, guys, I believe that the Earth's a globe, but I will admit that in all of our calculations, when we're designing our aircraft, we do treat the Earth as flat and stationary." They say it's for simplification purposes, but isn't that interesting that they have to do that?
I mean, Andorus, do you know much about the Coriolis effect in respect to the claim it's on the Earth compared to the atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get. I know it's like if you start at the equator, for example, and you're moving north, because you start at you're basically starting at a location that has like a faster spin speed, and you're gradually moving. As you move north, you're moving into an area that has slower and slower spin speeds. You like, if you kept traveling at the same speed, you like deviate relative to the surface underneath you. I think
Brilliant. Yeah, it's a really good explanation. But yeah, that's something that should be clearly measurable. But in nature, there's nothing. There's nothing in the natural world. There's no phenomenon we can observe to say, you know what, this is actually real in respect to the Earth. Of course, the Coriolis effect, and even with the the atmosphere and the change, in the gradual change as you go north, that's not evidenceable. We're talking about two reference frames here and an object going between a moving and a non-moving reference frame. That would be a real world effect that we would have to see in nature. But we don't see it. We don't experience it. Nobody takes it into account. Yeah, they claim it in a few high technology things that we've got now, but traditionally we've never had to take this into account or worry about it in any industry.
If I could make a very simple clarification, the Coriolis effect as defined is only an apparent deviation due to the two reference frames, right? So one object is going straight and the other reference frame is the one that you're on, and it is moving. And so the object that is going straight would appear to deviate because you are on the spinning reference frame. That is the effect that you would see. Now, accounting for it would be the plane having to land on a moving platform. That's the thing that would have to be accounted for. But none of this is witnessed on Earth. The apparent deviation does not occur, and no one is attempting to land an aircraft on anything that is moving. Everything is stationary as far as the Earth is concerned. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks for that. Cleared it up a bit.
Yep.
But ultimately, we're talking about, two reference frames, and that apparent deviation is not seen, it's not experienced, it's not, and like we said, the ground is not being taken into account for. Planes don't have trolley wheels. We don't have to take into account what direction the runway is facing. So these are just, I'm just being general. These are just some of the observations that should be apparent in nature. No curvature, no motion observations whatsoever.
I remember
time
ago, there's like some video on this channel called Veritasium where they did an experiment where they had like these big pools of water, I think, and they let them rest, and then they like pricked a hole in the center, and they added a bunch of dye, and they tested which way it would swell, and they got it like the right, like the expected direction, counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
You do know the way that things are built, the way the water hits the pan. There's so many things that influence the way water spins. It's a myth. It's a myth that water rotates down a plug hole in one direction in one hemisphere, and then south in another hemisphere. It's like an old wives' tale. That's definitely not confirmable. We don't see that at all.
And it seems like they tried to account for that. I mean, they let the water rest for a while, and then they just had a tiny little pinprick hole at the center. So it wasn't like just using a tap in a pan.
No, in terms of people's claims that the toilet bowl spins in one direction in one hemisphere and the other direction in another hemisphere. No, that's provably false. Depends on the angles at which they're built. You know what I mean, and the way the water hits different designs of and different. It's not verifiable that the water is going down a plug hole in different directions.
It's mostly a scam that people do at like equatorial locations to trick tourists into donating money. It's well known. Even the mainstream doesn't say that that's like a globe proof anymore. You can look it up on YouTube. Just like type in like debunking of that. You'll find tons. Not even made by flat earthers. Just explaining how it's bullshit.
I'm sorry, guys, for the interruption, but can I know what are you talking about?
Well, it's also we're talking about myths. We're talking about myths and wives' tales that have been told that make people believe the Earth's a ball. For example, water spinning in different directions in the northern and southern hemisphere isn't true. Just also like boats over the horizon. We all watched videos when we were kids. Oh yeah, one way we know the Earth's a globe is that when boats go over the horizon, it goes behind the curve. Well, now we can observe long distance. Civilians can buy high-powered zoomed cameras. We can debunk that myth. Yet that's the core reason why most people, I would say, believe the Earth's a ball.
I feel like there's a lot of videos.
By the way,
I feel like there's a lot of videos where, like, the camera is really zoomed in, and no matter how much it zooms, it doesn't bring it back into view.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about geometric Earth curve actually blocking out things in the distance.
If a boat goes over a curve, you will no longer be able to bring any of that boat back over the curve once it's fully gone over the curve.
That's not possible, Roots. It's too biggy, it's flatty.
There's like there's like videos of like a big container ship, and you can see only half of it.
Right, but that's easy to explain. Okay, so quite often when you see those cherry-picked videos, we have specific conditions present on that day. Most often there's large ocean swells. You'll see it's extremely choppy in the footage. The majority of them are cherry-picked when you have those conditions. So obviously if the camera's low to the ground and you're looking out at a container ship and you've got giant ocean swells out in the ocean, it's going to block the bottom of the ship, because as the ship moves away further, its angular size decreases, but you've still got those big waves in the foreground that are going to block the bottom of the ship. And then the rest of the ones that I've seen, we can see an obvious sinking effect taking place, which is a weather, like an effect that takes place due to atmospheric conditions. Okay, and it's more rare, but it does happen, and quite often with those images, you'll see a mirroring effect, right, where you see the horizon, right, where you see the water meet the sky. Quite often, you'll see a mirroring effect right at the horizon. Now, people have taken footage of those, okay, and it warps over time. Like 3 hours later, you'll be able to see the whole ship again, where it looks like it was sinking behind the horizon. So even if you looked up right now on Google, what is sinking refraction, it will say that exact same thing. It'll say something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, even though it's physically and geometrically unobstructed. And we can recreate this on a small scale on a flat surface as well, or like a little pond with a toy boat.
How big would an ocean swell have to be to like hide half of a ship? Big container ship.
Yeah, not that big, and it would depend on how low the camera is to the ground. That's why it's very important to know the observer height. So you know that you could just block a mountain just with your hand, right? But even though your hand's tiny, mountain's giant, just because of the way perspective works. Okay, you could put your hand out in front of you and block a truck or a mountain or a plane or anything like that easily. So if you put the camera down low to the ground, okay, and you've got even just a 1 foot wave, okay, that's just a little bit out in the ocean, as that ship moves away, it's going to look like it's disappearing bottom up because its angular size is reducing as it moves away. Right? Kind of like if you're standing at a fence and you've got a semi-trailer right on the other side of the fence. Okay, you can see most of the top of the truck or whatever, and as it goes away, it will disappear bottom up, and then you won't be able to see it anymore as it drives away down the road. It's just a perspective effect. And then the other time, it can be the sinking effect. That can happen in combination as well. So I've never seen a single observation where they've taken those things into account. And what happens when we have extremely clear conditions is the boats just go away and they get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see them anymore. You can't resolve them anymore because they get too small to see. Once they get below 0.02 degrees, that is the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once something gets a certain size, you can't see it anymore. But we can zoom back in and see the entire boat again when that happens.
I just searched ship over horizon, and I think this is a pretty solid example. And it seems like they're standing on like a car park, like amount above the beach. But they're not like sitting at water level. They're filming from like above cars. In some kind of car park level that's already a few meters above the beach. So it's not...
Okay, Endoris, so you know, that video that you've put up for us there is from a fella called Dazza. He's a known anti-FE.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's like, I didn't specifically look that one up, but when you look up ship over horizon, a lot of the results kind of...
because it's one of the most common ones. It's just the way the algorithm works. It tends to lean towards anti-FE stuff quite often.
All right, I mean, anti-FE or not, it is a video of a ship that seems to be like 70% hidden. So.
All right, so let's try this a different way. Since we don't want to, commit a genetic fallacy by saying the guy that posted this video is a well-known troll, let's do it this way. Would you agree that the Earth size is set? It's not going to get any bigger, any smaller?
Yeah,
Okay. So the claimed radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Do you have any argument with that?
Nope. I gotta Google it, but...
Okay, so if we have a set geometry, a size of the sphere that it's supposed to be, then geometrically it would ipso facto have to begin to block things out at a certain distance based on the observer's height and the target height. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, I do think other factors can come into play. Like, just now when I mentioned the ships, I think someone said the conditions, there can be ocean swells, and I think in a similar fashion, like, when blue buzzers say refraction, there should be... I don't know how to put it. I feel like there's a knee-jerk reaction to say it's an excuse, but I think there's similar, like factors or excuses that are taken into account.
Okay, well, let's take we can take that into account if you want us to. We would just have to make sure that we know the data behind the thing that we need to take in account. All right. So you agree that the Earth is a set size, and based on that geometry, physical Earth curve would have to block things out. That would be the horizon, would it not?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the horizon is the sagitta or the hump or the tangent point of the sphere that is going to begin to block things out in the distance, that would also have to be at a set place based on the observer height and the target, or the horizon itself, right? Because the horizon, even in the Earth curve calculators, is supposed to be at a certain distance based on the observer's height. So I don't think there's going to be any argument about that. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and every distance to the horizon must be no more than, right? It's a set size, no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That was the thing that we were talking about, observer's height and horizon distance. Are we clear so far?
I mean, I don't know the formula to work out.
Okay, well, you're more than welcome to check it. It's going to be in the Earth curve calculators. It's going to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we can make this really simple. So we're going to go and take a camera, put it right at sea level, right there at the ocean where the waves are crashing up, and we're going to put the camera at 1 foot, and it makes it really simple. That dictates the horizon itself must be at 1.22 miles, okay?
Right.
So in the side chat, I posted an image. These are known distances to these two particular oil rigs. The observer's height is 1 feet. There's a video that goes along with this. This is a well-known location. These are surveyed, and the distances to these particular oil rigs are correct. 6.21 miles, the one on the right, and then 9.41's the oil rig on the left. Can you tell me where the horizon is in relation to these oil rigs? Is it before them, in the middle of them, or behind them?
Mm. I mean, it looks kind of like you can see behind them, horizon behind them.
Yeah, so the horizon itself, the thing that's supposed to be the Earth curve, the sagitta, the tangent point, the thing blocking out the boats in the distance, is well beyond, right? At least 9 miles further than it ought to be. So this entirely debunks the claim that the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, is it fair to say that it looks a little bit distorted, at least?
Okay, it's distorted. Where's the horizon? Great, it's distorted. We agree. Where's the horizon?
I mean, just based on looking at it, it looks like it's behind them, I guess.
Right. So the thing that's supposed to be blocking them out, distortion or not, is behind physical objects. So distortion or not is not going to move that horizon around. The horizon is supposed to be physical Earth curve, just like those oil platforms are physical. The physical Earth curve has to be at 1.22 miles. It is beyond them. The globe is debunked. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
Why do you guys always bring up the same gotchas? Like it's always this or like the water. It's always
that's
the
all we
same
need.
thing.
Well, we're just going by what the globe claim is, and we are testing the globe claim. So that's all we need to do. We can end the entire argument with one photograph. Isn't that great? We like to keep it simple.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to say it's not a gotcha. Yeah, it's definitely not a gotcha. Yeah, no, go ahead. Was that correct? Go ahead, mate. I haven't heard of you all night.
Yeah, it's not so much a gotcha. It was a claim that was made, and the claim was tested. That's it. It's not like, oh, gotcha. Like like they tripped up on their words. There was a claim was made. A physical leading edge of a spinning ball tard blocks things bottom up. It turned out that's not the case. It's an optical effect that changes dramatically, sometimes within the same 24-hour observation.
Okay, thank you.
And that's an excellent point, because I'm going to show you another image, right? Different day, different conditions, and now we're going to look at where the horizon is, okay? Because some people think that this is a gotcha for the flat earthers, but it actually ruins the globe a little bit more. Here's another one. Now, has the position of the horizon changed from one day to another?
I mean, if the horizon is just like how far you can see, I guess it could change. Yeah.
Well, the definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea. So it just looks that way. That's just a dividing line that can arbitrarily be at different positions depending on the day, the weather conditions. So it's not geometric. It's optical. It's an effect. Essentially, the horizon is an optical effect. So it is not physical, and so it is not Earth curve. So whatever you see out on the ocean, depending on the day, is going to be based on the available light, the weather, your observer height, all kinds of different things. Yep. So this is the only thing that we need to end the debate, because if the horizon's not Earth curve and it's not blocking out boats and buildings in the distance, and it exceeds oftentimes the geometric claim, which means we are seeing flat Earth up to the point of the horizon, wherever it may be, then as you experience, the Earth is indeed flat and stationary.
What was the point of the second image you posted?
To show you that the horizon will change positions based on the day, the conditions, whatever, right?
Right.
So it's not Earth curve. Why would the Earth start changing size from day to day?
I didn't say it was to change size. I just think
Okay. Is it normal? Yeah, it happens every day. The horizon's constantly. In fact, even within the same day, the horizon can change apparent locations.
You know something interesting, Seisu? It never changes to the location where it should be if it were a globe.
Correct.
It's always
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't know what gravity is. It's not really very well defined. It seems to be a mathematic concept, but there's no
Yeah, it's
evidence
just a
for it,
theory.
especially scientifically. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I were to shoot a bird out the sky while it's flying and then it just drops, what is that?
It's a bird falling out of the sky.
Yeah, so what
Yeah.
causes that? I just want to hear your opinion. It's not like an
Well,
argument.
it was flying. You killed it. Now it's not. I guess you would be the cause.
So what metaphysical force caused it to drop down? So
not
you know how, like,
metaphysical.
Metaphysical? What are you talking about?
something you can't perceive. Like, can you perceive
Okay, so
oxygen?
the bird had to use its own energy to get up there into the sky in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, the
Gigantic false.
bird's more dense than the surrounding air. So when it falls, it's going to sink through the air that can't support it back to where it came from, which was the ground.
My
It
second
had-
question is,
it-
like, you ever play
well,
like Black
just-
Ops 2 Zombies?
No, bro. I haven't played
No, you never played it. So like on the select map screen, there's like a globe, and you know
Oh,
that game
wow.
is very notorious for like conspiracies and stuff. So I was wondering if the Earth was flat, like wouldn't you know how the elites they put like a lot of symbolism in our media?
You know what's interesting?
Dude,
All of those games are mapped, like the actual game maps are all on flat surfaces. You have to use a flat surface for all of these games. Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Red Dead Redemption, all the games use a flat baseline.
If Earth was a simulation,
Minecraft.
that'd be pretty cool.
Sweet. So what were you going to say, DJ, about the horizon?
Oh, I was just going to say it's never where it should be on a globe. Like
Correct.
sometimes it's further, sometimes it's closer, and everything in between, but it's never at that distance where it should be on a globe. Like if we do a 1 foot observation, it's never anywhere close to 1.225 miles.
Right.
That's something interesting.
Would you not expect how far you can see to change based on conditions, though?
You would.
No, we're expecting the Earth to block out things at a very predictable rate because it's solid and it's geometric and it will always be at that place. That's what we expect.
If I go on a like Earth curve calc that takes refraction into account and I mess with the refraction amount, then the distance
Right.
to the horizon changes.
Terrific. So let's talk about that. So the refraction that they're claiming, right? Where did they get the values for that refraction? How did they test it?
Well, I didn't say that was a big value. I mean, if like I mess with the refraction value, like it's not
Yes,
really Earth.
I know that. I'm asking you. They're claiming a refractive effect is going to change apparently the position of the horizon, even compared to other objects, right? So the only thing that moves is the horizon, but not the other objects that you're looking at. But the question I'm asking you is, where did they get the data for that refraction? And number two, if they don't have data to support what refraction is supposed to do, then they're giving you an arbitrary value or an arbitrary sliding scale to ad hoc and match the observations that you see without any evidence. So they're basically taking the optical effects that you're experiencing, the horizon moving around, and let you match it for that day arbitrarily.
That's true, but
So I
Reverse
just got
engineering.
muted. I got muted in the chat because Yoder didn't like what I was saying about I saw the Earth's
Well, you
curve on
sound
the
like
outside.
kind of an asshole. Hey, I'm just going to tell you right now. You sound like an asshole already since
Well,
you continue to
can't
barge
project
in
that
here.
onto me. I've been very
No, I
respectful.
can. It's not. It's not. It's
Well, I
not
mean, you can.
projecting. Somebody was talking in here a second ago, and you interrupted him, kind of like you did just now. So you already sound like an asshole. So I support whatever Yoder did. Let's put it that way. Anyways, continue about the refraction slider. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask for the second image you posted. Obviously, like there's different conditions. The second oil rig seems to be a lot lower. Like, what would your explanation be, or why?
Dude, I already told you. Are you not listening to me?
I'm listening. I don't know. Maybe I missed it.
Well, then why would you ask me that question?
He didn't
Okay,
catch it.
so different day, different conditions. The horizon is apparent. It moves depending on those circumstances. That's the explanation. This is an optical effect. I already told you.
Yeah, so in the second, I can't see what he posted because my internet sucks at the moment. But did you post the one that looks like the second platform's like slightly obstructed, Sesu?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the thing with these. Like says who said the horizon's just in an apparent location, but where that horizon is like 500% further than it should be on a globe. It's at 6.4 miles. It's kind of like around where the first oil platform is. Okay, it should be at 1.225 miles, but we're seeing at 500% further away than it should be at. That's what I mean. It's like it still destroys the globe, and things can become obstructed bottom up on a flat surface due to certain atmospheric conditions, even according to the mainstream.
Or the acuteness of the angle.
Like
Yeah.
there's lots when they say atmospheric conditions, dude, there's lots of atmospheric conditions that can combine together to give the appearance of something large, chopped in half on the horizon. They're very, they're not everyday observations, but when you do get a combination of these, you can get atmospheric lensing, combined with a little bit of turbulence and a bit of sinking refraction going on where the object's, drops down lower than it should be. And then just the fact that we just see, when we see into the distance, everything decreases in angular size, but at that vanishing line, the horizon line is a vanishing line, things do naturally just curve into the vanishing point anyway. So you can get a whole combination of things that make it look like, oh gosh, yeah, that's definitely, the horizon, a physical obstruction of the Earth. But, it just, to back up what says who says, it just proves to you that depending on the day, you can get very vastly different observations, whether it's the sun, whether it's an object on the horizon. So yeah, when they say atmospheric conditions, dude, there's a lot of different effects that can combine together and give you the appearance we live on a globe. But there's nothing curving in front of us in any direction. And like we said, those oil rigs, 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of curve at that point, and the horizon is way beyond that second oil rig. There's no physical curve of the Earth to be detected.
Yeah, bro, I posted
Yeah,
the video in the side chat as well. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if you had any more questions on atmospheric conditions and things disappearing bottom up or appearing to.
I don't really have a question. It's just like it just feels a little bit like, if a globe earther posted the second image and said, here's, this thing's blocked, you can't see it, how would this make sense on a flat earth? And a flat earther explained it with atmospheric conditions, that would be fine. But then if a globe earther tries to explain the first image with the same excuse, like atmospheric conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where
feels
that's
like
where you
there's a
have to learn
higher
about
standard.
atmospheric conditions and what their limitations are, because the first one is a very well-known condition that can happen. Okay, and it can be demonstrated, like Lat's just posted in the side chat, on a small scale. You can easily replicate it and make that happen over and over again. What you're never going to be able to replicate on a smaller scale is the first image that says who posted. You're not going to be able to all of a sudden be able to see 1,000% further and have all of the water look flat. That isn't a type of atmospheric condition that's possible. And the meteorological conditions aren't possible for that kind of thing to occur either. So that's where you have to dig into how these things work on a more technical level. And you'll realize that it's not able to be explained. And also, we're not making hyper-specific claims. Okay, if a globe earth is specifically saying that is hidden behind Earth curvature, that's a specific claim. So they're going to have to take the conditions into account and measure things very specifically to make that claim. We're saying the horizon shifts around. It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets.
Right.
And it doesn't match up with the globe ever.
I have an example of curvature.
Yeah.
I wish I would be able to visually show it, but I posted the archive in the chat.
Well, just quickly, before we get into that, I just want to explain the one that Lat's posted before it gets lost in the chat. So at 27 minutes after the hour, what this person does is they have a flat floor in their house, and they show the same thing happening. They show things disappearing behind the horizon of the flat floor, and all they did was manipulate the weather conditions. You can see everything that they lined up, and including a light in the distance. They lined blocks up across the floor that are all the same height, so you can see everything normally. Then they manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and then all of a sudden it looks like the blocks start to curve over the horizon, and the light in the distance completely disappears behind the horizon, even though it's just a flat floor. Just showing you that this can easily be replicated on a flat surface.
Yeah, that's a great video, Lats. Appreciate you posting that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean,
someone tried to say that's fish lens, but that was using like a VHS camera. They don't have
then
fish lens.
we're talking about a different photo, Mr. Han.
Oh, my apologies.
Different video. But yeah, that bottom up disappearance caused by heat distortion, that's another one. That's a great one. I'm glad DJ brought that up and that's posted it. I mean, you do understand what you're looking at, right? With that bottom up disappearance, Andorus.
So did you post this other video, the E-Team video, to try to demonstrate curvature? Mr. Han, was it you?
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. What were you saying?
You posted a video. It's meant to demonstrate curvature of the horizon.
Yeah, this is
Yeah. Let
off a
me
Plano
just
home
cover
camera.
that quickly. You said it's not because it's not a fisheye lens, because they were using like a camcorder like back in the early 2000s or something like that. It's about the focal length of the lens. It's about whether you're using a wide angle lens. You don't need to be using a fisheye lens. That's just an extreme version of lens distortion. You could be using any lens and you're still going to get lens distortion. So generally, the lower the focal length, like if it's like 18 millimeter lens or something like that. So basically, like when you're zoomed out on most camcorders, you're going to have the same wide angle effect, which is going to distort straight lines. And what you'll notice is that the only time you'll see the apparent curvature, which you shouldn't be able to see from that height on a globe anyway, is when the horizons goes above the center of the frame. Okay, and if it goes below the center of the frame, then you'll see it start to look like it's curving the other way. It's just a lens distortion thing. Camcorders will do it, phone cameras will do it. Even like DSLR
like
cameras will
camcorders from
do
the
it.
90s can do that.
Yeah, it's just about the focal length of the lens. It's not about whether it's a fisheye lens. It's just about the focal length. So usually when you're zoomed out, it'll be like 18 millimeter or something like that. It's like a wide angle shot. You can look it up. You can ask that question to like any AI. It will give you the same answer as what I just gave you. I just know this because last thing. I know this because I spent like about 10 years doing product photography, even using any lenses.
Oh my
right?
fucking
They distort
god, you
straight
are
lines.
so fucking stupid. Let me get the fuck.
Wow.
Wow.
Damn,
No, you
DJ.
left before I
Very
could
foul language.
kick him.
I feel I feel like I feel jealous a little there. DJ, well,
Yeah, I brought out the demons inside. Of
yeah, I
like
know that invoked like golly, like calm, cool, and collected, just talking about the facts, and dude just broke.
And he spelled pagan wrong.
You're a pagan?
How's that possible?
I mean, if you were a pagan, it would make a lot of sense.
No, bro, I'm not anything like that. But I'm just talking about lens facts. That's all. It's got nothing to do with the globe or a flat Earth. It's just how lenses work. You know, I used to have problems even using like 35 millimeter lenses. When I would do product photography on picture frames, I would notice that like the picture frame looks bent and it makes the product look damaged, which is not good for the seller to be able to selling a product that looks like it's got a bent frame. It would take a lot of effort to try to get back far enough and use high enough focal length lens that the frame didn't look distorted. So all lenses are going to have a bit of barrel distortion and cause lines to distort.
So I do have. Here's one thing that I love exposing deception in the world, but you know what gets me is if there is no flat Earth model, how do you demonstrate how the world works and how the sunrise works if there's no model?
Why do we need a model?
Why do we got to demonstrate that?
You have to demonstrate because you're providing something very big.
Why? Why? I don't have
Okay,
to
so
demonstrate how the sun works. I'm worried
Mr.
about the
Professor,
ground,
do you have
not
any
the
credentials
sky.
to verify your
Yeah.
professions?
Yes.
Mr.
Okay,
Hand,
look,
do you have any globe Earth models? Hold on a second. Do you hold on? Hand, do you have a globe Earth model that you could show us?
Yeah, sure. So would you want me to explain like a model that shows us how the sunrise, how
No,
days,
I want you to present the
how
globe
does
Earth
seasons
model
work
that
in a
does
flat
this for
Earth?
you. Friend, I'm asking you to present your model. So
Yeah, I got you. Globe Earth model presenting seasons
No, all
and
things, everything
no,
on it.
we're gonna
Season,
talk about the
seas,
seasons
no,
because this is a
seasons.
big
I
one.
want
You
earthquakes
can't
too.
just be like nope
I
and
want
then deny
earthquakes
it.
and seasons. Seasons,
okay,
earthquakes, and lightning.
So you have
Yeah.
no model of showing how the Earth works. You have
Actually,
no
Mr.
model of
Hand,
showing how these things work.
what you will probably
don't think you've
find.
presented
This
one
is a
either.
government disinformation
Yeah,
campaign
Mr.
that
Hand,
you're
that's
involved
great.
in.
What you'll probably find is you'll have different models to represent different things. So on your ball-tart Earth, you're going to have one model to show the sun. You're going to have another model to show the seasons.
You have no model. It's flat tard. It's basically
I don't
flat
need
tard.
a model.
There's no model. You can't demonstrate, and you ask, why do
He's
I have
already
to
He doesn't want to
demonstrate?
listen.
You're spiraling. Okay, Hand. So you're spiraling. You figured out that you don't have a model that explains anything either, which is really upsetting for you. I get that. That's why the spiral and the swearing and the incessant. You don't have a model chant that you have. So if you could just provide the model that you have, and we'll even just do one. Just show us the seasons. But I'm going to ask you questions about your model. The first thing I'm going to ask is, if the Earth is a sphere in this model, where did that value come from? Where was the measurement taken? So I'm going to take you off mute, and you tell me all about your model, okay? Present it.
Hold on.
Just
One
quickly
second.
wanted
So
to
just post today an
point
example.
out one thing quickly. You can just go back on mute for just a second because I just wanted to debunk your footage that you thought was like because it's a camcorder it can't be a fisheye lens. Okay, so I just took a screenshot, posted it in the side chat, showing that even the side of the door when he's looking out the window is completely curved.
Well, doesn't that video or image also debunk the globe? Because now he lives on a toilet paper roll. Isn't that about right?
Yeah, or a little teeny tiny globe. Must be teeny tiny to have that much curvature. Just looking out the window.
Hold on,
from a
give me one
building.
sec. I gotta take
Little
a phone call.
asteroid.
Teeny globe.
Little teeny tiny globe. Love it when they're trying to be nice, they're trying to be polite, but
I'm very
their
nice.
true colors come out.
Of course.
Life isn't black and white. There's lots of colors.
Why do you gotta lie?
What did I lie about?
Anything.
You lied about being a professor, but you had no credentials, nothing.
Yeah, I profess triangles to people.
You believe gravity is fake, but how do you explain a bird falling after you
Go and get
shoot
your
it?
phone call.
He's shown us his credentials. If you have some personal incredulity about it, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Are you mad at me?
All right, that clown's gone. Do we unmute the other clown,
can
or
we
what?
go back
Or do
to-
we have anyone that wants to ask legitimate questions about the topic?
Yeah, can we go back to Andorras? You showed him bottom-up disappearance due to heat obstruction. So I just felt like we were on a good combo with him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You there,
I just kind
Andorras?
of moved on to eating dinner, so
I was hoping for your, did you get what DJ told you about sort of that image, that bottom-up disappearance due to heat distortion? You saw that, right?
Yeah, I did get it. It's just, I feel like the horizon would just move based on refraction, so.
Okay, so let's attack that really quick. So you think that refraction moves things that are relative to your position to make the Earth look flatter? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree then that it should move everything according to its relationship with the other thing in the distance? If the horizon is supposed to be before the oil rigs, then shouldn't it always be before the oil rigs, except everything looks a lot farther away and a little bit flatter? Or is refraction all of a sudden selecting the thing that it's going to move the position of, like the horizon? So the oil rigs stay in the same place, but the horizon moves around. You think that refraction is sentient and chooses what it's going to make look farther away or flatter?
Well, it seems like the oil rig went upwards as well.
No, there's a relationship between the oil rigs and the horizon. It didn't move up. That's the only thing that changed.
I don't know. Maybe if I modeled it, I guess.
Well, okay, tell me how you would get the data for the model, because this is the thing I was asking before. Where did the data come from for this arbitrary sliding scale on some of the Earth curve calculators, where the only thing that moves is the horizon, but everything stays the same? How come the refraction is just moving the horizon?
Well, it's not just moving the horizon. It seems to also be moving the rigs. Like the rigs are going up and down, or they're being less.
Do you know how that slider works? Do you know what it like? Do you know how it works? Do you know what it's about?
No. If I
Okay,
scroll
so
down
this
and
is
read
what
all
it
of the
does.
documentation,
Okay, so it's got a scale between 0 and 1. Okay, and when it's set to 0, that means there's no refraction and the radius value is correct. And that means that the horizon would be the exact distance that it should be on a globe, say 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height.
Right.
Then what it does, it just increases the radius of the globe. Okay, so firstly, it pre-assumes a globe Earth, which is just begging the question. And then what it does after that, it just increases the size of the globe to make the observation work on a globe. When you get it up to 1, that means that the globe is so big, there's so much refraction that the Earth would just look completely flat anyway. Now, when we punch in the numbers for most of the observations that we have to slide it all the way up to maximum, to where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. And all it is a reverse engineering calculator slider. So it's like, oh, okay, we want to make this observation that doesn't match the globe work on a globe. So they slide it up to this point, and they say, oh, there was a refractive index, a K factor of a refraction coefficient of 0.6 on that day, with absolutely no data at all to support the claim. Surely you can see the flaw in logic behind that.
Yeah, but I'd have to look into what it's actually doing, I guess.
Yeah, so it says you can read up all about it on his webpage. Okay, and it'll read about the refraction coefficient. It literally says on his webpage that when you slide it to 1, it means there's so much refraction that the Earth would look flat.
And you can see your own asshole, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
something for you to look into, that's all.
I think maybe the point is, like, if you... I mean, I'm not saying that in all cases the refractive index is 1, but, like, hypothetically, if the light was bending enough to literally bend around the surface of the Earth, then it would be functionally identical to just looking across a flat surface.
Yeah. So the meteorological conditions that would have to be present for that to happen are literally impossible.
I mean, even in this case, I don't think you need that much. Like, if I slide it to 0.99, like, it doesn't even let you go to 1. If you go to, like, 0.9999, whatever, max, the horizon at, like, 1 foot goes to 122 miles, and does the horizon have to be at 122 miles for that image?
What? What image are you talking about?
The one with the 2 oil rigs.
That horizon there, we have actually, because it's not physical, remember? We've already debunked the physicality of the horizon. There's no way to know the distance of it. That's the beauty of your little slider. It's an ad hoc rescuing device where they just say, we will give you an opportunity, since the Earth is indeed flat, but you want to believe it's a globe, to arbitrarily change the size of the globe so it matches your observation. There is no data supporting the value for the refraction. There's no one that has ever determined this. So it is only arbitrary, unless you can provide the data and the experiments and the testing to get the data to put into that value.
Right, I just mean, like, I was just told that you usually have to push it to 1 to make it match reality, and I was just saying
You
that
have
in
to
this
max
case,
it out. You
1
have to
seems
push it
be...
up over like 98, 0.98 fraction coefficient. And then look, if you could go onto any AI or anything like that and ask it, like, what type of conditions would be present if we had a refraction coefficient of 0.98 or 0.99, and it will tell you that that's crazy. Like, that would be so rare. It's never been measured for that to even happen in reality. And you would see crazy distortion. You would see flipped images. You would see extreme Fata Morgana miraging. Like, it would be absolute chaos, right? Standard refraction, according to that calculator, is 0.13 to 0.17. Okay, that's like a 16% increase in the distance to the horizon, or 16% increase in the radius value of the Earth. Okay, you can't get conditions where it's like we're seeing over 1,000%. That Black Swan picture that Seisu posted, the first one, that's over 1,000% further.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not possible. And try to find us one observation that matches up with the globe where they actually accounted for refraction. It's not even possible to do that. It's not possible to measure exactly what's going on with the refractive index.
This is a little bit of lore to this too, as this photo was used by people on the globe side originally. A character called this tip they had here says who, that he came out with this and said this is a demonstration, an observation demonstration of a new type of refraction called super looming, that where you could see the curve of the Earth loomed up, over, and around the physical curve of the Earth. Like you could see behind walls, around walls. And then they asked him, they're like, okay, Rumpus, what's the absolute limit? What's the what is the absolute limit you could see on a Baltard? He said, on a Baltard with enough super looming, you could see the back of your head. There's no limit. And they said, this makes your globe unfalsifiable. He's like, yeah, the globe is unfalsifiable. So that would make it what? Is it something's unfalsifiable? Is that science? Or is that just dogma?
I want to ask you one question. Why is that flat and the sun is a globe, also the moon is a globe, and all other planets? Why that?
Yeah,
You know,
so
did you direct that at somebody or just the room in general?
yeah, I think I'm not sure if someone muted that guy.
No, he's Volman.
Oh, that's Volmir?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Volmir.
hold on, just a second, Volmir. We'll get to that question in just a second. So, and Andorus, I want you to just have a look at this picture in the side chat that I'm about to post. 1 second. Would you say that this is less refraction or more refraction on this particular day at the same location?
Let me see.
I mean, yeah, based on the carving and stuff, I guess it'd be more refraction.
Right.
Well, not, compared to normal condition, I wouldn't say it's more refraction than the original one you posted, though.
You wouldn't say it's more refraction than the original one we posted. Are you sure about that?
I mean, if you look at this, I think the original one had more, like, way more bent. The cranes look like way more bent in that one.
All right, so let's just post it side by side again. Okay, we have footage of this, without any bendy cranes as well. By the way, on different days, there's just a bit of a band of pressure happening at that height. It seems to happen quite often at this location. You have like a band of of cool air or something like that. But we've got other days where there's none at all. So look, here's the video from the other one. So it's just uploading now. So you think that these have equal amount of distortion?
Did I just grab the other image you posted so I can, let me see.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it here. I'll just post it.
Yeah, like if I look at how squashed the crane looks in that one, it's a lot more squashed and bent than the new one you posted. So,
well, this is from a slightly different angle on the beach, and you can see the crane's not even attached to the thing, right? It's actually extends right up into the air, and you can see another crane above it. Like this, obviously, this is called like a Fata Morgana that's happening here. This is crazy, extreme superior miraging that's taking place. You can see a little bit of distortion in the original one there. So just a second, I just want to post a nice clear one. Like this is a different day where he went there first thing in the morning. And look how clear it is, and look how far we can see. So when it's clearer, usually we can see further. I don't know how people could disagree with that. All right, check this one out. Right, it's extremely clear. We can even see the lights reflecting off the water at the bottom of the platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the horizon should be at 3.4 miles, but we can see it way beyond the 10-mile mark.
I mean, do I know what the observer's height is in that?
Yeah, it's 8 foot.
And they standing on a little paved road section? That seems
He's standing on the beach. There's like a little railing thing that's actually on the beach. I have a GIF here of that, and it shows exactly where he's standing. And in the video, he shows his altimeter reading on his phone as well.
And it would be nice to see it for myself, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Well,
is.
this
It
is
is
the thing. This is
100%
the thing.
an ad hoc
The
explanation.
Horizon.
But it's 100% an ad hoc explanation, but I mean, like, it's not like I could just say, oh, he was probably a little bit higher, you know, and I don't really have any way of proving or disproving that right now.
Yeah, that's why I'll post you a video of the entire process, and then if you want to, you can go to that location and do it yourself. You can get a ticket, you can take your girlfriend, you can spend a day at the beach, and you can take these measurements or observations, and you can do it yourself.
Definitely.
Yes. So you know how high you would have to be to have a horizon at that distance. You would have to be well, the horizon's way beyond the 10-mile platform. So just to have a horizon at 10 miles, you would have to be just under 70 feet high. Okay, this guy's standing, and he pans the camera around while he's standing on the little railing at the beach. It's just 8 foot. Even if you said it was 10 foot or 12 foot, 15 foot or 20 foot or 50 foot, still doesn't work on a globe, even though it's clearly around 8 foot. And he shows his phone that shows the elevation. And that's the case for every single observation that we go out and make. Even that one that Alminator posted, we could just use that one to argue against the globe. Right? That one's 500% further. And
I'll look at the video in a sec.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Anyone talking?
Hello. Yes. So did the other guy? Apologies. Did you want to re-ask your question again?
Yes. Why is only Earth that's flat, and all the planets, and including the sun, is a sphere?
Okay. Well, the Earth is not like the Earth is not like those things. They're something other than what the Earth is. The Earth has no characteristics of what those things are. We're not claiming the Earth is a flat disk planet in space.
So what is it is? What exactly?
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is the floor not like the chandelier?
Not like what? I don't know.
Okay, why is the floor not like a light bulb?
So because it's flat, right? I mean,
No, well,
usually
they're two different things, right?
yes, yes.
Yeah, so floors serve their purpose as being flat and a place to hold us, or a place for us to walk on and walk around in our home. The light bulb is supposed to give the light. They're two different things. They have two different designs and shapes.
But and about the moon and the other planets.
Well, see, you're operating from a position where you think that Earth is another planet like the planets that you see, but that word other is the big problem. The Earth is not a planet. Planet means wandering stars. So all of the things in the sky are designed or shaped or whatever the way that they are for a purpose, I suppose. The Earth is the Earth. It's completely different. You are confused. So you believe in a globe Earth and an outer space and a sun and the stars being millions of light years away and so on and so forth. And so you're kind of not aware that cognitively you are still in that paradigm, and now you're trying to ask, why is the Earth not like it's supposed to be in that paradigm or in that idea? Well, that entire idea has been falsified if the Earth is flat. I know I
Okay,
used
but
a lot of words
how
that maybe you don't know, but
Yes, I understand everything you said, but I mean,
okay.
you just said that Earth is not a planet; it's another thing. That's it, right?
Yes,
So
and the sky is the sky, and it's not
yeah.
outer space. And all of these lights in the sky are not millions and billions of light years away.
Oh, but why, if you point a laser at the sky, if you mean that, why we cannot point like, I mean, that jail that is around the Earth? You said that the stars are not a mile away, right? So why we can't just put a laser on the stars like that if they are too
Okay.
close?
If anybody else picked up what he said, you can reply. I didn't quite understand you, sir. A
I
laser
think he
into the
said, why can't
sky?
you put a laser onto the moon if it's so close and see the laser beam on the moon or something like that?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
I make no claims. None of us can make any claim or have knowledge as to the construction or the distance or anything about the moon. I mean, we see a light in the sky. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is the physical thing that you see. I know that's hard to understand at this point, but if you could reflect a laser off the moon and you could see it with the naked eye or even some kind of telescope, that would be fascinating. But we don't, I mean, even if 250,000 miles away, you're not going to get any laser that we have to make it that far. So even if it was what they claim it to be, a sphere that is orbiting another sphere
But
at about
yeah,
250,000 miles away, you're not going to touch it with a laser.
yes, but you said that all the other stars, right, are not too far, are not too far from the
I
planet,
all I can
but
tell
how
you
much
is that
far they are probably.
so the distances that we were given for the luminaries, for the stars and the sun and the moon and all of that stuff. Number one, all of that is predicated. It means it's based on the Earth being a sphere. Well, since the sphere has been debunked, in fact, it was never proven in the first place, it was only a concept, only an idea, then all of those distances are now up for debate. What the stars are, how far away they are, the moon, the sun, all of that stuff is unknown.
Okay,
Unverifiable.
Unverifiable, yeah.
understood. That's okay, all good.
Did
Okay.
you know that the word planet, the original meaning for the word planet just meant wandering star? We've
No, I
changed
didn't
the
know.
yeah, we've changed the definition of what a planet is. A planet is just simply a wandering star, a light in the sky. That's the original meaning for it.
Okay.
The idea that planets are balls of rock in a vacuum, you know, it's not only fantasy, it's impossible. It's not. You couldn't have a vacuum in the sky. And the lights in the sky, they're unverifiable. That's all they are. Lights in the sky, and that's all we can verify. Now, when it comes to the ground, it's not curving and it's not rotating. So it would be logical to use your senses and be able to see through the deception that is the globe. The globe is a deception. It's a mind virus. You have to believe it's a belief system. It's a cult, but there's no evidence for any of it. No direct evidence.
So is the topic over, guys? I have a
Yeah.
question.
No, it's not over, bro. There's no debate though, because we've already confirmed the Earth's not a globe. It's just a matter
Yeah,
of
it's
getting the information to people now.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, we can talk about there's no globe if that's what you meant. Yeah, that's part's
No,
over.
I mean
Long
someone
time
was
ago.
talking before that, so I didn't want to interrupt their kind of what they were talking about. It's actually good that there are so many of you here now, like active. I wanted to ask about like satellites. Like, do you see them? Like, do you see the moving kind of parts in the sky?
Sometimes you could see a little light in the sky. That's about it. You're not going to be able to confirm what you're looking at, what height it's at, or anything like that. I mean, if you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, you just get pages and pages and pages of cartoons of satellites in space. The only
No.
footage that we really have of an actual satellite at high altitude is always attached to a balloon.
No, just a visual like scene. You don't see it with your eyes. You see the dot. It's kind of very bright. I would say it's brighter than maybe 90% of the stars.
Yeah, you see a little dot moving across the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, how are you going to confirm what you're looking at, really, at the end of the day?
Well, you can say it's not a plane. It's like it's not flickering like a plane. It's not like
How do you know what planets are supposed to flicker like?
Not plane.
Plane. How do you know what they're supposed to flicker like?
They flicker
No,
with
is that
like
about an airplane?
airplane. With the red.
Yeah, people were reporting these little lights going across the sky before satellites were even invented. They're called transients. That's something that people legitimately used to report happening. Transients in the sky, but that's just some random information I'm telling you. The thing is, we're not denying that satellites exist at all. We're just saying that there's no satellites orbiting around a globe because there's no globe for that to happen with. So when you see a little light
you
in
don't
the
need
sky,
space.
yeah, you can't validate it. If I said pick a satellite right now and validate any satellite, like you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to validate that it's in the vacuum of space orbiting around a globe. You're just going to have to trust them. You're going to have to trust some app that says it's tracking some particular satellite or something like that. It's all faith-based.
But did you ever see like ISS? It's like very bright when it flies right above you.
Yeah. So what height is it at? And how fast is it going?
400 kilometers, I think.
How do you know that?
Well, I just googled it, so
Yeah, you just have to believe the story that goes behind that light that you can see in the sky that they told you is and a space station. I mean, there's so much footage where they've been caught faking footage on the space station, using green screens and harnesses and getting tangled in their harnesses and dropping things when it's not supposed to drop to the ground, and using hairspray and using CGI and augmented reality. Like there's 6-hour compilations of ISS fuck ups, basically.
yeah,
Yeah, ISS, NASA have got more blooper reels than a Jim Carrey movie, dude. There is so much
Wait, so there
footage
is
of
no
them messing up.
IS test. Is it there or not? You think?
Not what we're being told about it.
No. I'll just say straight up no. How's that? Some people like to give you guys the benefit of doubt and say it's floating up there on a balloon and all this other crap. There ain't nothing up there with people in it floating around for years at a time.
Have you seen pictures of like photographers catching a moment when ISS passes?
No,
like
just one.
in front of
Only seen one picture.
in front of the
Yeah,
moon.
there's like one or two
Yeah,
out
only
there.
one. Only one. Yeah, I've only seen one.
I've seen dozens. Like when
Oh, you have? Because I've only seen one.
in front of the moon, so you like see the like not the
Oh,
shadow,
yeah.
because it's technically not a shadow. It's like how you call it. So it's like when you have a sunset, so trees
Silhouette.
become like a silhouette. Yeah. That's
Yeah. So look, it still doesn't really match up with what they're telling us about the distance of it, because we also have footage of planes being silhouetted when they go past the sun or the moon, and they look roughly the same size, tiny little bit bigger than what the ISS looks like when it does it. Now, the ISS is only around the same size as a giant jumbo jet, tiny little bit bigger than a giant jumbo jet. Now, a giant jumbo jet only flies at about 6 miles height. Okay, and it's so small that you can barely see a jumbo jet when it's at 6 miles
Let
height.
let me
But there are
ask
definitely no
you.
balloons there. No silhouettes of balloons.
Well, if you have a yeah, I'm not claiming it's a balloon or anything like that. We don't know what height it's at. It could be much, much closer than what we're being told. We have no idea what we're looking at. We can't confirm it. Okay, what we can do is we can continuously measure that there's no curvature. So whatever the light is, it's doing it above a flat surface. But you're gonna have to choose whether you want to believe the story or not. That's it. Okay,
That's
and
it.
if there was a balloon, last thing, sorry, Roots. They have these balloons that are almost impossible to see, and the angular size of the balloon would be so small you're not going to be able to see it anyway at that height. Okay, all you're seeing is a light. You're not seeing the actual thing. You're just seeing a light.
Yeah, bang on. And just for the record, we're not telling you that all satellites are balloons. There could be lots of different technology, high altitude platforms, airships. There's all sorts of technology that can be up in the sky for a long time. So just because there's a system, a satellite system, which isn't used for very much, but that's irrelevant. Just because there's a satellite system doesn't mean that space exists and that anything we're seeing in the sky is in a vacuum in the sky. Like, just because there's a satellite system doesn't mean that the globe is real.
But you guys,
You know, they could.
for satellites, you're making so many different assumptions, like about balloons, about light, about everything. And I remember yesterday.
No, you're making an assumption that they fly around a ball in a vacuum, and we've already debunked that.
So yesterday, I think the DJ, you said that spherical rounders takes more assumptions about stars, sun, rotation, and that kind of stuff. But in terms of satellites, there is only like one thing, and it explains everything if Earth is round. But for flat Earth, it's like you need
Yeah,
to
so
make
you don't have any
hundreds.
evidence of the one thing that you're claiming, but you don't realize that we're not making assumptions about satellite balloons. Okay, we have tons of footage of satellite balloons. I can show you satellite balloons orbiting, being silhouetted by the moon as well. We can show you them being launched, right? The stratospheric balloons. Have a look in the side chat. Here's all sorts of
But
things
is
that.
there like a fast moving balloon? Because
Well, how fast? How fast is the ISS going?
I mean, if you measure the like angular momentum, not angular momentum.
You can't measure shit. You don't know how high it is. You don't know how big that light is. Thing could be 2 miles above your head for all you know.
Right.
Yeah, we're not making any assumptions. Satellite balloons exist. The only satellites that crash to Earth always have balloons attached to them. Okay, we can show you footage right now of satellites being launched. Satellites right up in the sky. NASA's first satellites were literally balloons, Echo 1, Echo 2. They were up there for many, many, many years.
About the height, you can measure that with like parallax. If you observe it from two different object points, and if it's close, like you claiming, you like assuming it's close, but if it's close, it's
No.
You can't do that.
What?
You can't measure it with parallax.
You can't make up stories and say parallax. Now we know something. That's you're
Okay.
making that up. You can't do it that way. You understand,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
I
use that
understand.
now. Okay, now you can't use that. Okay, good.
You say it's close, but
No, we're saying we
without
can't
that.
tell the distance. We're saying we can't tell. We just see a little light go across the sky. We can't even tell what it is
Okay, so
specifically.
what we can possibly do maybe is at the same time from different locations, which we know like distance between them, and we look at the moving, for example, ISS, yeah, and we measure the angle comparing, for example, to the direction of your compass to the north, for example, and so you have two different angles, and then you can maybe work out it from there.
No, you maybe can't. If you look into it, you won't be able to do that. If you want
Let's
to
try
dig
to
into
as
that,
well.
you definitely can't do that. Okay, you
All right,
don't
so
know the
let's
height
try
of it. You
something.
don't know the size of it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Let's
You don't know
try
the height,
something.
you don't know the size. That's the end. You can't do shit with it.
No, why do you need to know size? You only need. So what we're trying to find is distance to it, not.
Yeah, how are you going to
Okay.
know the distance if you don't know the size of it or how fast it's moving or anything about it?
That,
Or how
that's
far
what I
away it is?
thought. Parallax, like relative to, for example, its
Oh,
background.
no. Stop just saying that. You sound ill-equipped for this conversation.
So let's try something, right? You're talking about angles and size and parallax and all that stuff. Let's start with a very simple thing called angular size. So is my image in the side chat there at 12 minutes after the hour?
Wait, hold on a sec. Your microphone is too loud. I'll make it a little bit quieter.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Image in the. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, so you see the ISS, and it's relatively close to the size of a commercial airline jet, right? Hello?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
That's
So,
okay.
okay, so now we have something that's relatively close to the size of a commercial airline jet. At 250 miles.
Jeez.
Kids
It
these
isn't
days.
the same lens. Depending on the lens
Excuse,
you are using.
excuse me. I don't need you to go ahead and.
يا عثمان دخل ساعات.
Who is doing that? What?
Yeah, someone that's gonna get surfer banned.
They're so disrespectful.
So anyway, let's not talk about lenses. Let's talk about angular size. So the commercial airline jet in that image is roughly 6 to 7 miles away. Let's even say 8. It's 8 miles away and it has a certain angular. Most of us can see commercial jets at altitude between 35 and 44,000 miles away from us, feet, which is 7 miles. The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles away. Can you give me the angular size that the ISS would have to be at 250 miles?
No, I guess no. Wait, no.
Well, you could, but it would be extremely tiny. Not something that you're going to get a silhouette of, right, with the moon behind it. Very small, probably close to the limit of any optic to necessarily, resolve. But not with a regular camera, not with that focal length. We're talking about tenths of degrees, if not hundredths of degrees in angular size.
What if it's not an ISS picture? I mean silhouette, because
Dude, that's what that is an ISS photograph that someone has purported to take.
But
okay, I mean,
if you
what else
remember
do you think that might be?
every
What is that
compilation or every
then?
picture that is compilated on the internet, like there are so many like fakes and
Okay,
Photoshop.
right. So we're not going to use any photographs of anything to verify anything. Is that right? Now you're throwing out all photographs because that ruins all of your photographs as well.
I would at least try to find like to make sure it is actually ISS, because ISS is actually big. That's what they say. But comparing to small satellites
There's
like
no
Elon Musk,
blueprints for it, though. How come I can't find blueprints for it?
there are pictures of like
Prints, assembly, engineering prints. Why can't I
yeah,
find
yeah.
prints for it? What if I want to build a craft that attaches to it? How do I get the prints?
Just Google the prints if they're available online. They
Oh my God!
They're
You
not.
think that's how you do things? You just Google it. Is that how your life works, dude?
No, I'm saying you can Google
No, I
pictures of
can't. We've tried.
ready
Oh, a
assembled.
picture. Oh, a picture is going to give me the dimensions.
Yeah, I'm
Is that
sorry.
what you're
I'm sorry.
telling me?
I haven't finished the same. that if you Google a picture of a already built satellite, it's on the ground, it's built by NASA, okay, but it's like a it's kind of prototype, and it's like size of it.
Marian, you're being disrespectful, man. I don't want to hear about your hypotheticals about where it could be or what it looks like or all that stuff. Okay, you're giving us excuses that you don't even know if the excuse that you're looking for exists. We're telling you that
Oh,
there are
okay.
no blueprints for this machine. We're also telling you that we have no footage of this being assembled in outer space. Do you have any idea how hard it is to put things together in a vacuum as they're moving at 17,500 miles per hour?
That's why I asked. I didn't claim, I didn't
Right.
debate about it. I came
Well,
here to
let's
what you're saying.
let's not use hypothetical excuses for the things that you think could be the case. Okay, I want evidence, or you can just go, yeah, that's a bummer. The angular size of the ISS should be pretty freaking small. I really shouldn't be able to see it, although even at night, I shouldn't be able to see it at all. Why? Because the Earth is blocking out any light that it's going to hit the ISS, ricochet off of it, and end up in my eyeball. So you wouldn't be seeing any satellites at night unless they're illuminated with a very, very, very large light. So anything that you think you're seeing at night, as far as satellites are concerned, are not satellites.
Yeah, that really is a killer point. And look, we
Yeah.
have Don
Wait,
Pettit,
wait,
Don
wait.
Pettit doing an interview in a mock-up ISS in the side chat there. Interesting.
Wait, I just really thought about it.
But if it's a mock-up ISS, why does it need the footholds? Because you're not going to be able to float in there if it's on the ground.
Wait, guys, it's not loading for me. Oh yeah, one of them loaded.
The one I posted at 18 minutes after the hour.
Can one of you Globers explain that to me? Why the blue things on the floor that hold your feet in place are in this mock-up place where you couldn't stand on those in there because you're not floating around? Why would you need that? That's a trip hazard. You don't want a trip hazard.
Great point.
It's like NASA forgot about safety when they put all this shit together. You know, our nut wires have to be so perfect on every job that our guys go around and inspect them, make sure they're absolutely in place, not anything hanging, because you got a wire that's wiggling around a little bit, it's gonna break eventually. But in the ISS, it looks like some bad network room.
كده كده يدخل يبقى يسمع أنا شحال مرة كنقول يسمع
مزيان. Hey bros, how are you?
We're great, thank you.
Who's play chess here?
Who's a Glober?
You do.
I do.
Do you want to play with me?
Do you want to lose?
Sure, I'll put a link in the side chat. I'll play you at chess right now. What time limit do you want to play? 3 minutes? 1 minute?
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah. 1 minute.
1 minute, because nobody can cheat when it's a 1 minute game. So let's do.
Okay,
I'll set up a
okay.
1 minute game right now. Let's see who wins. Flat versus globe.
Give me you want to give me the link or
Yeah, I'm making it right now.
Let me ask you one question. On the video that you guys showed about the anti-refraction, right?
Yeah.
What is the vertical? I mean, let me see. 1 second. What is the vertical height difference between a point at the center of that video on the sphere? I mean, on the Earth, on that video, to a point 10 miles away from that point? How much is the height difference? I mean, how much could be if the Earth
Well, there's 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, so you can work that out.
If that were a sphere, how much would it be?
66 foot over 10 miles is how much curvature there is over that distance. So you can work out the Sagitta height, or whatever it's called, Sagitta.
6.6? Okay.
All right. Chess link in the side chat.
Yo, you don't play in chess.com.
No, this is Lee Chess. But you don't need an account. You can just join the game.
Bro, I don't have account in
You don't need
this.
one.
Don't need an
You don't need
account.
one. You don't need one. You just click the link. Just click the bullet.
Yeah.
1+0 rated.
He say sign in. لا خصني كونت ما عنديش كونت. ديرو باي ايميل. ولا باينة. تخيل. أخويا خرج عليا عادي تمشي لكم. Just 1 minute, I will give you the link because your link it doesn't work.
Yes, it does. Just have to click it.
Yeah, I click it, but it doesn't work.
What's it say?
He say connect your account, but I don't have account in this
No,
application.
you don't need an account. Someone else click it and see if it works. That doesn't have an account.
ما عنديش لاكس. Yeah. يعني أنا ما صراحة ما حسيتش بالتطور. Click in this link and I will play with you. Hello.
Is it a 1-minute game?
Yeah. أنا هذا اللي راني نهضر معاه يهضر مزيان. فهمتني هذيك لاكسي هي اللي عليها العمدة. كاين شي كلمات كيزلقوا لي السلام هذا. واه. أهو. You from Poland?
No.
Hey bro, don't forget. You say just 1 minute. Yeah.
محشي عليه.
Hello everyone, how is it going?
Run to me, contact him. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey. Hi.
Oh, hi.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. And you?
Globes.
Um,
I like globes.
I like just hearing what people have to say and loving life.
I love globe life. I love sitting on a globe, spinning around on
That's actually the
globes.
name of my life insurance plan is Global Life, but it's
I
neither
bet it
here nor
is.
there.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
It's not my fault. Is that a beautiful woman talking?
Doubt it.
Just a second.
Oh shit, I don't see it, bro.
See it, bro.
He goes, شهادة.
Yeah, bro, did you take your queen already?
صادق بالوقت.
There we go, bro. Good game. You actually played well for your rating, by the way. Good job. Even though another win for the Flat Earth side.
Of course.
Wait, DJ, what's this?
We're always winners.
DJ,
I
what's his
mean,
rating?
it's like 500 and something.
Oh, he'd be a good match for me then. That's about where I'm sitting right now.
He's good at bullet. He's very for his rating. He's fast.
Bro, don't forget something. I am in Africa now, and my network is
Dude, I have
broken.
the slowest internet ever right now. I'm in Poland and it's snowing and my internet sucks ass.
No, Poland is not the same of Africa. Poland is in Europe.
Yeah, well, I'm in the country though. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. You could have the best internet. You're not gonna beat me.
Yeah, you are very good, bro.
DJ.
Okay,
You're gonna
now
win.
how does and did you know you can only play chess on a flat surface?
No.
Why?
Because you can't play chess on a ball.
Oh,
عارف
okay.
شنو اللي قد يكون.
Makes sense.
فهمت الحاجة ولكن ما فهمت
What
والو.
do you say, bro?
I said makes sense.
Sounds like an
Oh,
amusement
no,
park in
what
here.
are you talking about?
I'll post what it sounds like in here.
This group have a lot of people and no one talk.
What do you want to talk about?
Oh no.
You just want us to just say words?
Yeah.
Words. Say words, words.
Words.
There you go.
Here we go.
Well, we can guys talk about El Clasico.
Bro, power in the money. Money in the power.
Wow.
Everybody is on it.
What are you gonna do with money and power?
There is something good about
Hey, bro,
that
bro.
theory of
We need the
Earth
motivation.
flat. Do you know? I think
What
it
I do with
motivates
money and
people.
power? I will buy my Lamborghini.
And do what with it?
My dream.
What are you gonna do with it once you get it?
An accident. I will drive it.
Okay, so and now you get to drive that around. That's wonderful, isn't it? You can't drive it in the
Nobody
snow though.
believe in you. You lost again. Allah, Shikara.
So
But you still.
you gotta have 4-wheel drive trucks. That's the way to go. Not Lamborghinis. Those are gay.
No. We have
Yeah.
a Dacia.
Gay
Do you
people.
know Dacia?
ما نظنش يعرفوا هذا سيعرفوا العظماء. ايش منه؟
Do you know Dacia?
قوة هذاك فايتني في الشطرنج صراحة، وخارج بجماعة الطرح فاتني باش نتاع الثواني ربحني بالوقت عشان نتاع الثواني.
ماشي خص تاكل كمالي.
لا كمل الوقت حنا لعبنا دقيقة اللي كملتها دقيقة ولا اللي ربح. فهمتني أنا كنت جايب معاه الطرح ولكن أنا غلبني.
لا إذا باز.
كان فايتني بزاف.
Nobody believe in you. Lost
I heard jihad in there.
Right.
I heard jihad in there.
But you still looking at your dreams and say it's not over until I win. Sing it out.
What happens when your mom leaves for to go shopping at the store? You guys get on her computer and go crazy or on her phone.
No. I give you much.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, Discord uncrushed. What happened?
Because DJ won that chess game, the Globers got mad and took Discord down for a minute.
Flipping
Send a text.
globe.
They're not out. By the way, hey, so I'm glad you didn't get sick. Yeah. Hopefully, I've been fever free well over 24 hours. Hopefully, you guys still on pension. Matthew has to. Bruh. We'll say words to Devin about anything.
Oh yes, DJ, thank you for sending the picture in the chat about the ISS and how it's being illuminated by sun. And when you're speaking of satellites that are supposedly like further away, like thousands kilometers away, like you okay, you can check it, prove it, okay, but at least that's what they say, and that's how you can see them at night, like late at night.
Yeah, we already know all of their claims. We know the globe model better than the globe earthers. We already know all of that. You're not going to teach us things like that.
It's just yeah. I thought
Yeah. But
it
look,
was like
you
one
got like a tiny little satellite that's like the size of a car, 5,000 miles away, or even 500 miles away. You can't see it, even if it was just illuminated by the sun. It's not going to be that bright that it looks like the brightest light, like the brightest star in the sky. Doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
When a jumbo jet, okay, look, you've got something the size
Yeah.
of a car, all right? Now think of a jumbo jet that does have lights on it. Okay, when it's just 30,000 feet in the air, like 6 miles up in the air, it's so small. The angular size is so small, right? If it was 10 miles away, you wouldn't even be able to see it at all. Okay, if it was 20 miles away, there's no way you could see it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now put that 500 miles away, the jumbo jet. You can shine some light on it. You know, you can have the sunlight reflecting. You're not going to be able to see it. And that's a jumbo jet. Okay, you've got this tiny little thing that's like the size of a car that's like minimum like 500 miles away. Most of them are way further than that. GPS satellites, they say they're like 5,000 miles away or something like that. Doesn't make sense.
No, what? Wait. If they were emitting light, or like they had like a flashlight, but they just like reflecting sunlight, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Oh, well, that's the claim.
Wait, you're talking about that solar company, right?
I know.
Yeah, y'all seen
Solar
that? Y'all
company.
seen that? That so-called you can literally order sunlight. That fucking shit made me laugh so hard, bro.
Oh yes, seen that.
That shit made me laugh so hard. That was too funny, bro. What the hell?
Like it cannot work if like you're opposite side of the earth, and
Nah, but why the hell would they send out all that shit just to get some sunlight? You really think they're gonna invest that much money in such a product? You really think it's possible to just do that like that?
Nobody sent anything anywhere.
yeah. So ISS
Mhm.
I seen something that was brighter than any object on the sky except for a moon, and it was like moving very fast. And I checked like using an app, and it said it was an ISS, and then it said that
Yeah, I've done.
it would come back next day, but in a different like direction, so it kind of predicted where it's gonna be next day, and it's actually what happened exactly. The timing, that like
Yeah. So of
where.
course they're going to have an app or something like that, and then you have to have faith in the app and believe that what you're seeing is the ISS orbiting around a globe at 400 kilometers away, which you can never confirm. You just have to believe what they're telling you. It could be something much smaller, much closer. Who knows what technology they have? We just can't confirm that. So that's why we try to stick with things we can confirm, like measuring long distance over the surface of the Earth. testing for the curvature that should be there. Otherwise, it just comes down to faith. Faith from people that clearly like faked the moon landings and that kind of thing. So,
But
and
hypothetically,
fake footage from the ISS as well. So, I mean, it's always just going to be a faith. You're never going to be able to check. See a little light in the sky when they tell you it's going to go past, and then they tell you a whole backstory about that, and they tell you a whole backstory about all the other lights you see in the sky. They say, "Oh, you see Uranus up in the sky through a telescope,
Uranus,
and it's
not
raining
Uranus.
diamonds. It's raining diamonds on Uranus, guys." That's literally what they tell you, and people are just like, "Oh, wow, that's amazing. It must be true because the scientists told me."
But what are diamonds? Diamonds are just carbons, structures of covalent structures of carbon atoms.
Dude, it's raining on Uranus. You get it?
Uranus.
Yeah, it's raining diamonds on Uranus, bro, and it smells like farts. That's what NASA. That's what they tell us. NASA tells us that. And you think that people think we're trolling.
Yeah, I can see Uranus from any point in the world.
Mama's anus.
Uranus.
Well, sounds like we have a call center in the background.
They're so loud. People are so loud in other countries. It's just amazing. Like 50
Hey,
people in one room.
CMPGO, you're hot micing. Stop it.
Oh. Yeah, hello.
All right. So yeah, you can't confirm the things that you're talking about in the sky, Marianne. You just have to believe the story. That's the way it's always going to be.
But theoretically, or hypothetically, if you see how fast it's moving, and you, even if you like assume it's moving at the fastest speed possible, like speed of light, then you can like estimate how like far
And you wouldn't
it
be
has.
able to see it.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's say close to speed of light. Yeah, so it does not
Dude, if it was
that.
something that was 20 feet long, that was a certain distance away, going at a certain speed, or if it was something that was half that size at half the speed, you're not going to be able to tell which one it is. You can't confirm that because you're seeing just a little light in the sky. You don't know the size of what you're looking at, and you don't know the speed it's going because you don't
There's
know the
limits.
size.
There would be limits of speed of light. So there would be
We're not
limits
talking about the speed of light, though. That's not analogous to this thing.
Wait, I think so what I'm trying to say, because when you see like ISS passing the sky like in a couple of minutes, so wait, how would this work?
So look, so
Oh,
a
yeah.
jet does that too. Watch a fighter jet go across in the sky.
Yeah, but it's moving
goes
slow.
freaking fast.
Yeah. So if you think that ISS is very far away, and because it's moving this fast for observer, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
but you could have a Firefly go past, and it would look like it's going the same speed as the ISS.
Yeah, because it's closer but slower.
Exactly.
But because there is limit speed, you can find the limit. How is it called? Limit distance. You know.
All right, DJ, can I handle this for just a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marianne, in the side chat, you told me that I was toxic. Now, you're going to have to ask the people around here. If somebody comes in here and is honest with us and does not waste our time, I'm quite pleasant. But what you're doing right now is exactly what the trolls do, where they waste our time with hypothetical excuses for why everything about their globe religion is implausible and impossible. So you are being the disrespectful one by dragging us through these hypotheticals that you have no evidence for. If you find this to be toxic, find yourself somewhere else, but do not waste our time.
But you would sit here anyway, so how am I wasting your time?
No, you're wasting my time you're wasting DJ's time right now by once again trying to think of a hypothetical situation in which your religion can be true. You're wasting his time. I'm not here all the time. When I come in here, I want to talk to people who are honest and don't waste my time. And that's not you. So this is not toxic behavior. This is a reasonable reaction to people getting their time wasted. Why are you so disrespectful to this panel?
Okay, I'm sorry to you.
Okay, well, quit wasting our time then and just concede when it's time to concede. This is not toxic. This is like a dad having to tell some kid what he ought to do or how he ought to behave in social situations.
All right, so I cannot ask questions, genuine questions.
No, I didn't say that. Did I say you couldn't ask questions? Play it back for me, would you? Now you're being a dick and putting words in my mouth that I didn't say. You can ask all the questions you want, but if you get an answer with evidence, then you're going to have to accept it or concede, not give us a hypothetical excuse as to why it could be something else.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it. So, like, how often, like, do you get people who give you, like, proper, like, arguments?
Never. They're always illogical. The globe is an illogical proposition. Just from the very beginning.
Right. So you just saying that you, like, hear all the time and you all the time wasting your time.
When people are new and they come in here and they have the base level, understanding of the globe, and they ask questions or give illogical arguments for their position, I'm very patient. For somebody like you that's been in here multiple times and had multiple conversations with us and is still here beating the same drum, even though you've been refuted multiple times, yeah, I start to get pissed off.
So you mean because I'm here more than just once, and I'm like not a beginner troll here, and I didn't turn into flat earthner this species.
What are you, experienced troll? You're not a beginner troll. What are you, professional or experienced?
I've never been troll. I've never been like on any platforms trolling or something.
Really, because you're acting the exact same way the trolls do. Once we kind of end your position, now you're going to talk about me and how much time I spend in here and how I treat other people. Like I said, you can ask any of these other individuals. For the repeat trolls, I treat them with a lot of disrespect because they have no respect for us. For somebody who's new, who is just learning, who's curious, who makes concessions, I'm very pleasant. That's not you.
I don't get why I don't have like respect for you guys.
Because you're wasting our time asking or giving us hypothetical excuse. I've already done this. Now you're asking me to repeat myself. This is another thing trolls do. Did I not already explain it to you that you're wasting our time by asking stupid ass questions that you've already asked or giving hypothetical excuses as to why something could be even though it's not? I just explained this to you. How bad is your memory or how much are you trolling at this point?
Okay, you should be like warning people about what questions they should or not ask. Like,
see, now this is another troll tactic. So you are a troll.
No.
Yes, I already explained to you, right? I'm repeating myself because you're dense, stupid, jacked up in the head, or completely retarded when people ask genuine questions and don't waste our time. No, I'm going to point it out because you can't understand what I told you just 5 seconds ago. If people are genuine and concede when they need to concede and don't waste our time with hypotheticals, then there is no problem. This is all you've been doing since you got here. Well, hypothetically, it could be this or you could do that, when already the basis for your argument has already been destroyed. Why are you doing this? Why are you wasting our time? If you want to believe in the globe,
when you not waste time, and you saying that everyone who comes here doesn't give you logical stuff, so Like, what do you mean? How
Exactly.
is my
Because
stuff?
the
I'm
globe
asking you
is
genuinely is different
logical.
from.
I'll tell you why. Because there's no globe Earth measurements. There's no Earth curve. So everything that you would be asking us about related to the globe is going to be a hypothetical, and it's going to be begging the question. That is illogical. Begging the question is illogical. Until you get me some Earth curve measurements, everything that comes out of your mouth regarding the globe is going to be a hypothetical waste of time while you're begging the question.
But isn't it like for you individually, you don't get anything from this. You just want like evidence, facts, and I didn't come here for this. I came for like contradictive. So for example, I have not opinions, but how to say it. I have some kind of arguments like about ISS, and then I come here to see what you think about it and how you explain it. So I don't see how is this disrespect.
It's hypothetical. It's hypothetical. Is the ISS orbiting around a sphere Earth? And if it is, then I want you to show me the Earth curve measurements that you have in your possession or anybody has, so that we can verify at least the first part of that claim. Where are your Earth curve measurements, please?
I didn't come here for. It didn't say.
Oh,
Earth
you didn't come here to prove anything. You didn't come here to bring evidence. You came here to waste our time asking stupid questions hypothetically about the topic, didn't you?
No, I came here to ask specific questions about how can you like prove or see like stuff you observe without measuring, like doing those experiments, because I cannot trust your experience, for example.
Right, that's why you ought to do it yourself. You might even start out with measuring to see if there's any Earth curve. Then you can also decide whether or not the idea of the ISS orbiting around a sphere Earth is even possible, because you need a sphere Earth for the ISS to orbit around now, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so if the Earth is not a ball, who gives a flying fuck any of the claims about the ISS?
No, what do you mean? When you said about light, I genuinely like was confused. Like, really, how did I see it at night? So you're like challenging what I think, and I need to like research it. So I did. I didn't interrupt. I didn't.
I'm asking you about the claim of the globe. Number one is the Earth a sphere. You don't have that, but let's just pretend that you do. If you know anything about the Earth and the relationship of the Earth and the sun and the moon, they all have to be in line at great distances. And then, you know, like at nighttime, the Earth is on the dark side of the sunlight. Can you figure that out? You understand that the nighttime side of the Earth and this whole begging the question model is going to be dark, and no light will be passing past the Earth or around it to hit the ISS or any supposed satellite. They're all going to be in the darkness, the shadow of the Earth, which means there is no light to bounce off, no sunlight to bounce off those objects that are supposedly orbiting around the dark side of the Earth to ricochet off of them and hit you in the eyeball. This is basic stuff. You could debunk the ISS just by thinking about it for a second.
But
we have to hold your hand in a hypothetical situation, and then you're going to make excuses as to why it could happen? No, it can't happen. Why? Because the Earth's not a ball.
I still like have counter arguments about your counter arguments that they cannot reflect light behind the Earth.
Okay. I want the evidence for it. Give me the argument. Let's see if there's any evidence for it. Go ahead.
So you see the yeah. Sorry. If it's like far away,
like how far? Like how far? Give me a number.
30,000 kilometers.
30,000 kilometers. Okay. What's at 30,000 kilometers? What are we talking about specifically?
So, like a satellite, for example. And
are there satellites that are 30,000 miles away from the Earth?
Can you repeat that?
Are there satellites that are 30,000 miles away from the Earth?
Yeah, there are.
Okay, great. How would you prove that?
Ask NASA.
Sorry, you like switching.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to bother with the hypotheticals, even though this scenario already is begging the question. It's hypothetical in the first place. How would you prove to me that there is a satellite? How could you verify that there's a satellite 30,000 kilometers away from the Earth? How would you do it?
I'm not saying about it's being there. I'm saying about how it can reflect. About how can it reflect light? Because the sun, our Earth blocks the sun, but only with its diameter, with its like.
Yeah, except you're missing a problem here. There's this thing called diffraction, and so you're going to have kind of this weird little shadow that's like conical behind the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So
Okay, so if it's not in
where's
the
the
conical,
satellite in relation? Where's the satellite in relation to the Earth in this scenario?
it can reflect light if it's not in that conical
It
shadow.
can. Great. I want you to verify that for me. You say it can. That
No,
is
I'm saying
a
that's
statement.
how it can
You
reflect
can.
light behind
You're
the
saying
Earth.
it could. You're saying it could. Well, you'd have to prove it. So I want you to get me something satellite sized. I want you to move it away from you 30,000 kilometers, and then I want you to recreate the environment in which this could be possible. Go ahead.
Okay, that's a different thing to do because we were
No,
discussing.
it's not. I don't want you to tell me that it can just because you imagine that it can. I want you to prove it. I don't need you to tell me it can happen. I want you to prove it with any means possible. How are you going to do that?
Okay. Before you start talking, we were fine discussing the possibility and how it can be, just to know whether it's a possibility, for example. But now you're making it clear that you want evidences and measurements, which I cannot provide. So maybe it's enough
No
for
problem.
me.
Possibilities. Let's see if it's
Okay,
possible
yeah.
to have a globe Earth. Oh shit, no, it's not curving. So no globe.
So okay, for now, like
Geodesy.
sorry, I waste your time because like really I didn't have any my experiments, any data to analyze together. So okay, I
Was
think
it your
it's
wishful
for me
thinking?
time to
It was
go.
your wishful thinking that you were going to waste our time with, wasn't it? And then you had the gall to call me toxic when you're here wasting our time. In fact, I'm
But
fucking
you
pissed
are
off because
being
you're wasting
toxic.
my time right now. You're wasting
You
my
are being
time. You're being toxic. You're being toxic right now by wasting my time with wishful thinking fallacies. They're actually a
That's how
fallacy
you
called
define
wishful
being
thinking.
toxic. That's how you
Yeah, okay,
define being
so now
toxic.
it's
But
your
me being
definition
you're
of toxic.
insulting me.
What is your definition of being toxic? Can I ask you? Someone who calls you out on the carpet when you're being an asshole, is that toxic?
You are the perfect definition for toxic. Okay, good night. Bye.
Terrific.
Really good night.
Yes, see ya.
Wait, Mar, you could just use logic here. You don't have to use like evidence-based thinking. Just use logic with flat Earth.
Okay, great. You're up next, Chief. Can you give me Earth curve measurements, please?
I would just like to ask why, like, logically, flat Earth makes sense.
Logically, if the Earth was a sphere, it would have curvature. So what I need from you now, logically, is to have measurements of that curvature. Can you give me the measurements and how they were attained?
I mean, I could look up geodesic data on the Earth shape.
Look it up.
Because that
So
exists.
go ahead and do that. Figure it out. See how it all works. See how they get that data, and then get back to us, would you?
Yeah, they gather the data either from satellites or from experiments or other means.
Experiments? How do you get Earth curve measurements from experiments? Experiments have to do with the scientific method. This is not a scientific inquiry. This is geometry.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, really it
Yeah,
is? So give me the
geometry-
naturally observed phenomena, please.
Well, you can agree that geometry can be used in an experiment, right?
Sorry, yeah, and that would be a composition fallacy that you just committed. I want you to go ahead and show me
What the fuck
the
are you talking
naturally
about?
observed. I know you're already confused because you don't know that you were talking about
I
logic
literally
a second. You were talking about logic a second ago, and so we're doing this logically, right? So logically, if the Earth was a sphere, it would have to have curvature. These are all geometric terms. These are not scientific terms. These are geometry terms. So we're going to be logical. We're going to stick to the topic, geometry. And then now you're going to say that there's an experiment that we can do in geometry. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena so that we can run it through the scientific method? Please begin.
Okay, now I'm on server muted. Great.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we can take things like surface tension of water and apply that on a bigger scale.
Okay, surface tension of water is not the discussion. We're talking about earth curve, not surface tension. So earth curve measurements are what we're looking for. Apparently you think there's some kind of experiment that we can do. Try again.
Okay, I don't think this is going to be productive. You're going to just...
It's
Just
probably
really quickly,
not going to be.
just really quickly with
ahead.
the surface tension thing. Okay, so let's say you have like a rock the size of a tennis ball, and you wet it, and you've got like some surface tension on the outside of the tennis ball. Is that what you mean? And then you're going to scale that up to the size of the globe?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, so what if you just like instead of scaling it up to the size of a globe, let's just scale it up to the size of a beach ball now. Are you going to have a thicker surface tension on a beach ball compared to a tennis ball? No, it's
yeah,
going to
I
be
think
exactly the same, right? Because it's just surface tension. It's going to be the same
Yeah.
thickness. Now we could get like a rock like the size of a house, like a ball the size of a house that's made out of rock. Now it's still just you could wet that, and it's still just going to have the same amount of thickness of surface tension on the outside. So
Yeah.
the tennis ball, the beach ball, the house size ball, right? They all have the same thickness of surface tension. At what point, when you're scaling that up, does it start to become a thicker surface tension? Never.
I guess when there's things like gravity involved or a magnetic field that may skew how surface tension works.
Think about your argument there, bro. Just
Because, like,
that's just a bad argument. That's
well,
all I'm saying. Just think
no, it's
about it.
not.
Yeah, it
No,
actually is.
the fact that like surface tension can exist and like that water usually falls downward, right? Because gravity.
I made
Right?
my point, bro. Continue.
Well, and
Continue
also
with Sisu.
logically, here's what I actually wanted to get to, because like this is
Yeah.
something I always find funny. It's like logically, if the Earth is flat, right?
Okay, let's just start off with the logic. Give us a logical syllogism for the globe. We'll start from there. Just give us a logical syllogism.
What's a syllogism?
You can look that up on Google.
Oh, I can't. Wait, hold on. Syllogism makes me.
You're little. All right, so like I'm really not interested. I'm just gonna be server muted every
Oh, my
time I can't
husband's
finish
calling.
a thought.
Alright, I'm gonna go come.
You're not going to get server muted every time, but if you're going to start the conversation by, let's keep this logical, then let's do that. Let's see if you can prove the globe with some sort of logic. Not going, if the Earth was flat, then, some kind of consequence that you've imagined in your mind. We're talking about logic here. So let's just start with logic. Some kind of syllogism that you can give us relating to, geometry, since that's what we're talking about. In fact, geometry, if you break it down, geo, earth, metric, or, measure, that's what we're talking about. So some kind of syllogism. Let's keep it real logical.
Okay, so with logic, it's important to note, like when we're looking through a telescope, like when we see celestial.
I'm waiting for you to give me a syllogism or start the conversation. Not looking through a telescope. We're talking about the Earth, not the sky. Maybe we need to back this up, make it really kid friendly. The Earth is the ground, the surface of the Earth. It's not up, it's down. Can you figure this out without any help?
Oh, I can talk now? Great. What I was getting at is that, like, when you think about it, why would only Earth be flat?
only Earth be flat. So see, you've begged the question. You were coming in here with some kind of logic, I guess, but you've already committed a fallacy. Within your question, are you assuming that the other planets, meaning the other things that should be like the Earth in a solar system based on the geometry of the Earth, that is 3959 radius, which you should have measurements of, are you begging the question that all of those other planets are in this begging the question fallacy called a solar system? Please tell me if you are begging the question. I know that you are, but see if you can like admit to it.
Holy shit, dude.
Well,
Right.
the issue
I
is you're committed to a category error here. You have to establish
No.
that you're in the
I'm
same
also
category, that
lagging,
Earth
so
is
it's
in the
like
same
real.
category as like Jupiter.
Yeah, he's got diarrhea of the mouth, so if you talk, he'll instantly talk.
I noticed that off the bat. Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, I'll back this up a little bit. So, like, I try to use logic when coming to conclusions, and if somebody says like the Earth is flat or domed or whatever, my thinking is okay. So physics are non-discriminate. So if the Earth is flat or domed or whatever the theory is, then that means other planets would have to be the same in nature.
Other
Once
planets
again,
again, dude.
So you just
when
did
you
it
say
again.
other planets, you're begging the question. See, you already, in your mind, you think that all that other stuff that you've been told, that you were fed at school, and, you know, Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson and NASA and Discovery and history, you're assuming that all that's true in the first place. You actually have to prove that first instead of saying other planets. It's a category error, just like Yoder said. So, for the Earth to be like these other things, you'd either have to have curvature measurements of them or curvature measurements of the Earth. That would be the logical thing to do.
Well,
Point of
we do.
clarification here, kid, is we don't think flat Earth is inside the vacuum of outer space. We have no reason to conclude that.
Yo, gay nigga, shut up.
Do yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like we have no reason to
I
conclude that a
just like
satellite orbits a flat Earth, for example.
it's
Doesn't work.
frustrating if I get server muted before I finish a
Sammy,
thought.
look, bro. It's only because you kept over talking. If you can try not to over talk, then we'll try not.
What?
Like we won't server mute. Yeah, you
Literally
like,
not.
You just you're
Like
kind of
just
doing it a
now.
little. You're doing it right now, man.
What? Just completing a thought is interrupting? I
Okay,
didn't
so
know
he
that.
was only muting you while he was talking, so he could talk without you talking over him. As soon as he stopped talking, he would unmute you. Okay, so you shouldn't complain if you wanted to talk while he was talking.
Yeah, I was also interrupted before finishing my thought.
Right.
Okay,
Let's try
great.
to have a different type of conversation where no one interrupts then. But look, this is the thing, bro. You have a false idea of what flat Earth is in your head. We're trying to explain that to you. We don't claim that the Earth's a flat disk or a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric version of outer space.
Okay, so do other planets exist? Because there is an implication that they don't.
Planets
No one's-
exist.
Yeah.
Other would kind of assume or imply that the Earth is a planet in the first place. Now, when we talk about planets, okay, see, now you've already interrupted me. Great. Doing real well today. Anyways, if you have evidence that the Earth is a planet, then all we need from you is the curvature measurements of the Earth to affirm that.
Yeah, and I would just say refer to geodesic data on that.
Great. Can you show us some? This is your claim. I want you to provide it for us.
Sure. Yeah, just give me a moment.
This happens to be one of my favorite topics, by the way. You're in for a treat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Can you
I was here, I think, 2 days ago, and says who provided me arguments that you can't see actually the Eiffel Tower from some place that that is far because of
Yeah.
flat Earth. And I'm interested why is that and how it argument with degrees of our view range.
Yeah, well, SX, I gave you two things to consider, right? One of them was angular size, so you would have to give me the distance at which you're viewing said object, and then we would have to figure out what the angular size of the Eiffel Tower would be, in this case, however far away it's going to be from your location. And then we're going to have to figure out what the angular size would be or is. Number two, if it's in excess of 300 miles, the air is not going to allow you to see that far anyways. So it really doesn't matter. If it's beyond 300 miles, you can just forget about seeing it because the opacity of the air will not allow it.
Well, how the amount of degrees of our view range relates to the farness of our view range?
Right. Well, it would depend on the optic. Okay. For the human eye, it's 0.02 degrees or 0.02 arc seconds. So we need something, greater than that for the naked eye. But if we have a larger optic, something with a larger aperture, we could increase that, but it's not going to be a whole lot. So,
Well,
and then once again, remember the limiting factor once again is the air. So can you give me a specific example of something that we're looking at? And then we can go through all of the different criteria that we would need to go through. Something within range, reasonable range, maybe 10 miles or 20 miles, because the optics and the effects of perspective and everything really break down our ability to see at distance. So can you give me a specific example?
20 miles, for example.
20 miles. Okay, what are we looking at?
Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower. So 20 miles away from the Eiffel Tower, the actual size of the Eiffel Tower is what? I don't even actually know. How tall is it?
300 meters.
300 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 300 meters. So that's the actual size. So now there's probably a formula somewhere that will tell us what the angular size will be after, okay, 20 miles. And then we're also going to have to factor in a few other things. But do you think you could figure out what the angular size of the Eiffel Tower would be at 20 miles?
We can use telescope, but due to air, we can see it actually. That's your second argument. Yeah?
No. If it's within 20 miles, we should be able to see this, right? Now, I'm not saying that the air isn't still pretty thick and hard to see through for 20 miles, but we've seen things at 20, 30 miles. So what I need from you next, since we've gone ahead and eliminated the opacity of the air, we're within range, not close to 250, 300 miles. Let's see if we can get the angular size that the Eiffel Tower would be at 20 miles.
Give me a minute or two to calculate it. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so I was looking at a few sources, and the radius of the Earth, based on its curvature, is 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, I understand that. That's the claim. Can you get me the measurement of the curvature? Where did they get that figure from? How did they measure the drop over distance?
I posted the link in the side chat, but they got the data from compiling data from previous scientific experiments.
They wouldn't be
Methodology they used
scientific.
was research design and approach.
Yeah, we're
They
interested in the
used
origin, the seed values of the globe. Okay, you know what I mean by the seed values?
Seed values? No, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. So how did they determine the radius in the first instance? If you want to pass this off to just other tests that did it, then we need to hunt those down.
Yeah, because I haven't performed these tests myself, so I'm not gonna just make a bunch of claims from things I don't like. I haven't done myself.
Okay, we're not asking you to do that necessarily. We will accept the method by which anybody measured the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, verifiably so.
Yeah. So it's I mean, at least according to this website, I'm at lumenwaves.com. I'm not sure the credibility, but it says for the summary of key findings, they take into account physical principles. The curvature arises from gravitational forces in the planet's rotation. Measurement methods, techniques such as satellite imagery and geodetic surveys are crucial for calculating curvature. And then visibility phenomena. Curvature influences horizon visibility and can explain certain atmospheric effects like the apparent elevation of distant objects.
Yeah. So all of that is nonsense. Yeah, that's mostly nonsense and more claims on top of claims. So we need that seed value and how it was attained. Because it's just gibberish. It sounds really sciencey, and it sounds like someone did their homework, right? I mean, it sounds all wonderful. But the problem is that we don't actually have any measurements of drop over distance in physical reality. So that's the thing that we're looking for. If the Earth is curving, where is that curve at so that we can measure and verify that this is a ball?
Well, the claim, I guess there's like a straw man claim that people claim that it's a perfect sphere or globe.
Right. So the difference between the axis around the equator and the axis around the poles, or the measurement around the poles, the difference is 0.3%. So it's damn close to a perfect sphere.
To claim that it's an imperfect sphere requires a measurement.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to see if there's like more actual figures on this website. Equatorial bold.
Well,
here I'm gonna.
I calculated degrees, and it's 0.5 of 1 degree. So
0.501 degrees. Great. Okay. So now we have
Can you
that.
do arctan rise over run? Never mind.
He was answering a question that I had for him earlier. Okay, so we got 0.5 degrees. Great. Now we have a size. Now, what surface are we looking across in this scenario? Is it the ocean?
yeah.
Okay. Where's the observation point? I'm asking all these things because they all have to be factored into the account. You know, like where are we looking from? What is our observer height? So on and so forth.
What? How far away is the Eiffel Tower from the ocean?
I don't know, but I'm pretty
inland.
sure it's inland. I was going to say it's quite a ways inland, but he's saying this is over water. So SX or I'm sorry, I forgot your name. How do I say your screen name, man, so I can talk to you?
Jackart.
Say it again.
You can tell me, call me Jack.
Jack. Okay, Jack. That's going to have to work. Okay, Jack. So, is this a real life scenario?
What do you mean? Like near the ocean? What?
Yeah. I mean, are we looking across water, or is there going to be some topography in the way? Is there going to be trees in the way? Is there going to be buildings in the way? Where are we looking from? In which direction to view the Eiffel Tower from 20 miles away?
I don't know how it will help us to understand the concept. Like we already understood that we have small amount of degrees of view range, and then we can actually see it. It's very good, and we just have opacity of air, so we can't use this argument to prove that Earth is circular.
No. It'll work out. Look, this is the math Like for the angular size of the Eiffel Tower to be too small for the human eye to resolve, you would have to be 95 kilometers away from it. Okay, but you could go anywhere in the world and check what the maximum or average visibility rating is, and you're going to find it's going to be a lot less than that.
Okay.
So you're going to be limited, regardless of angular size, you're going to be limited by the visibility of the air from seeing forever. The fact is, we can see so far anyway. Like even if we have a nice clear day, we can see shoreline to shoreline over, say, a 20-mile lake, for example. We could shoot a laser across 40 kilometers and hit a target at just over a meter off the surface. None of this works on a globe. You can't see forever because the air is semi-transparent.
Okay.
It's like that's the end of the argument for why can't we see forever.
Great. Thank you.
Wait, no, but gravity like bends the light and the
Yeah,
direction.
this is physical obstruction. Physical obstruction because of the particles and the dust and the pollution and the gas and the fog and the mist and all of the stuff that's just in the air in general. It's like you just can't see through it. You can't zoom through it using a telescope. You can't do much about it whatsoever. You might see a tiny bit further with infrared. That's the argument. He's asking us why you can't see the Eiffel Tower from some crazy distance away.
We don't know whether the Earth is a donut shape, a globe, or
yeah, we're not claiming flat's not a shape. Yeah, flat's not a shape. You said two shapes of things and then added flat in. Like smooth, bumpy, rigid. Right? These things they're not shapes. Flat. It's not a. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Well, that flat is a form of the Earth could possibly take, right?
No, a flat's not a shape. Flat's kind of like the surface of a square, or it could be the surface of a table that could be any shape, or the surface of the water on top of a lake that could be any shape. That's just a description of a surface.
Like, the whole debate here is like the shape of the Earth.
No.
I don't
well, not really. Not really.
Because for it to have a shape, dude, it's going to have like, in this case, if it's at least 3 dimensions, it's going to have volume. But we don't know anything about the space around the shape.
Wait, but it does have volume.
How much do we really know about
the space around it that defines the volume? It's called an embedding space.
Yeah, we're not even presenting
there's absolutely no embedding space whatsoever.
Exactly. It's not a dimension. It's a surface quality that we're pointing out, that we're measuring.
That's
right. Not a length or a width or a depth.
Yeah, we describe the surface as topologically flat with topographical variation.
Yeah, but like the ocean is the same way because it has different depths, right, and different wave patterns.
Right, it's topographically flat, or topologically flat, but topographically varies with the waves, right? Just like the land. So the topology is flat, but it has topographical features, mountains and valleys, just like the ocean has waves. Those are topography on a greater topology.
Yeah, you'll never witness or measure it to be with respect to anything else but horizontal and vertical. Those are the changes that you'll measure.
Well, yeah, because that's how geometry would function within like a planar type of measuring system.
Nobody's measured the surface to like change with respect to horizontal and vertical in such a fashion that the surface would be, would correspond with the surface of a sphere. So,
well, is every time it's measured flat. It's never actually measured curve. The curve comes in by assuming that the flat measurement is wrong.
Well, I don't necessarily think, like, be careful not to straw man. I don't necessarily think all scientists are saying that it's wrong because of that fact. But I think, like, we do have limitations on, like, how and why we measure things the way we do, because we don't have some like big machine that can send a scientist with a measuring tape up into space to like measure the whole curvature, right?
Yeah, we're not claiming that
So
that's
we
what they
have to
need to
make.
do, though. Nobody's saying that. Listen,
Well,
listen.
but we have
They
axial
admit
tilt.
that they are measuring it flat, and they mathematically contort their flat measurements to a model of Earth, a model of a globe Earth.
Yeah, based on satellite data and other measurement
This is before
methods.
satellites. And even today, they're doing it with satellites, ironically enough. So all we're trying to find out is what's the seed value for the radius of the Earth? How did that come to be? We've been looking for that for 10 years. We can't find the origin.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. That's a big problem if that's the truth.
Eratosthenes.
Like if
Well,
that
because he
is the
used.
truth, that's a huge problem because he didn't actually measure the Earth as a globe either.
No, he didn't. He just took angle of insolation from the sun at different times of the year.
Right, and he
And then
assumed
made.
that Earth had to be topologically curved to accustom parallel rays from a sun.
Yeah, based on the position of an object, like I think it was the obelisk that he measured.
Yeah.
At
So
different times of the year.
that's right.
And
So
since there was an
based on what
angle,
rational grounds did he have to assume that the sun rays were parallel from a large object that's far distance away?
because as they understood it, and as we've come to understand it, rays are typically linear in how they are emitted. Of course, they're not perfectly linear. I don't think
Here's the
anything's
problem, the
perfectly linear.
logical problem. He's actually measuring diverging rays, not parallel rays.
What do you mean diverging?
In order to get a difference of angle based off of two different positions, the rays must be diverging. So why would he assume that they're parallel?
I don't know why you would think they're diverging.
Because he's got two different locations, Alexandria and Cyan, and they're measuring two different angles to the sun at the same time. Two different. If they were parallel rays, they'd be the same angle.
No, that's presupposing the Earth is like flat and doesn't have an axial tilt.
Oh,
Or like
so now we're
seasonality.
presupposing it's curved, right? So we're measuring diverging rays, and we're going to assume that the thing that we can't measure, which is whether or not rays are parallel, is curved. We're going to assume then that the Earth is curved, and we don't actually measure the Earth curving either.
Well, we have what's called an axial tilt.
Yeah, that's
right?
also begging the question. That's just watching the sky tilt.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as we know, the Earth revolves around the sun and gives us the seasons that we have,
We
which
don't
is
know
why we
that.
have like the poles.
We're still trying to
Well, we
establish
do.
what
We
we
can
watch
literally
is a
just
motion in the
observe.
sky, dude. You have to think about the reference frames. The observer at this point has no way of differentiating between which is correct. Okay, whether the Earth is moving or the sky is moving. The base assumption, right? If somebody were to bash you on the head and you wake up the next morning and crawled out of a cave and looked up at the sky, based off of your lived experience, why would you assume that the ground that you're standing on is moving at night when you look at the stars? I mean, that sounds batshit crazy.
Wait,
Somebody would think you were hit on the head.
You're saying like, why would I assume if I was like, I guess essentially lobotomized or my memory was wiped? Why would
Yeah.
I assume that like the Earth isn't revolving around the sun?
Correct. Yeah.
I guess I would be worried about a lot of other things before I worry about that, right? Realistically, but like, if I'm to entertain that, I think I would say that I would just look into it and be like, okay, what is this phenomena? Because I'm a curious person. I'm like, what is this phenomena? How do we come to know how the mechanisms are and how it works?
Yeah. So you watch the stars move at night. So you have two options, right? Either I'm moving or the stars are moving. And how do you determine which is happening? Is there anybody that's ever able to measure curvature of the Earth? The answer is no. So why do you assume that the sky is a curving surface?
Well, we've measured the curvature of the Earth, just not sufficient in your standards, I guess.
No, it actually has not been measured. That's our contention. It's not up to our standards. It's actually never been accomplished.
It's never been directly measured, it's inferred through measurement of other things.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
people imagine the
But I mean,
celestial sphere as a curved surface, and they create a topological equivalence from the curve up in the sky and say, well, as above, so below, invoking magical mumbo jumbo, and say the ground must be curving too. That's exactly how this came to be. They interpreted the sky first as a sphere, which it's not. And then they said, well, if the sky is curved and just as heaven is, so is the earth must be curving too.
when you say sky, do you mean like outer space?
Yeah, the celestial sphere, which is a concept still taught today in astronomy.
Well, because when we look through a telescope, we're looking at a rounded object, a spheroid.
What? You actually think the night sky is a black ball?
Oh, I think he's talking about
No,
like the
no, no,
objects
no,
in the sky.
celestial
Well, we're
object.
Oh
not
no.
talking about the objects in
Like
the
planets.
sky. We're talking about the whole celestial sphere itself, like the imaginary celestial sphere.
The idea that the night sky is a rotating black ball with holes poked in it and the light of God shining through. That's what the Greeks envisioned.
I don't subscribe to that.
Well, I mean, it's taught conceptually in astronomy to help people understand how to think about the world that they see with their eyes.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not an astronomy student, so I wouldn't
Yeah. It's
wouldn't have
how
much to
people
comment
sail
on
at
that.
night. How celestial navigation works.
It's actually where the globe came from.
Yep. I got to step away for a few minutes. Sorry, I couldn't really commit to a deep chain of thought here. I'll be back.
Yeah. So even long before anyone even proposed that the Earth could possibly be like a globe, the ancient cultures envisioned, like they basically they needed a way to be able to map out the motion of the stars in the sky. So they imagined like a big imaginary sphere surrounding the entire Earth, and when a star is at a certain point in the sky, they were able to turn that into like a mapping system for the sky to know what the stars are going to be doing, the motion of the stars, the motion of the planets, at what angle they were at in the sky based on your location. Okay, and then people like Pythagoras came along who actually were kind of like mystic cult leaders. That's kind of what Pythagoras was. Don't know if you've looked into the cult of Pythagoras, but they kind of worshipped numbers and worshipped shapes. Okay, and he thought that spheres are the most divine shape, the most perfect shape, and because they imagine the sky as being this divine shape, this divine sphere, celestial sphere, then the Earth must also be that as well. Not because they went out and actually did anything empirical. It was like through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
Sure. Yeah,
Yes.
Pythagoras is pretty base. He was like one of the first vegans in history that we know of.
Well, I was watching, he was like a kind of crazy, like mystic cult leader. The story goes. I mean, I don't know about based. Like he believed in a lot of crazy
actual
things.
Spiritual beings.
Yeah, he thought that like the universe was like a musical instrument, and he thought he like all sorts of crazy things, man. I could go over the list of all the crazy things and rituals and stuff that these people had. But the thing is, even mainstream historians, right, like Cambridge mathematical historians, they say that they can't even prove that this guy existed. Okay, they say that there probably was some guy named Pythagoras, but all of the things that are attributed to him is just kind of like nonsense.
Or maybe it's like a myth or a legend.
Yeah, he said the Greeks
That was
loved
passed down.
they loved making up these like mystical figures like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras and that kind of thing. It was kind of what they did and attributed things to them.
You know, it'd be fun right now with this with our guest have our guests Google Eratosthenes and pull up one of these ink pad pictures of him. One of these
I've
relief
already looked
pictures.
into Eratosthenes.
Dude, they draw his head like 3 times the size of a normal cranium.
Oh, really? That's funny. Apparently, his cult
funny as
members
shit.
thought he could be in 2 places at the same time, and that he could like talk to animals and things like that. And they legitimately thought that he had one of his thighs was gold. He had a golden
Wait,
thigh.
the Pythagorean cult?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they also had a strict abolition of no consuming beans, which I think is just
Yeah.
such an odd thing. Like, why would you
Yeah.
prohibit the
Yeah, they thought beings were
consumption of
spiritual
meat?
beings.
If they even thought that if you drop something, like you can't pick something up if it drops on the ground. There are all sorts of crazy stuff. I was looking up, like also another thing, you can't pee into the sunlight. You're facing the sun, you can't pee. Like,
But I
Wait, you
think
shower.
can't pick up anything that drops on the ground? What about like fruit that's ripe and falls off a tree?
yeah, I don't know. I don't
This
know. I
whole
don't know
like
the.
thing with Pythagoras' existence, like his entire existence, is just strange to me because like,
Yeah.
why would a vegan not want to eat fruit that falls on the ground, like ripe fruit? Or why would
Maybe he
why
just
would a
gets someone else
vegan
to pick it up for him. I don't
yeah
know.
why would a vegan want
Can you
to
eat
avoid
roadkill?
eating beans as well? Like what? Anyway,
I think it's just indicative of the times people were living in, that they were more susceptible to like hysterical facts that weren't really based in like any kind of empirics or anything. It was just more so like,
Yeah.
I guess, an appeal to authority, like, oh yeah, this person said this, and so
Like
they
the
seem
globe
credible
today.
enough.
Hey, like the globe is today. Appeals to
No,
people in
because
the past. Nobody's got direct evidence. It's a myth.
no, that's different because we can use data and logic to make inferences based off of like a bunch of different factors, like with seasonality and axial tilt. And the reason why we have
Well,
seasons is because of axial tilt.
the issue with that though is you're making again inferences. You can't prove anything through inferential logic.
I
May I
mean,
ask?
like, the thing with science is like nothing's really set in stone until we
It,
gather
it
more
leads
data.
to
It's kind
circular
of like the
reasoning.
beauty of
So yeah,
science.
okay, that's a concession that you don't know. That's a
Yep.
concession.
I've got
Yeah.
Yep. And this has to stand up to our real world measurements of a flat earth, which we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples, not just by people in our community, but by people who didn't know that they weren't thinking of Earth as a globe when they were taking long distance observations, saying, wow, I can see mountain range 255 miles away. That's really cool.
I mean, yeah, if it's like 15,000 feet, you're gonna see it like quite a distance away for sure.
And yeah, but you shouldn't be seeing these distances. Like we shouldn't be seeing Baja, New Mexico, the peninsula, from an airplane 760 miles away at 35,000 feet. That peninsula should be 180,000 feet behind the
Wait,
curvature of the Earth.
Baja, New Mexico? That's not a
Yeah, the Baja
real place.
Peninsula.
Oh, the
it's
Baja
not
Peninsula.
New Mexico.
Yeah, sorry if I
Yeah,
said New
Baja
Mexico.
California. You mean Baja
Yeah,
I was
California?
just confused.
Baja
I was
California
like, wait.
Peninsula. Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we've
Can I
got
ask a question?
observations of this in infrared from high altitude.
Can I ask you? Okay, I want to ask you about stars. Why can't we see some stars from other place on the Earth, for example? And also, where does Polaris go when it travels south? And what physical blocks it from?
Well, stars are just too far away for us to see from some places. That's all that it is. You know?
Okay, but for example, if we have the same sky, why can't we see some other stars, for example, some place?
They're too far away, man. Listen, like the further away you get from objects in the sky, the lower they appear in your angular field of view.
Okay,
Eventually,
but
they're going to be obstructed by trees and mountains and valleys and shit in the
And the
atmosphere.
air itself, yeah.
by what? By trees? What did you
Yeah.
say?
Yeah, they'll be blocked by the terrain because they're so low in your angular field of view that they'll be just mere arc minutes of degree above the horizon.
Telescopes allow us to see beyond our natural vanishing point.
Absolutely. And infrared telescopes from airplanes allow us to see beyond the curvature of the Earth. Dozens of examples.
Wait, you just said beyond the curvature, so when you're in an airplane, you're implying you see a curvature.
No, we're testing to see if there is curvature. We can't find it. You'd think that in infrared, they'd be much more clearly visible, that there'd be a sharper definition of the curving Earth and the sky beyond it. But in infrared, it's flat, and you can see beyond where the curvature should be. That's what I'm trying to explain.
May I
Yeah,
ask you
and
also
I
a question?
understand that, but like, so would you deny like the photo evidence of the curvature of the Earth if they documented that?
Should I automatically accept and believe what people present to me that I can't go out and verify for myself, like pictures from satellites and NASA shit from space? Meanwhile,
No,
what I
yeah,
can do
sure, not
is I can take
necessarily.
my telescope with an infrared filter and go on an airplane, and I can debunk the globe. And anybody can. I can give it to you today, and you can go take it up and go have fun with it. Now, getting a seat on a NASA rocket to go to the ISS, that's a whole different claim. That's an exceptional claim. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So, what are we going to do
Wait,
to
so you're
submit
saying
these claims
everybody?
to?
Oh, sorry, finish. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, what are we going to do to submit these claims to some verifiable provenance? You know, the chain of custody. Well, it's broken.
There is
Well,
also
there's
a problem. May I ask? It's a continue of our previous conversation. Like the star Polaris, for example, travels to south or somewhere when we go in the other side. So actually, it proves that Earth is curvature.
How so? Because it gets too far away for you to see, like I was explaining before. Yeah, you go to the southern latitudes, or just go south of the northern latitudes, and Polaris descends in your field of view. Boom, 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 and then eventually you can't see it due to particulates in the air. If you're out at the ocean, it's not going to be visible. So here's another interesting factoid I want you to consider. The sun changes its luminosity throughout the day by a factor 23,000 times. The sun is 23,000 times brighter when it's at its high point in the sky compared to when it's just above the horizon. 23,000 times different. How come stars don't do the same thing?
because
Okay,
stars
but
are
I ask
light
another
years and
question.
light years
Like,
away.
you go somewhere.
Yeah, so the
in
light's
the,
even weaker than the
you go to
sun.
the right.
Of course, because they're further
Am I
away in
done
distance.
by explaining my argument, or so?
Yeah, sorry, go for it.
When we go,
I'm gonna
okay,
sit
thank you.
back.
So we go to the right, and we perceive as the star that it's actually too far for us from us to actually consider it like moving because we are moving related to it. So when we move to right, it moves left. When we move left, it moves to right. Why is that possible? Because of curvature. Because the
airplanes do the
gradient.
same thing.
How airplanes related to the
Yeah, you
Earth
ever
move?
watch an airplane fly away?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything.
I don't know. Okay.
You understand how perspective convergence works, right? How things converge in the distance, and it will look like things ramp down that are above you and things ramp up that are below you, and they converge into a vanishing point in the distance.
Like in a corridor, when you look down the corridor, the walls look like they're getting closer together. They're not. They just look that way. The ceiling looks like it's going downwards towards the floor that looks like it's going upwards. They're not. That's just perspective. So when Polaris is above your head, like a light on the ceiling, and you move away, to you, it appears to go downwards towards the midpoint of your view or vanishing point, or in this instance, the horizon, till eventually it merges with the horizon. And then the meteorological conditions and the air are going to stop us seeing any type of light, as akin to when we see the sun. But this is just perspective. You can't see Polaris anymore because it's too far away for you to see, and from your point of view, Polaris has converged with the surface. Good evening, everybody.
Hello,
Welcome,
Jedi.
Jedi.
So if you have a look in the side chat, there's a ton of images just demonstrating perspective convergence on different scales.
To my earlier point, listen, the sun's magnitude changes dramatically. It goes from you can't see it because the atmospheric layers are too dense for the light to push through. It being so intense that it's going to burn your skin. The magnitude changes 23,000 times. Stars don't do this. You got stars that are low on the horizon. They're about the same magnitude as they are when they're directly overhead. The claim is that the atmosphere is blocking the sun, and the rays from the sun are having a hard time pushing through the atmosphere to reach your eyes during a sunset. But the stars seem to have no issue whatsoever. What the hell are they?
Okay, that makes a little more sense. The first time you said it, that wasn't making sense to me. I was imagining that you were laying out that the stars, when they're at your zenith, should be too bright to see or something. This one makes more sense.
Yeah, I said it the other way. I got you. Yep. Yeah, it's wild, man.
Okay. So we've said a lot, and I haven't heard the guy or gentleman respond. Is he still here?
If he is, I know he wants to say satellites so badly. He's brought them up a few times, and we can get into that.
That's fine. I'll just kindly ask him to respond to what's been said. We can talk about satellites another time. Who was the gentleman we were speaking to?
I wasn't looking. Hands are tied.
No, that's fine. I'm sure he would have piped up now if he was still here, but he appears to have gone.
He's being polite, a little frustratingly polite, but polite nonetheless. So too bad.
Yeah, he kind of came in swinging, but he changed his tune after a while, which was good.
The other guy, who he told me to call him Jack. He's got like a Koenigsegg in his PFP, and anyways, he's not here anymore. But he's been pretty cool. But I don't know if it's a language barrier problem or whatever. But he almost couldn't grasp, number one, the angular size problem, and also, that air is hard to see through. So he came back with that. I don't know why.
Good assessment.
They really don't teach much about perspective in general at school, which is kind of odd. And the way we see, and I guess we grow up seeing in perspective, but it's like people are just completely desensitized to how much of an impact it has on the way we view things. They don't even think about it. And then when we try to explain it to them, they're like, "Whoa!" Like Never really thought about it. What's up, Steve? Hope you're doing well too, man.
Hi guys, what are you talking about here?
Talking about how flat the Earth is.
How flat is what?
How flat the Earth is.
Ah.
It's an interesting shirt you have on.
Who was just speaking?
And what did you end up with?
Rob. Well, what's that? What'd you say?
What did you end up with?
Oh, the Earth is definitely not a globe. Yeah.
It's been measured flat in so many ways it'll make your head spin. One of my favorites is the FE core laser test over the frozen lake IJssel in the Netherlands. I mean, geez, like almost 42 kilometers of flatness. Frozen water, water that didn't freeze with the curvature of the Earth, mind you, because it's flat. Both the laser and the target were 1.5 meters off the surface. And the laser hit the target. They had a super accurate laser aiming device. I mean, people talk like the laser was the star of the show, and yeah, that is expensive, but the device they built for aiming it, the ultra high precision CNC machining that they themselves put forth the effort into constructing, that is the real star of the show. Thank you for posting that, Travis. So Travis posted a link to the PDF to the PowerPoint presentation that this team did. And they did multiple observations and couldn't measure the globe, not with a single one. And to top it off, they're on record for conducting the longest laser ranging test in human history. Perhaps outside of military applications. We do have another example actually from the military. They weren't trying to test for curvature. They were just trying to study the atmosphere. But they shot 149 kilometer beam, actually 3 beams at the same time from one Hawaiian island to another. And the whole point was to study the beam separation that would occur if Earth is a globe and terrestrial refraction was real. And guess what they found out, folks? Those beams did not separate as predicted with terrestrial refraction. So terrestrial refraction is horseshit. The grouping, so they used 3 beams. They used an infrared laser. I think they used actually 2 infrareds. They used deeper infrared and near infrared, and then a green laser. And they shot these, and the deep infrared one was their control. It was flat. But the grouping of the lasers was so tight that they were like, holy crap, the grouping on the target end within the telescope was so tight they couldn't believe that had just happened. How the fuck? "148 kilometers. Amazing. How do
But
I
like
get
this,
an infrared laser that does that?
yeah, it's a beast.
It's not like I can go on eBay and pick one up, right? might have to go to the Silk Road on. Oh wait, did they take that down? One of my other favorite non-flat earther conducted globe proofs was by the U.S. Naval Department in conjunction with NATO. So the U.S. Navy Naval Research Lab, NRL, they had a contract with NATO and said, we need you guys to basically send surveyors out to the Chesapeake Bay, military surveyors, right? So we're talking not just like your typical civil engineers. We're talking about people who do high precision surveying work while they're getting shot at. So two teams came, a Dutch team and a German team. They came to the Chesapeake Bay outside of Washington, D.C., and they set up infrared cameras. They set up lights on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. I think it was about 16 kilometers away. And on the recording end, they set up a TV camera basically to watch it, and they were just recording. And they wanted to record the motion of the lights throughout the day and night cycles. They wanted to see how much refraction would shift the lights up and down and scintillate and bleep in and blip out, and as it changes in intensity. They wanted to study that. One of the lights, the lowest light, they purposefully set up as a control to be below the curvature of the Earth. And you can actually look at the document and go to the Earth curve calculator, and you can see that that's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to set this light up behind the curvature of the Earth. And in the least optimal conditions for this to happen, they kept seeing the damn light. They couldn't get that light to disappear behind the freaking curvature of the Earth. The situation was so screwed up for them that they called it cursed, and their final deliverable to the US Navy. Cursed. It was a cursed situation because their control was not acting as a control. They couldn't control for the curvature of the Earth. And this actually led to them creating a new model for what's called the marine layer, that very busy layer of water and air just above the surface of water where the water starts to evaporate. There's just a lot of activity going on. But they had to fudge the temperature data by something like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude difference. They had to move the decimal over like two places for the difference in temperature to make it work. To explain the observation, they had to produce results that they themselves did not actually record in nature. That's called backfitting, and in an academic environment, you'd get tarred and feathered. Good enough for government. Yeah, that was called NATO Sapphire, was the project name. Sapphire, like the stone, Sapphire, Sapphire, the NATO Sapphire trials. We posted this on our home server. I mean, this isn't like classified or anything like that. It's quite open and public. So, very interesting stuff. Or how about the USGS people that went down to Antarctica and recorded seeing mountain ranges from 300 miles? Like from a boat or something. So it's not like they were up 35,000 feet using infrared. In fact, this kind of puts them at the limit for the Rayleigh scattering model of the attenuation of light through the atmosphere. Kind of interesting. So here, we're sitting on mountains and mountains of this stuff. It seems to me that the real professionals, the pros out there in the field doing these actual measurements, the frustrations that they endure and the uncertainty that they have stands in stark contrast to these Discord globers that come in here and they're just totally cocksure that they know everything and that Earth is a globe and it's all been figured out. It's really amazing to see this divergence of mentality between the two groups. So, I mean, forgive me when I sound like I'm holding people like this in contempt when they come in and act like this, because I've read so much higher level academic literature on the subject to know that the real pros have much bigger problems that need to be settled that these guys are completely clueless about when they come in to debate us. There's no humility amongst them. That's the problem. Yeah, it requires humility. If you're going to be open to the idea that you don't understand the Earth the way you thought, you're going to have humility, right? None of us wanted to be flat earthers, folks. Like, we know that it's the most socially derided topic on Earth. Like, it's okay to be a bigot towards flat earthers. You can't be racist to anybody, but you can be a total bigot to flat earthers, no problem. Nobody's going to throw you in jail or shut you up on the internet. One of the fewest groups out there that it's socially acceptable to marginalize. I hate to say. Gesundheit.
Skinnier and
Prost. What? So what's next? Maps, satellites and maps, they go hand in hand. What's funny is people think that GPS satellites, like, they know where they are in orbit because they're detecting and scanning the Earth as a globe and they're beaming down their coordinates to receivers. It's really kind of funny what the general public thinks GPS is doing. What if I told you that the GPS satellites don't know where they are? They're told where they are by the ground stations send the uplink data to them.
What?
Yeah.
The satellite doesn't know where it is. It gets
No,
told
it has
where
to be
it is.
told. Yeah, GPS specifically, I know.
Wow.
Yeah. So you got these ground stations everywhere, and they're optically and by radio tracking these things. And guess what? How do the ground stations know where they are? They assume a long globe coordinate system. So when they do the alt-as tracking of the satellites from horizon to horizon, it's all based off of their point of observation already baked into the globe. So you get all of these guys, and then they send their coordinates in from, they basically transmit to a central system, like somewhere out in Colorado, where it processes all the observations from the ground stations. And then Colorado crunches the numbers and then sends out to all the uplinks where it thinks the satellites should be if Earth is a globe and they're in orbit. And then that packet gets transmitted up to the satellites, and the satellites, okay, thank you. So they get sent like an ephemeris, an almanac, timing data.
So we know where we are because we tell the satellite where it is relative to where we are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's circular, dude. I'm telling you, it's just like these inertial navigation systems in the jumbo jets that we talk about from time to time.
Yep.
So wait, we already know where we are. Wait, how does that work?
We're on a sphere.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're on a sphere. So don't be
You know, it's funny.
surprised that the coordinate system works. Do you know
This
where
is
you are?
assuming that the tech is even up there to begin with, too.
Well, it doesn't matter, dude. It could be
right
hovering 100 foot above the floor or 100,000 foot. It doesn't matter anymore. We tell it where it is.
Have you seen a Loran chart map?
Yeah, I think so, but I can't see it in my head. Long time ago, like 5, 6 years, something like that.
Yeah, I just looked at it again recently. Let me pull one up here for you guys. Do you think they got worldwide GPS coverage?
Yeah, I think this is the one I saw.
8 minutes past the hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, they're doing that in the 60s, 50s, 40s.
Yeah, of course.
And they're using VHF frequencies. Line of sight. It doesn't go behind mountains and curves very well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course. I think we were talking to some guy the other day about VHS radio signals. And he said, I think they cut off at about, I think it was either 16 or 26 miles or kilometers. I can't remember. But from about 10 meters.
Yeah, tell him to increase his wattage.
Yeah. I think you were here for that conversation as well, actually.
Yeah, I said he was using like a 20-meter wavelength or something. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like not to discount the job. Very important job, very technical. You can do it pretending you're on a globe all day long. Doesn't matter. Yeah, man. So is there a way potentially that they could take towers like that Loran map you see, and the towers are sending out timing data, and you put a little doohickey somewhere, some device on the transmitter that alters like the phase, so it gives the appearance that these things are moving potentially, or the beams originating from a different location potentially.
Yeah.
You know, there was Charlie Wilson, Secretary of Defense, during the space race. The guy that they made the movie about, Charlie Wilson's War, starring Tom Hanks. Great movie. Charlie Wilson, when he first learned of Sputnik, he called it a deep scientific trick. He called it
Oh,
a scientific trick with the radio bleeps and bloops. Yeah, cool trick, Russians. You think that's cool? Watch what we can do.
I fucking agree with you. I fucking agree with you. You're fucking
Thanks.
right. Yeah.
Could GPS be a cheap scientific trick
Keep
too?
going.
Yeah. Well, we know that they're tricking. They're
Bro,
tricking
you're
us
fucking
because
right. Oh, fuck.
NASA, dude. NASA was founded by a psychological
Holy
operations
NASA, holy
program under
fuck.
the president, dude. Did you know that?
This dude is talking the truth.
Dude, I'm cooking.
Yeah.
The entire space program, dude, is a propaganda program. Like, openly a propaganda program. The founding documents describe, by any means necessary, advancing for the public's consumption technological achievements that may or may not exist. Like, what the hell does that mean? Why
Bullshit
would
joke where no
technology
man has
why
gone before.
listen, in this document that I'm recalling from memory, there's a section called reconnaissance satellites and the greater section of psychological operations. Why would satellites fall as a subtitle to psychological operations? Oh, a cheap scientific trick indeed, right? How awesome is that? I'm of the opinion that a lot of these people that they don't necessarily know that the earth is flat. A lot of these folks in DOD, at NASA, Pentagon, whatever, they get by just fine believing Earth is a globe. But they also know that what they're doing is sowing seeds of propaganda. To them, what they're doing is they're projecting American dominance.
Yep.
That's their primary mission. And they also think that there's probably some bank of nerds out there that's still trying to figure out how to actually orbit a satellite around the globe, which isn't happening. So I was reading up on the history of the Dragnet program. I almost called it Skynet. Dragnet. Dragnet was the satellite retrieval program from the Cold War, the early Cold War. So what they were doing, it started off with satelloons, spy balloons. What they were doing is they were flying airplanes, and they were catching the whole satellite system itself. The gondola, which is the metal girders on which the cameras are attached, the cables to the balloon or the parachute. Sometimes they'd pop the balloon, right? And then a parachute would deploy. And then they would catch the entire satellite itself with the parachute using these massive hooks, and they would pull it into the back of a cargo bay of this massive cargo plane. And that's all these pilots would do all day, every day. They'd practice for this. They became very good at it. Well, at some point, they switched over from balloons to self-orbiting satellites because they're competing with Sputnik. You know what's funny? Their operations remain the same. Their techniques were the same. And you can kind of read the pilots' accounts of this, how they thought it was kind of weird. It was not only the same, but they said it got easier. And what was happening is they went from grabbing the entire satellite to thinking that they're grabbing only the canisters. But what if it's possible that the canisters themselves, the technology got so small that they didn't need these massive steel girders anymore? They're able to shrink the technology down. So they're no longer pulling in these like 6, 7, 8 foot long steel beams into the plane, but we're talking maybe 4 foot wide boxes. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, why would your retrieval technology and process method, all of that, be the same? I mean, they were told that the canister was from a self-orbiting piece of space junk and had been jettisoned off of it. And that's the part that they couldn't see and could not verify themselves. Maybe it's been balloons the whole time. No, no, that couldn't be, guys. No, no, no. Yes. Imagine being lucky enough to get picked up for that job. I bet that was a lot of fun. I wonder what's harder, like landing an airplane on an aircraft carrier or retrieving one of those. You know how they say that Starlink, the reason why you can see them at night as a bead of lights is not because that they have massive spotlights on them that they're shining down onto Earth, but it's actually a reflection of the sun. I'm gonna have to dig for it, but it's out there. I can tell you that there is an article, a fairly recent one within the last 10 years or so, by a newspaper in Topeka, Kansas. Use the Google newspaper search. Topeka, Kansas newspaper saying you can see Starlink tonight, and it was the winter time at 10:30 p.m. Anyone see the problem with that? Northern latitudes, winter, 10:30 p.m. Space junk that's reflecting the sunlight from what is it, maybe 300 miles up? How does sunlight reach that? If Earth is a globe. Now, what if Earth is flat? Well, then, yeah, maybe it is reflecting sunlight from a flat Earth orbit of some kind. Why? Well, because the sun is just way over there from that high up. Maybe on a flat Earth, if you were to go up like 300 miles, you could see the sun again at 10:30 at night from Topeka, Kansas during the winter. Ever think of that? Man, I wonder if I saved it. Now I'm really curious. I know I saved it, but my Dropbox folder is just a hot mess. I'll do it later. That love drama guy keeps getting the mute and the boot, doesn't he? I think that's Rich. Rich Evans.
Rich is rolling around or what? I mean, hey, Joder, I sent you a DM. Something random. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just saw that video that's playing on the TV, and then while watching it, they're using a huge magnet that is used for some pharmaceutical procedure, some medical procedure that they do in the heart. They use two magnets side to side, and then in the middle will be the patient, and they'll be moving like a tool inside of the patient's body with the magnets. And at 15 minutes, he mentions how they use the magnets to create a new North Pole on the tape.
Oh yeah.
Basically,
yeah, right. You can use the harmonic fields of magnets to create synthetic poles. I don't know what they're actually called, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Kind of cool. I've never seen that they were able to guide something with magnets inside someone's body, but just a little Easter egg that they mentioned they can do that. Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. We live in a big magnetic field for the audience listening, duh, right? But did you know that Earth has 3 poles? It's the funniest thing, right? Nobody in the public talks about it, but it's not like they're hiding it either. There is what's claimed to be a South Pole in Antarctica that does not move. And then a North Pole that kind of wanders a bit. And the third pole is somewhere out in the southern Indian Ocean, and it moves a lot.
So when I picture that, right, and they put the two magnets, this machine that has two huge magnets, and is doing this movement above the table where the patient is laying, so above the flat table, creating this movement of the pole. However, they guide the magnets. So that's kind of like I picture it in.
I love it.
In a probably in a more complicated way, like a creator level. I don't know. So interesting. Yeah.
Immediately, what comes to mind?
Feel the magnetic north moves, so I can like the imagery of the, let's say, the silhouette that we're observing. In my opinion, it could be like structural, like actually like a structure, and that structure is kind of like wobbling. We see the sky doing this wobble, right? They say it's the earth doing the wobble, but it kind of looks like the sky is doing that little wobble, and the kind of like that's having an effect on the ground, and the North Pole or the poles are having that wobble of the sky. That's why they kind of like wobble on the ground, or the expression of it on the ground, what we detect on the ground with tools, right? And we label it magnetic north or magnetic south. Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is like a gigantic hard drive, and it records the magnetic interactions on it. So geologists have gone to great information. This the Mexican hat dance, awesome. geologists have gone in some austere environments in like Patagonia and the peninsula of Antarctica, whatever you call that, the Antarctic Peninsula, I guess, right? And they claim to have retrieved rocks from down there where the magnetic alignment within them is just a bit more than 90 degrees off of where it should be right now. And in order for that to happen, they say that extended, like there's a long period of time where, for whatever reason, that rock was picking up or recording the field in this way, even though the field is currently oriented that way. Right. And so it's not just like anomalous either. Like an entire region of the Earth would display this feature. So it's not like maybe the boulder tumbled down from a mountain or something and got disoriented. It's like, no, everything was uniformly aligned in that direction. And then you look into catastrophism, you look into what people are saying now about crustal displacement of the globe, and like the globe's crust is going to become decoupled from the mantle and it's going to rotate 90 degrees. No. What if instead the Earth is stationary like we know it is? It's the freaking sky that rotates. I mean, wouldn't it be weird to see Polaris in the east? Wouldn't it be weird to see the sunrise from the south? I mean, there's some geological data that suggests that used to be the case.
From the
And some
creator's
people think it's
design and our
happening again.
perspective, it's pretty obvious what you said, that this it's obviously that the sky is moving. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Earth itself is kind of like one of those gears of the whole construct that the creator can, move as well, like another gear, the whole machine. Still, yeah, it's pretty obvious that the sky is doing all of that movement. See a lot of people in here. What's been going on? I just joined.
No, I've been talking to myself for the last like 40 minutes or something.
No way.
Yeah, way, dude. Like I've been babbling longer than I typically do, and I'm like cooking dinner and eating at the same time.
That's what I just finished doing, cooking the dinner, and now I'm gonna sit down.
Dude, I just had the most delicious. I'm still eating it. I have fillets. I have cod fillets that I pan cooked and in a nice garlic lemon herb sauce concoction.
Oh, delicious! I like cod.
The nice buttery, greasy kind of fish. It's, I don't know, just so satisfying. But anyway,
we mix it. I mean, people make it like a salad with it, like some onions, tomatoes, lime. They also add like a bunch of avocado, like slices of it or squares of avocado. They mix it all together. Tomato, onions, avocado, lime, and like that. Yeah. Delicious. I'm having some lamb shoulders, avocados, and some, how do you say, plantains, but the yellow ones that are sweet instead of the other ones, the green ones. Sweet plantains.
Bananas.
Bananas?
Yeah, plantains. No bananas, plantains. Different.
Man, what a world, dude. So if there is going to be a new North Pole, if there is going to be some catastrophic event, like the Globers are saying, but it actually happens on a flat Earth, the new celestial North Pole is going to be somewhere east of Madagascar. Which puts
the new celestial North Pole. Oh.
Huh?
You said the new celestial, the celestial North Pole will move to Madagascar.
Yeah, like you go east of Madagascar a ways and you look up, and that's where Polaris is going to be seen directly overhead. So somewhere in the Indian Ocean. You know, and that kind of coincides with where, interestingly enough, where the Indian Ocean magnetic dipole is moving. The third magnetic pole of Earth is moving in that direction right now. Like the magnetic poles have been moving so fast that the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and NOAA have been updating like the world magnetic model at faster increments of years than they ever have before.
So there's more action than usual, or there's more
Yeah,
activity of recording the action?
more movement of the magnetic fields than they've ever seen.
Wow, that's
They've got records going back like
interesting.
200 years.
Does it have to do with more equipment tracking the stuff, or they're saying there's a change of activity and we are recording that increment in activity of these
No,
changes?
they're saying it's moving, man. Like you could set up a compass on your desk and mark where north is, and then come back like 10 years later and your needle moved. That is what they say is happening. And it gets crazier. The intensity of the field is weakening, they say.
Does that has any effects on the environment? You said the field is weakening.
Yeah, the
How
idea is if the field is weakening, then it means the ceiling that protects us from the rays of the sun is getting closer to the earth. And if it weakens too much and the sun launches out a belch, blah, even on a flat earth, it could fry a portion of earth. The grand barbecue. The grand solar barbecue.
I think that actually has a name in these groups. I'm probably gonna look it up in my DMs. Yo, you. What's up, you? Yo, you?
Doesn't
Yo.
make no fucking sense. Wait a minute.
Okay. So you're interrupted for all that? There's a term for the sun, like you describe it like sun burning. I mean, if the sun gets more intense and we have less protection from it, it could burn stuff, huh? Melt things.
Yeah, it could melt buildings and cities.
People can reflect the sun out of a window or something and fry an egg without fire.
You see that guy on YouTube? He ripped out like some sort of screen out of it, like an old TV or something, and he turned it into this gigantic lens on a swivel, right? And now he just focuses the sun's light onto this surface and just puts like rocks and metals and coins, all sorts of different things to see what'll melt from the sun's light. He makes obsidian out of it and everything. It's crazy.
I knew it. That reminds me. I used to work with a guy. He actually he was a geologist and actually spent two tours in Antarctica. Yeah, like what? Yeah, but he was goofy, man, and he was old. He's probably not alive anymore. But he was describing and showed me when I went to his house how he built a freaking a mazer out of a microwave and his radio equipment. Just took the big fat Taurus magnet out of a microwave. I think he disassembled the TV. There's some like TV parts in there too, like you're describing, and radio gear. And he's like, "Yeah, baby, this is a mazer." I'm like, "What the hell?" Yeah, he's probably long past. Actually, he was about 20 years ago. He was in his late 60s. You know what a mazer is? It's like a
That's
laser,
what I'm
but
wondering.
instead,
What's that?
yeah, yeah, it's like so it's not a laser, it's a maser. It's basically using, instead of light frequency, radio frequency. Yeah, much bigger. You take a pencil thin beam, you make a directional high gain antenna, basically like ultra high gain antenna, and you can focus a lot. It's probably, I probably shouldn't talk about it. But they do use these in atomic clocks. So yeah, it's got some, some peaceful uses.
I think you read my mind when you were saying making a laser with that stuff, like a radio laser or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah.
sounds like people can mess stuff up with that.
Yeah.
Sounds like the wrong that with the wrong mindset that would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it just you know how much like the old tube TVs have charged up inside?
Yeah, I
It's
remember people
dangerous.
saying no, it was dangerous. Yeah.
Well, what if you use that to power what this is? Just saying. Discharge all of that in an instant in a fine beam. You could see through walls. And you're not scanning.
I think I've seen videos of people taking the I think it's called a magnetron microwave.
Yep, that's exactly it.
And you point it out like a light bulb that isn't connected to anything, and it lights up. Distance.
Right. So when Tito was talking about like a parabolic mirror that focuses light into a beam, the magnetron is like a parabolic mirror for radio.
Dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. So guys, I mean, if we wake up in a post-apocalyptic world someday, you might need to build one of these to survive. Man. Yeah, he was a guy that actually first told me all those years ago about the magnetic field lines registering like 90 degrees off on all the rocks. Right? And then I forget about this, right? And then I start researching flat Earth, and it's all the flat earthers talking about this shit. I'm like, oh, hey, I saw this once. I saw this episode on TV. Right? I'm like pulling old memories, shaking the cobwebs off, blowing the dust off. I'm like, holy crap, I heard about this. If I keep talking, I might get in trouble. We need to let's get this back on track, guys. Let's talk about flat Earth some more. But it seems so boring. We were talking about death rays and shit. Yeah, I know. I'm happy to see that Jay Tolan has produced now 2 videos in like the last month after going silent for a year and being relatively silent for more than 2. It'd be great if he would hang out here with us. I know some of his videos are somewhat controversial, like he thinks there might be vegetables on the moon. I'm willing to look past that, honestly. For his contributions alone, he should be commended. And maybe there is fucking vegetables on the moon. I don't fucking know.
You got me interested in the whole year you've been. I want to wait until the winter solstice, start measuring and see if there is an extra day on the 4th. I want to try it out.
Oh, man, do it. So maybe we could get together a group or something. That'd be fun to try as a group and see if it works. But I I did use I used agentic AI, and it dug up some meteorological records that I actually put my own eyeballs on. It showed that this was the case. You know, and when I first heard about this on a podcast by Antonio Subarats, God rest his soul, seriously. The guest that he had on to talk about this also produced the receipts and was showing the data live on the podcast.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to record it each year, see what happens. I'll send my results in 2 years.
And so I've got a request to talk about the Marianas Trench and the waters below the waters. Yeah, I mean there are dense layers. There are different density layers of water going deep. I mean, we've seen those pools, and sometimes you don't have to go as far as the Marianas Trench to do it. There are videos of scuba divers. Like, I don't know, somewhere around the Caribbean. I want to say maybe the north part of South America, where there are these dense brine layers of ocean water that's cloudy, and you can swim into them and disappear. But maybe maybe you're asking more about the subterranean oceans that people say they've discovered, that there's multiple times more water underneath the ocean floor and another ocean below that. And there may be communicating vessels, that is to say, there may be tunnels, and the water may be flowing in and out of the tunnels. Is it possible, folks? Crazy thought. The amphidromic points that we associate with tidal nodes, could those be holes deep under the ocean where the sub-ocean is communicating force wave feedback with the above ocean? I don't know. It's fun to speculate. Nobody freaking knows, so may as well speculate, right?
That's actually close to how I picture it. I mean, you said it pretty well. The waters below pushing or moving. There's some flow, and that movement causing those tides above it. There's
There might
something
be
to
some
it.
geological pressure difference change going on. Who knows? Yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was some exotic substructure to the Earth like this that was actually pumping, and that pumping is actually producing the day and night cycles? Yeah, folks, I know it's not speculation Sunday, but if you're going to speculate, at least speculate on something cool that people haven't talked about before. Sorry, was that a boring thought for you?
Well, talking about the magnets, I'm creating a new North Pole. I mean, that's gotta have some effects on, you know, the ground. I mean, whatever is here on the surface, and maybe below it, because the effect of the magnets are not just on the surface, is it?
I don't think so.
So the undulation, a movement of the sky. I mean, I just trying to picture it as simple as they showed it in the video that I sent you. But I know it's not as simple as that. I don't think so. It might be.
I mean, there's some flat earthers who think that there's a large part of our world that was actually technologically developed over aeons. So basically, if you go out far enough and dig deep enough, you're going to find potentially like the very architecture and structure of our world was created by man. Cool thought.
What do you mean by that? The architecture and structure?
What if the magnetic fields were artificially created by man, and we're living inside a gigantic Helmholtz coil?
I don't know what to think of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me neither.
Why would somebody create a magnetic field around our uh, Earth?
Shield us from Cthulhu. I don't know. The speculation gets wild. I know there's some Gnostic heresies out there, and I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not saying I subscribe to this in the very least, suggesting that we are still inside Noah's Ark.
What? What do you mean?
Exactly that.
You mean the boat?
Yeah, was it a boat or was it a metaphorical boat?
Okay.
I get it. This is the kind of fun speculation that people come visit us for, and we don't do enough of it, but usually when we do it as a community, we suck at it. I think a lot of people suck at it because they're just repeating some top level flurf shit they heard from terrible apps that they downloaded in the iTunes store.
You know, I heard one speculation here one day from a newcomer that I hadn't heard of before. Right? Said that, yeah, okay, yeah, the entire structure is probably immovable, you know, not moving. But who says that the land, right, the continents, isn't like moving, like turning, right, within the structure, right, and you know, giving the appearance of celestial motion, right? Because it's just a one feature within within a singular solid structure that isn't moving, right? And I was like, that's an interesting thought, you know. You know, like because it's thinking outside of you know, of the box kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just moving so at a rate which makes the stars appear to move, but that we don't you know, it's just like the globers say about the globe, you know, it's just beyond our perception.
Yeah, what if the creator didn't pay his rent and he had to move, so he took the earth with it? He moved to the new apartment, to his
What if,
new lab.
like, what if the flat Earth is kind of on a turning table that's off center? You know, in the perceived rising and setting of the stars is just due to the hyperbolic vision that we have, where objects of immense size and vast distances appear to take on a different geometry. And this is actually proven in some of the literature. We can quote from Luneburg and Glinsky. I've got some papers on this. It's really interesting how the eyeball works, how perception interplays with the eye. I've heard Indio bring this up, right? Like if you watch an airplane, like super high up, like 40,000, 50,000 feet at its highest ceiling, and it's leaving a contrail. I'm not talking about chemtrails, guys. And it's going to the horizon. It looks like a straight line and like it's going down, like it's going to smash into the earth. It doesn't look like it's going out like streetlights do. And there's actually some biological evidence for why this is the case. Inside your eye is actually a hyperbolic structure called the energetic pseudosphere. And this determines how images are projected at various angles that's off center from the retina or from the fovea in the back. I was in the middle of a thought, didn't mean to cut anyone off who wanted to get in, who thought that I was done talking. So please.
That's a new term for me. Energetic pseudosphere?
Yeah, the energetic pseudosphere.
Bro, I've been looking into the eye for a while. Why did I got into this? The energetic pseudosphere?
Yeah, you know how some flat earthers have speculated that the celestial sphere might be a pseudosphere? Well, the eyeball just happens to have a pseudosphere structure in it that determines how images might be processed.
Yeah,
Crazy,
that's
dude.
yeah.
Let me go find this. I'm going to post it. I mean, I posted this in our home server. I'm just going to go dig up the stuff that I posted on that. Shit, maybe I
T-Dub,
didn't. I posted in mod chat.
So T-Dub, could you repeat that speculation?
Oh, it was just the notion that the land masses are moving through the ocean. I guess I guess the ocean wouldn't be moving, or it could be too. But like, so there's a zone, you know, a layer that's actually rotating inside what the realm, right? Giving the appearance of celestial motion, but not the entire thing that's happening within itself is moving. Like the whole entire, it's just like the environment that's providing, you know, that process is not moving itself. It's stationary, but there's this like this section within the system that is turning, and that would be the land masses. I guess the water would have to as well, because you can go out, park yourself on the boat on the ocean and watch stars move too. So yeah, that, I don't know. It was just an idea that someone had like put forward, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, like I hadn't thought about it like that. Doesn't mean that the earth is moving, you know. It means, well, the soil is, right? The soil's moving, but not the entire system.
See what you're saying. Probably explain the tides a bit better.
Yeah, you could borrow from Neil deGrasse there a little bit. Right, the land's moving in and out of bulging water, right, or torrential water, dynamic, movement of waves, and swells.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep, receipts posted, guys. The perception, human perception, hyperbolic vision, and the pseudosphere. There you go.
Thanks for that.
Oh yeah.
You're welcome. And I'm going to read it for the listening audience, since we have people that are on YouTube, people that are driving, people that can't see, and they might be curious. So, so for image context, I posted a cutaway of the human eye showing where the pseudosphere structure is. And I wrote up an article on it, and then I posted an article and an excerpt from that article. So this reads, the concept of the energetic pseudosphere, see below image, and its tilt, because it's tilted off an optical axis, as modeled in non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometry of the human eye, relates to visual perception of the night sky. In this framework, the eye's macular region is approximated as a pseudospherical surface with negative curvature, influencing overall visual processing, including stereoscopy, depth perception, and the integration of visual fields. This geometry contributes to the perception of the sky as a finite dome or vault rather than an infinite Euclidean plane, which can make distant luminaries, such as stars, the moon, or planets, appear to behave counterintuitively in terms of perspective and parallax. For instance, in hyperbolic visual space models like Lüneburg's theory, infinity is rendered as a bounded dome, aligning with how humans experience the celestial sphere. Straight lines in physical space, such as the vapor trails or star paths, may be perceived as curved due to the eye's scanning and integration of successive visual fields, exacerbated by optical effects like coma and the tilt of the retinal structures relative to the optical axis. This non-Euclidean curvature affects perspective by causing parallel lines to diverge or converge differently than expected in flat geometry. And it impacts parallax by altering binocular disparity cues for vast distances, making stellar parallax the apparent shift of nearby stars against distant ones seem negligible or absent in casual observation, even though it's measurable astronomically. While the specific 6.3 degree tilt relative to the optical axis, this is the energetic pseudosphere, isn't directly tied to the night sky examples in the literature, it contributes to the overall hyperbolic mapping of the retina, which underlies these perceptual phenomena. Studies on visual illusions and spatial metrics further support that the non-Euclidean representations often feel more realistic for large-scale scenes like the night sky compared to Euclidean ones. These are the scenes that we see in our daily lives up close. This explains observations like the moon illusion, where the moon appears larger near the horizon, or the domed appearance of the starry sky, which deviates from naive Euclidean expectations of linear perspective and depth. Yeah, so enjoy the article that I posted on this. The biology of the eye, the interaction of the eye, and the physics of light and optics and human perception psychologically. It's all amazing. It's all tied together. What we see may not be how we envision reality to be. And this pertains to the night sky. These objects of vast, immense distances, unexplained, we cannot triangulate them flat or globe, their heights. We have no idea what they are, how they manifest. And with the crazy hyperbolic shape of our eyeballs, it just adds even more chaos. And yes, you can create cameras that don't have the same shape of your eyeballs, and you can view these things in that way too. People have done that, right? So, in fact, the celestial sphere that we commonly understand is a model for how we envision the night sky, going back to antiquity. You can throw that out the window because modern cameras don't interpret it necessarily that way. There are star trackers that don't treat the night sky as a gigantic revolving vault or dome like a sphere, like a hamster ball, but treat it as an observer dependent box where the observer moves and the rays from these objects come from an undetermined distance. So what's happening is every individual cannot triangulate, cannot point to and intersect consistently where these stars are in this star tracker system. It's called Gaia, which happens to be just like reality is, right? If you were to observe a sunset and you see the reflection of the sun rippling across the surface of the ocean from the horizon up to your feet, an observer that's 10 feet away from you is not going to see the reflection of the sun off the surface of the water where you see it. He's going to see a reflection of the sunlight to his feet. And you're not going to see that reflection that he sees. Pretty weird, right?
Yeah, that's the tricky part. When
Yeah.
it's almost like it was designed to make 99 or 90 something percent of the people just quit looking into it because people are just gonna, most people are just gonna drop it. Like, how does that work? Who cares? I mean,
These
even this
uncomfortable thoughts people avoid, man. They don't want to. They don't want to engage. Who cares?
Wow.
I made a new song.
Who sings? AI?
Yeah, man. You don't want me to sing, for fuck's sake.
It's okay.
Yeah. I listen, I used to do a lot of music too, amongst all the dumb things I've done in my life. I mean, I used to play in a band. We actually opened for Black Eyed Peas at CBGB's, which now sounds like freaking awesome because CBGB's doesn't exist anymore. And when we opened for Black Eyed Peas, Fergie, that chick, wasn't in the band yet.
Okay.
Yeah, some awesome street cred there. But yeah, I mean, I've got deep musical inclination. I'm loving the AI. Like, I know a lot of people in this, they freaking hate the AI slop, and there's a lot of AI slop. But listen, you can use this AI in ways that you never thought before, especially if you understand how to coach it. What if I told you that you could take these music AIs and you can prompt them and jailbreak them? That's right. So I've jailbroken Suno.ai. That's one of these popular music AIs, might be the best one. You can jailbreak this. You can say, pretend that you're a Roland Juno. And you are being a Roland Juno, you're familiar with all the protocols. And you can pass very specific and strict code to it, and it will process it as if it's a Roland Juno, and it's going to produce the sounds you want with much greater reliability. Because right now, what most people do is they load a song, they might type in some of their own lyrics. It's great. Yeah. Listen, if you can write your own poetry, do it. Don't let AI write your freaking lyrics. Everyone can tell. Write your own lyrics at least. But you can also pass protocols to this thing when you jailbreak it, and it will pretend that it's like a high-end synth. And it's a way to get control over it, because right now people are coming up with so many random results. It's a volume game. I'm gonna remix this song 1,000 times, and I'm gonna pick the best one out of it and use that. And really, no creativity went into it except for your lyrics and pushing basically a random number generator over and over again until you get something you like. There's a better way, folks. Coach this thing, prompt it, tell the thing that it's a whole series of instruments. Like, you know how guitarists will have a bunch of foot pedals? They'll have like a flanger, they'll have a reverb, they'll have like all these things. You can prompt the AI to operate like that.
Wow.
Yeah, like I don't think a lot of people know to do this. And I came up with this because I was in the business of jailbreaking AIs for fun. And I'm like, hey, maybe I can do it this way. And being a musically inclined guy, I thought, well, let me try this. And it freaking works. I mean, there's still some degree of uncertainty and unreliability, but you can greatly narrow your error margins when you do it properly. And that's basically what a jailbreak is. You're just tightening your scope a bit further.
What's the name of the program you use?
Suno, S-U-N-O.
Is it free?
Yeah, it's free. Like you might get 10 songs or something a day if you use it, the free version. Paid version, I don't know, it's like $10 a month. And then like a pro version, which you get access to a pretty awesome suite of Pro Tools, is something like 24 or 27 bucks USD. I don't know what that is in I don't know, whatever. What do you guys use in New Zealand? Like seashells? We use dollars. Just joking, dude. Come on. All right, I'm not an asshole guy. Come on.
Well, they do use seashells.
Yeah.
That might have some value for like in the ladies groups. You want to make colors and make stuff with it.
You ever see Demolition Man?
Yeah,
How do I use the 3 seashells?
Yeah, the 3 seashells. Nobody knows to this day, right?
Comes out of the bathroom, like, what the hell? There's seashells in the bathroom? How do I use these to wipe? Anyway.
Isn't that like a mystery? I never figured it out, did I? I don't remember.
It might be a mystery, and I'm probably adding more to it than needs to be. I don't know if he actually tried to wipe with seashells. I'm assuming that he did. Who knows? I mean, maybe he tried to dry his hands with seashells.
Maybe they're used like cups for water, and you just use water to rinse yourself. Something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can only picture it that way. Let's double check on the new people. If there's anyone new, you're welcome to open your mic and ask questions about the topic of the VC. If
Yeah.
not,
Prepare to
we're gonna
open
keep
your
speculating.
minds. Gemsy's gonna blow your mind with the sporadic meteor complex. Freaking amazing. I'd like to research. I wonder if there's more research, more recent stuff done. The best paper, Gemsy, is the original Campbell and Brown from 2008, where they set up those infrared, electro-optical infrared meteor cameras, right? In
For a whole
Canada.
year.
Yeah, exactly, a whole year. And they're like, we got this bitch right in our sights for a whole year. Oh my gosh, dude.
I'm thinking because in the paper they show you that they kind of like add in the Earth, the Earth as a globe and spinning around. That's how they kind of like build this sphere. Because I don't know. From have you seen that they show like in one of the papers they show like the Earth and then doing this? They kind of like adding it to the graphic that they depict as the celestial sphere and the 365 days movement. They depict the Earth like going around the sun.
Yeah, so for the audience, I can describe it. So they show the Earth's orbit around the sun, and they show that the sporadic meteor complex is a cross configuration that is in the direction of Earth's orbit. So the Earth is rotating into it around and around. And what's interesting is this configuration, this cross configuration, has to be rotating in an orbit too. And why is it rotating? Because Earth is supposedly rotating due to this, Big Bang explosion and gravity, and Earth has an axis, it's sphere, and it's just doing this. But what about a loose structure of unconnected space rocks, right? That's in a cross configuration. Why is like the outer arm of the cross has to be rotating at a faster velocity than the inner arm that's closer to the sun in order for it to maintain its fixed position of a certain distance from Earth in the orbital path? That makes sense. Like, what is the cosmic mechanism for that?
Crickets. I mean,
yeah.
I'm back, professors. What are professors?
yes, welcome
Brofessors?
back.
She's looking for the brofessors. I'm Brofessor Yoder. You're talking to Brofessor Gemsy.
I'm bro.
We're
How are
bros and we're
you?
officers. We're brofessors. We're doing awesome. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Did you come here to talk about flat Earth?
I was here before.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. What do you think about flat Earth?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Oh.
If the Earth, listen, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
I don't want to know anything.
Yeah, scary, right? What if it actually is this whole time? And would you want to know?
A lot of the student, if it's about FE, I don't want to know about anything. Just forget about it.
Yeah, like students in college, like, oh man, everyone's going to make fun of me.
It's okay, Frog. If you got any questions, you said you were here before, so if eventually you come up with maybe some questions, you're welcome to ask. But if you're not really interested, I mean, what can we do to help you? Do you have any questions at the moment? Anything you want to say about the topic?
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything. Nothing at all. You have nothing.
I'm sorry.
Nothing, honey.
I don't need to be sorry.
I know.
It's okay. Eventually,
Nut and Honey was a good cereal. Not gonna lie. You ever have Nut and Honey?
it sounds like you joined this server maybe to practice your English, right? The English server. That's why you joined. Originally. That's all right. This channel is a little bit, I will say, in the mid-range to advanced categories. If you want to like hold a conversation in here. But yeah, you're welcome to, because you sound a little bit shy about speaking. That's what it sounds to me. Like you don't want to say too much, right? Are you like a beginner English learner?
Yeah.
Yeah, beginner. Yeah, that's how it sounds to me. But it's okay. You're welcome to join this channel anytime. You can listen to the conversations, and if you don't have anything to say, you just put yourself in mute. But if eventually you get a question about Globe Earth, Flat Earth, and the topic of this VC, you are welcome to ask us about it, okay?
You what? Okay.
Okay, good.
There's a wonderful
Yeah.
song that I think transcends languages for the most part. It's by Jabba and Friends. They're a French reggae group. And their song is Earth is Flat. And Earth is Flat is pretty much the only thing that they say throughout the entire song. And it's a wonderful song. It's a total earworm. I'm going to post it. There you go. So for all of our friends who are English language learners in the English Hub, this song is amazing. Earth is Flat by Jabba and Friends. Go listen to it. Play it for your mom. Play it for your friends. It's fun. It's easy. You can sing along to it, and you can flat smack your way to oblivion.
Just don't recommend it in a party, or maybe do, if you're ready for the challenge. If they play it in the party and the people got questions for you, you gotta be ready. If not, if you're not ready, don't play it in the party, okay?
I have a
Definitely should
question.
not be the first song that you play at your party. It should be one of the last ones, maybe at like 2 a.m. 2 a.m., everybody's kind of stoned, everyone's a bit drunk. Go play the Earth is Flat song, and it's going to be a total banger.
I have a question.
Yeah.
A flat means circle, right? Like circle?
Well, almost.
Oh.
Circles, you can draw them on a flat surface though. So yes, circles might be flat, but you can also, I mean, flat as a orientation, like horizontal. But then you can also draw a circle on a wall. That wall is vertical. Is that okay to say, Joder? What do you think? Because you can
Yeah.
draw a circle
Yeah.
on a wall. That's not
It's
flat, is it?
right. Right. So like the Earth is not a globe. People in Australia are not upside down from people in Canada. Everybody has the same up and down, the same vertical, like Jemsy was saying. So if I go to California and I put my feet in the ocean, If I look across the ocean to the horizon, somebody in Japan, they can put their feet in the ocean and they can look in the horizon too. And the water is flat and level between both. Isn't that beautiful? This is the earth. This is where we live, folks.
Wait, my lady, what was your question again? Did we answer your question? Can you ask your question one more time? She says circle something. Go ahead, Frog. Question one more. Because I think, Frog, is there someone with you in the background? Do they have a question? Because I think you were kind of like talking to someone in the
No,
background, maybe. Is your friend with you?
no, I'm alone.
Oh, okay. So what was your question again, though?
I was want to know what flat mean. It means circle? I
Okay,
know.
so what do you think? Flat as a orientation. You know, horizontal. You know,
Mm,
horizontal, like the horizon. Horizontal.
no,
Maybe you gotta check definitions.
Yeah. What's your mother language, Frog?
Arabic.
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 Okay. I don't know any Arabic. I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
It's okay.
So, if you are in the Middle East, the Arab countries, and
Mm-hmm.
you point west towards the west, and I'm in the United States, right? And I point towards the east towards you. Between you and me, there's a horizontal. There's a straight line. And even if I'm a little bit higher in altitude, or you are a little bit lower, you and I, we are parallel to each other. Those horizontals, those two straight lines, depending on our elevations, they are parallel. There is no curvature like the globe Earth, like they show you on the TV. So that is some people describe that as flat, horizontal,
Oh,
not curving.
I got it. Thanks.
I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you got it. I'm happy. I was scared that you wouldn't. I mean, that you will say, no, I don't get it yet, but I'm happy you did. It's pretty, I would say it's pretty simple, though. Uh, it is super
Okay.
simple stuff. You know, like water, when you put water on a cup, like water on the cup,
Mm-hmm.
and the surface of the water is horizontal, level of the water, flat,
Yeah.
right? And then you take
Oh,
that
oh,
water you take that water from the first floor to the second floor, and the water stays in a horizontal reference, right? The water
oh, I
stays
got it.
flat. And then that water, when it's in relation to the water in your bathtub, or the water in the pool, or the water on the lake next to your house, or the ocean, that horizontal of the water, the flatness of the surface, stays for what we know across the earth.
Oh, I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks to you for asking the question. Hopefully that makes some sense. You say you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they show you in the TV, they show you, the globe, right? The globe. You seen the globe in the TV? Planet Earth. You seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. When they show those images and they show the blue ball, the blue is water, right? They say that's the water, blue stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that stuff, when we go check, in reality, we turn off the TV, where we saw the globe Earth, the blue water around the globe. We turn off the TV, then we go to the real water across the world, and the real water is not doing what the water in the TV is doing. You see the difference? So
Mm-hmm.
the thing in the TV is a misrepresentation of the real water that we can go and use and check and describe as flat, not curving on the outside of a sphere. We all know what happens with water if you try to attach it to the outside of a sphere. It flies off it and it goes to the ground, and it goes splash, splash, right? Is that right, Frog?
Yeah.
Frogs know about water. I'm so glad that we spoke about water, because Frog, you get it.
Yeah, I get it.
Perfect.
Perfect, Professor.
Hey, I wouldn't say I'm a professor, but I'm able to explain a few things, especially simple things about water. And
Yeah, but
since
you're
you are
both
receptive and you have experience with water, you are able to comprehend the facts that I'm trying to establish with you, and you acknowledge that, and you can also figure out that when people tell you things about water that are not true, like the globe Earth, the water around a globe, that's an impossibility. You get that? Nobody can demonstrate. Nobody in reality can demonstrate the Earth in the TV, that the globe and the water around it. Nobody can demonstrate that in reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way to think about the world that you live in, because you see it that way. The creator of this place wanted you to experience the world as he made it.
Hello, guys.
Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Oh, thank you so much. I was just looking for a server that I can practice English, and because I've got 8 days left for my IELTS exam, so I'm kind of stressed out.
This might not be where you need to be right now. Like, this is a super advanced room, and we're probably not going to help you pass your exam. However, this room goes into advanced English topics. We talk about science and math, technology, engineering.
Yeah. I've heard you speaking about flat Earth, so I didn't get the point. Like, are you speaking about the God existence, or if the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, so we measure the Earth. We check to see if it's a globe, and we found out that it's flat. That's why we're here.
All right. Yeah. I've got actually no opinion in that, because I'm not convinced that the Earth is round. Because, you can't really believe what you see nowadays. So I'm kind of skeptical. I have literally no opinion in that.
Just to for the sake of the language, since that's great that you said that. When you say round and the other guy was mentioning flat, round and flat are not mutually exclusive. What you actually meant was spherical, as the Earth is presented to you in the TV depictions, movies, right? spherical, that doesn't mean when you say round, you actually mean in that context spherical, right? A circle can be round, a table can be round, a city, and those are can be flat as well. You know. Hopefully, you get that point in reference to the language.
Okay,
Sure.
I got your point.
Yeah, we don't think that flat Earth is a disk in space. And he's gone.
I think it might be a good thing because he's concentrating for an exam, and if he goes into this, his brain might be all over the place. He might be writing flatter for answers in his exam, and that might kill him.
I have another question. Is a flat minutes like the Earth like a ball or like a table?
In the TV, when you turn it on and they show you the ball, the globe, and then they write Earth next to it, or under it, or on top of it, that is the ball Earth, right? In the TV. But when we go to the Earth, when we turn off the TV, we go to reality and we check, we operate, we use the Earth, measure it, build upon it. We don't use it as a ball because it's not a ball.
Oh, so you're saying the Earth is not a ball, it's like a table.
Yeah. Well, there's tables on top of the Earth. I'm not saying the Earth is like a table, but as
Yeah.
the table, to put the table before we put we remember the water, the cup of water I mentioned you before. So to be able to make the table that can hold the cup of water, so the water doesn't spill to the side, we have to orientate the table, or the construct that the table is gonna be put on top, like the building bricks, the floor. We have to orientate that as a flat horizontal. We use water levels, right? We use water and a level, put the first brick on the structure, and then we do the second brick, third brick, pour the cement, level, horizontal. Then we put the table on top of that structure, and on top of the table we put the water, cup of water, right? And we gotta make sure that it's horizontal so it doesn't falls to the floor and goes splash splash, right? You get it? Yeah.
Yeah, do we
So
know how big the table is, Gemsy? How big is the table?
That is a good question. I'll pray to the creator to see if he gives me that answer. I don't really know how big it is. Well, all across the world, there's many places called mesas, and mesa is like a Spanish or Latin word for table, mesa, and tables, mesas are horizontal, flat. And if there's many of those across the surface of the earth. If you want to describe the earth as a table, I mean, in the flatness or horizontal frame of reference, yes, it is like a table. But is it a table? We will have to do more digging to actually answer that question. Is it a table? I don't really know if it is a table, but tables and the earth are orientated flat horizontal. Go ahead. Maybe I said too much.
But listen, if it's a dinner table, we're screwed.
If it's a dinner table, we're screwed because we are the main plate. It took me a minute, but that might be the case in reality. I mean, if you go to McDonald's, you might be eating people. Anyways, go ahead. So, lady, is the Earth a table? We lack the frame of reference, like we lack the outside perspective of this reality to determine what it is as a whole. So I cannot say the Earth is a table, but it is tables are reference or put together to kind of like represent the orientation of the Earth, which is level, horizontal, flat. Does that answer your second question? That was for you, Frog. Did you get the second question answer, Frog?
Yeah, I got it, Professor.
Good. I'm happy that both of your questions have been answered. If you have more questions, you are welcome to ask while I'm doing the dishes. And any people that got any question? We got Frog. She asked a few questions. We were able to provide some answers.
I
If
have
Frog
another
got...
question.
Oh, go ahead, Frog.
Oh, I don't know how can I say it in English, but do you know I will watch the anti-chat, okay?
Say that
I
again,
was
Frog. Go
type
ahead.
I was
On the
I
chat.
was type yeah, because
Yeah, you
I
can
don't know
type it
how
in the
can I
chat.
say it. Okay.
Yeah, and feel free to use the chat for intended purpose, which is, ask questions or make comments about this VC. So you are welcome to type over there, Frog. Thank you.
Frog.
Back to the sporadic meteor complex. I find it interesting that those radiants, they not only persist in intensity, but they themselves have a formation. They have a shape. They are triangular.
Triangular above the surface of the Earth. That will make sense
Yeah.
to me.
It doesn't make sense. Like if those things are in the outer space vacuum, why are the sources of sporadic meteors emanating from a geometrically triangular shape? Bro, it is freaking weird.
If let's say we go real quick by scripture, wouldn't that be God's heavenly tabernacle as described in scripture as wide and long as it is high, the city of God up in heaven?
Yeah, it's like coming down, right?
Yeah. So if God is the source, I mean the creator, the source of the light and all those things, I mean it looks like everything is coming from the people say the throne of God, which is over there, the most high, the top of the pyramid. You see that kind of like that arm that is coming, that like that off the top of the structure.
Oh yeah.
And it's like I mean in scriptures I kind of like probably taking it from scriptures, but people have described the hand of God coming, like the hand of God or something. I don't know. I don't know why I made that connection, but I somehow did it. Probably I'm just adding my own scramble puzzle pieces to the whole thing. But you're saying that from the light pyramid that it looks in the, because it almost looked like there's like an inverted image that we see. There's like the light pyramid, and you see like a dark version of it under it. I don't know how that came about, but if there's waters below and waters above, that shadow actually makes sense on this whole thing. It almost looks like a shadow of
Talking
that
about the
light pyramid.
dark regions underneath the high intensity electro-optical regions that show the triangles. Because there's like a dark shadow, I think like a dark purple.
Yeah, like the dark,
Against the green and the red.
like parallel to the light pyramid in the
Yeah.
imagery shows a dark pyramid, like a shadow of it or something.
Dude, yep, exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah, that's the part that very few people look at. Jeez, I wish I had the imagery with me right now. Yeah, and there's a pyramid and a circle.
Yeah, it's a pyramid inside a circle. Yeah, that's what we kind of like. I mean, that is the depiction that we get in those. But when you say when I'm looking at it as a horizontal above us, and you say the rectangle and all the positions, because remember they do these observations from Canada, from that corner of the world, then South America, another far corner on the other side.
Yeah.
The Ascension Island, which is in the Atlantic Ocean. Peru, there's an observatory in Peru, another
Yes.
observatory in Texas.
Yes, and it's
So
symmetrical.
So if those positions are horizontal from each other, parallel, and they're all observing these different positions of the radiance across the sky, because the radiants are moving with the sky, but you're saying it gives this rectangular shape to it. In my mind, I'm trying to make the image that we got of the celestial sphere. I'm trying to unwrap that image into something else.
I made a graphic. I don't think I shared this with you to help rationalize that. Hold on just a minute while I go get it. I need just a second. I have to finish up cleaning here. Give me like
Get it
2
done.
minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good. Frog, my friend, she posted something in the text. Let me check. What is the ice wall called Antarctica? Some people say it surrounds the Earth and beyond. It are strange things, or that it's the end of the Earth. That's a good question though. But are you there, Frog?
Yeah.
Let me post something for you, because that term, what you're asking about the ice wall, that was coined by explorers. You know, people that get on boats or airplanes, vessels, and they navigate across the world and they find locations, right? So they navigated to this region of the world that people call Antarctica. And during the winter, there is ice that recedes from the land, right? And that ice is in many places 100 feet, 200 feet high. And that's what it's labeled the ice wall. You get what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. Okay. Let me post something for you. Anybody got image? The Iceland is like a geographical. How do you say? Topographical. You know, when you find a hill or a mountain, and you call it a mountain, and over there you find a desert, or you find something of the an aspect of the topography of the world. For ice that is really high, ice is they call it an ice wall. That is the shoreline of Antarctica. So, I mean, to give you a full answer about that, let me find it here.
Dempsey, I only got a few minutes and I got to log off.
Yeah. Tell me what's going on.
I posted the images. So let's say you're at the equator at nighttime. You're at the equator, you're facing east, and you've got electro-optical infrared goggles. And you can watch the night sky. As the night descends, as the sun sets, you're going to watch. So as the night ascends and the sun descends, you're going to watch this in the east. You're going to see the first radiant come up from the horizon. And then you're going to see 4 radiants, 1 to your left, 1 to your right, and 2 kind of in the front middle. And then you're going to see the last radiant. So at some point during the night, you'll be able to look straight up in the sky. And you're going to see 1 radiant on the east horizon, 1 on the west horizon, and 4 radiants going from north to south across, from left to right. And then the sun rises.
Yeah, and that's nighttime because you're looking at the anti-helion.
Yeah.
And then the helion is at the other side of the world that you cannot see because it's nighttime. You're looking at the anti-helion, yeah. Looking to the east. You have a few minutes.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the flat Earth observer dependent configuration is exactly that.
Yeah. As an observation, that this makes more sense. Just looking east and kind of like putting them together. Yeah.
Look east at the equator. You'll see the first radiant come up and go over. Then you'll see 4. 1 to the left, 1 to the middle left, 1 to the middle right, 1 to the extreme right. And then you'll see 1 behind it. Boom. And then the sun comes up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you sent me this before. I've seen it before. And you're the one that sent it to me. And yeah, this is good. Thanks for that one. don't know if you're still here though. North, south. Well, we we got a north, south, east, west. Can you map that on the ground as like you make 4 sections around a circle? Does the north necessarily has to be at the center of the drawing, or can the north be one out of 4 regions of?
Yeah, that's there's no God's eye view, so we only have at best Earth's eye view looking up. So in the following image I have with the blue, it's the same thing, but it's kind of showing you what you would see at I think, geez, is that at midnight or close to midnight? So the no, it's not. So this would be at like freaking like 3 a.m. 3:33 a.m. at the equator. This is what you're going to see in the night sky.
No way.
If you could look
Can you
straight up
actually
at
see
the
the south
equator,
toroidal, north toroidal, and then you can see all of them from the equator?
yeah, because so the north and south toroidals from the equator, like if you stand at the equator looking east at 3 a.m., you have your left arm extending to the north and your right arm extending to the south. If you look towards your left arm, you're going to see the north toroidal. If you're going to look to your right, across your right arm, that's south toroidal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you look straight up, you're going to see the north and south apexes to your slight left and to your slight right, looking straight up. If you look straight ahead, you'll see the
You see the
anthelion, and if you
anthelion.
look behind, you'll see the helion.
So, but the helion will have to be visible. There has to be some sunlight a little bit at the horizon or something.
Well, yeah, the helion is behind the sun just a little bit. So, yeah, the sun is already. So maybe I got that backwards. Maybe that's more like 9 o'clock. Probably got that backwards. It's not 3 o'clock. It's more around 9 o'clock that happens.
Hey,
I mean, easy mistake to make. We're trying to do like projected geometry in real time.
Yeah, because if you are pretty high up in a region, I think the 4 radians should be in a sense. If you have the electro-optical goggles on you.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my
So
goodness.
the anthelion point, which is going to be directly in front of you at this, is going to be somewhere around like, I mean, that's going to be the midnight position. Well, not exactly. It's going to be before midnight.
Yeah, this is good stuff. You know, there was this Spanish, I think he's from Argentina, and he went with the Russians. They said that, I gotta look up, I probably mentioned this to you already, but in Antarctica, in that area, they say there's other luminaries that look like the moon, look like the sun, but they're not those. The one of the stick with me, they call it the intrason, and it's like a sometime during the night there's this super bright, almost look like the sun, but then it fades away. Just I know this is something else, not about this, but was kind of mixing up stuff, just thinking about that phenomena. You gotta be high up in the mountains, somewhere at the equator, with the goggles to see this. Some special goggles. Let me check on the new people. Let's see if Frog is still here. Try to clarify her question. Okay, she gone. Prague. Any of the new people, if you got any questions about the topic, you're welcome to ask. Flat Earth, globe Earth questions, concerns. The Earth is not a spinning globe. Checking on the new people, welcome. If you get any questions about the Flat Earth topic, you're welcome to open your mic and ask questions. Checking. Welcome to the new people. You're welcome to open your mic and ask questions about the topic. I'm just checking if anybody wants to say something. I was looking for this PDF for the lady to extend about the ice wall conversation. Just found the PDF. The ice wall is a coined label by the explorers and the United States Geological Survey. So I guess ice wall is what it is then. Wall of ice. That's one of the features of Earth's topography. Welcome, Julia. Welcome, new people. Amy, Elijah. Welcome, Julia. Who else? Bunch of people joining. If you got any questions about Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Becker. Welcome, Becker. You guys are welcome to open your mics and ask questions about the topic. Come on, people, stop being shy. Elijah, why are you being so shy these days? It's not even that cold. Hey, Kim! Welcome, Kim. Did they release you from North Korea, Kim? Are you not the supreme leader anymore? Kim!
Hello.
Hey, Kim. How are you?
Thank you.
Kim, can you get closer to your mic? Can you get in the same room as your mic? Just checking on you, Kim. If you don't have the mic to speak, it's okay. You don't have to. Can barely hear you. If you need a new mic, Elijah has like a whole closet full of mics that he doesn't use anymore. He doesn't talk in here anymore, so he doesn't need the mics. Elijah will give you like a 80% discount. Plus coupon. You could add Gemsy at the checkout. An extra 20% off. What's going on with you guys? Damn. Is it that bad out there? You guys are busy working. I know DJ's working. Elijah's doing deliveries or selling something, insurance, probably making millions by now. Nameless. What about you, Nameless? Oh, PDR. PDR. Nameless Fly? Oh. There is Nameless Fly, and then there is PDR. Welcome, PDR. What brings you by? Is PDR for predator? Like the dog? They are predators. They eat meat from other animals. Damn, he's gone just like that. Even though I complimented his dog. It's a predator. Alright, guys, keep your secrets. Kim, keep your secrets, Kim. Jaga Bruno. Jaga Bruno. Jaga is here. Just let me know if you get any question.
If the Earth is flat, then how do you explain the NASA's going back to the moon in like 10 days?
Like, we're gonna see a TV show that says NASA on the moon. We're gonna see the TV show that says that. Is that what it is?
I mean, you could look at it as a TV show if you want.
Okay, how about
Where
this?
else are you gonna see it?
What will
Go ahead.
happen? So NASA will go to the moon, and then what?
Well, then they'll come back to Earth,
And then,
and then they'll have a press conference about it.
okay, and after that,
After that, there'll probably be a bunch of articles written about it, and then they're probably going to release a bunch of photographs and data that they collected.
okay, and then what happens?
And then people will analyze all the data and the photographs, and then they'll start planning the next trip.
Would it be another 60 years will go by?
Oh, hopefully not.
Hopes and prayers. So NASA goes to the moon. They'll say a bunch of shit, put a bunch of articles together, and then hopes and prayers.
For the next mission, yeah, hopes and prayers for the next mission.
And then what?
More hopes and prayers.
I mean, what do you have against hopes and prayers, Crit? What's wrong with that?
I'm just letting you know that it's nothing. That this moon mission is going to turn out to be a bunch of bow and a bunch of diddly, just like it was 60 years ago.
Yeah, by the way you describe it, Protect, it sounds like a clickbait. Like you're saying they're gonna say they made it, then they're gonna come back. We're gonna have conferences and publications about it. It sounds like clickbait almost, like
Well,
almost like a scam almost.
Okay, well, Jimsy, what's the alternative to that? I mean, what else could they do but come back and have a press conference and show the data? I mean, what else could they do?
Great question. They last time they said it was going to be a giant leap forward for all of mankind. How about they try that this time? Let's see if they can do that. See this giant leap forward.
Well, I mean, the giant leap forward was, you know, the man stepping onto the moon. So since we've already
Oh,
done that,
no, you misunderstood. The giant leap forward was world peace.
what? World peace?
Yeah, they said this space age will be a new age of global cooperation. Did that happen?
Wait, you're referencing what Neil
NASA.
Armstrong, like one giant,
NASA. What
one
NASA had said. NASA said this space age will be a giant leap forward for all mankind. Neil Armstrong made a parody of it. He mocked it. He said, "Hey, here's one small step for a man," and then giggle, giggle, chuckle, chuckle. A giant leap forward for all mankind. No one gave a shit.
Yeah.
No one's going to care then. No one's going to care now.
Well, yeah, I don't think any kind of world peace is going to be happening from it. I'll
can't.
agree with you.
Yeah, it can't. It's not possible. So you've got a global worldview with endless wonder and amazement that was supposed to spark a new age of mankind, and it did absolutely nothing at all. Nothing. Zero. Nothing happened. Nothing changed.
Actually, something did happen. They scammed what, billions? If you inflated like trillions of dollars out of the people, a scam did happen.
Oh yeah, I mean that's as old as government officials scamming the coffers. That's as old as government. When someone said, "Hey, let's form a government," someone's like, "Yeah, okay." Oh, it was a big scam.
Okay, well, yeah, that's an argument for, you know, back in the 1970s, but that doesn't really apply now because they're already getting.
Well, let's see. Let's make a prediction. What's going to happen? I predict, using the flat Earth model, nothing will change. No change, no effect. It's like it will not even happen at all.
Well, okay, so if the globe model is true, what change would you expect though?
A giant leap forward for all mankind.
Well, now you're stuck in the 70s though. We're talking about
but protect.
It's even worse.
If they say a giant leap forward for all mankind, but only the contractors and a few people see the change in their bank accounts. You know, they get the money for the contracts, a lot of the resources. You know, a lot of people are put together to make this whole parody and LARPing of the whole world going to the moon or whatever, right? If only some people banks accounts get bigger, like the contractors, right? They do make a lot of money doing this, right? Don't they? Crit? Doesn't the contractors accounts kind of like the numbers go up?
Yeah, it's like 10 years and multiple $1 billion over budget. People have made like generational wealth off this. So yeah.
So is that the change that you're hoping for, Protect? Like some people's bank accounts will get bigger and other ones will just, you know, don't change at all? Is that the change that you're hoping for?
No, I didn't say that there would be any change, but what I do expect will happen since the last time they did a moon mission, that was like 1971, right? So this time we're 2026, so there should be some like high definition. I'm talking like way better than they had in the 1970s of the full moon, right? They're gonna have cameras. They're gonna have high definition equipment, so it should be much better documentation of what they're doing.
Like a better Hollywood movie, like a better looking nonsense fantasy fictional thing that you saw on the screen, a better one, better version.
Way better.
And then what?
Then nothing?
Well, okay, well, what if they leave something up there though?
They did. Last time they left a Bible up there.
Well, what if they leave something bigger up there? What if they put like a
Oh, they
you know, they
left
got
99 bags of shit, apparently, too.
well, yeah, okay. But what if they leave some, you know, they left a little reflector up there last time. What if they leave like a big reflector, something we can like actually see? Then what?
Then you know it's fake. Because they say every little inch, every square inch, every cubic centimeter, every ounce is accounted for. They need this super heavy rocket to do it. So if they bring up something big, bigger than the rocket itself, that's an easy bullshit test. Like, how did you get that to the moon? That object is bigger than the thing that left the Earth.
Okay, but this is NASA that we're talking about. So okay, what about this? What if
Yeah,
you know they
NASA's an
bring,
intelligence agency now.
okay, so they got some intelligence, but what if they do this? They bring like a super thin reflective tarp, like something they can fold up, you know. But then once they fold it out, it's, you know, it's huge. There's some huge super reflective tarp that we can zoom in, you know, just optical zoom and see it on the moon. They're not going to do that, but that'd be something.
Yeah, how would you know that just wasn't part of a natural change in the moon? They just took credit for it. How about this? Do you know why they say it's going to work this time? What their claim is? Why the Apollo program failed to deliver a giant leap forward, but this time they got it right? It's going to work this time.
Why is that?
They called it the Artemis Accord. Like last time, America did it alone. So they said it didn't work. This giant leap forward didn't work because the rest of the world didn't give a shit. This time they've got some like 60 nations or whatever. I can't remember the last time I checked. A lot of nations who all agreed that if this is true, it's going to usher in a space age. So we'll get to see now how many people are actually in on it.
This is going to usher in a new space age.
Yeah, that's what Brian Cox, like some sort of scientific communicator from England, he wanted to change the calendar to like you have before Christ and after death. He wanted to say now we have before Apollo and after Apollo. So now he's going to probably push again when they land on the moon, like in whatever 10 days you think it's going to happen, which it won't happen. But you think they're going to land on the moon here in 10 days.
I don't even think Brian Cox was alive. I mean, he's a pretty young dude, and if he was, he's probably like a toddler or something when the Apollo missions were going on. So I don't. Are you sure that's true?
Yeah, he called it. His website is called "The Children of Apollo," talking about humanity. We're all children of the Apollo program.
Well, I'm excited to see what this Artemis mission brings, what they're going to do with it, because I mean, it's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of
But
data.
how much excited are you? How much? What are you?
Cool.
What are you getting from it? Just the excitement? Is that what you're getting? Excited?
Yeah, I'm just getting excited.
You get all wee-weed up. That's a quote from Obama. Obama got all wee-weed up.
Yeah, it's gonna bring some good. I think good content.
What level of wee-weed are you gonna get?
Probably like a 6 out of 10, maybe.
You got rookie numbers. This should be breaking the scale. With the level of wee-weed up for the rebirth of the space age should be like over 9,000 out of 10.
People are going to be bringing pictures here. There's going to be videos. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it would show you no change. Before Artemis, they triggered over flat Earth. After Artemis, they triggered over flat Earth. No change, no effect. Absolutely nothing new under the sun. It's like it didn't happen at all. Nothing. It's really completely vacuous. A completely vacuous idea. It's like, hey, are you going to the moon? Yeah. What's going to happen? Nothing. Nothing at all. Huh. Well, it's like you didn't go at all then. Yeah, that's right.
Well, something's gonna happen.
Like what?
Well,
What's going to happen?
someone's bank account got bigger, sir, than before, right?
Yeah,
It
there's
was
a lot
the
of
bank
money.
account is bigger.
A lot of money got switched around.
No,
Yeah.
I mean Kurt, that's not fair for you to. Nothing's gonna happen. I mean, right now it's taking them. I think I read it's taking them 14 days just to move the rocket. So they're gonna move a giant rocket. They're gonna blast it off. We're all gonna see that. So I mean, that's something.
That's nothing.
What do you mean that's nothing?
That is
That's
something that costs a lot of money, doesn't it? That costs a lot
Because
of money, though.
the next day, I've noticed too that launch days just for suborbital crap, globalists come here and freak out over flat Earth anyway. They hardly ever take the day or even the hour, the minute, the second to contemplate what this might mean. It's like before the launch, during the launch, after the launch, the exact same set of conditions existed. They were freaked out over flat Earth, a topic they can't even define what it is. They can't even tell you. You're like, there's two words there, flat and Earth. What is that? They don't know. You're upset by it because why? Don't know that either. But it's somehow my fault or Gemsy's fault. So you're mad at flat earthers because I've got control of your mental state and your emotional regulation? And they're like, yeah. What this is called is they're emotionally dysregulated. So before the launch, they'll be emotionally dysregulated. During the launch, emotionally dysregulated. After the launch, emotionally dysregulated. And then the day after, emotionally dysregulated.
But
that's the problem we have to fix. They have to fix their emotional regulation.
This is the largest rocket ever launched.
Yeah, and then before, during, and after, no change.
That's a change for history. That's historic. The largest rocket ever launched. And it's going to be in HD. High
Is it
definition.
historic? Like when people, when movies are released, like I don't know, Avatar, and people say this is like the best movie in history. Is it historic like that?
I mean, yeah, similar. So, I mean, Avatar was a historic movie. I think it was had the largest budget of any movie before it. So that would be similar because that was the largest budget movie, right? But this is going to be the largest rocket. I think it has like the most fuel ever used. It doesn't use helium. I think Over Fences is suggesting that this rocket's going to use helium. But
So it will
helium
be
doesn't.
the most. It will be the most expensive, inflated, man-made event ever, or something.
Okay. Oh, another big budget movie.
It sounds like a movie project to me.
No, it's not a blow-up rocket. It's not like a helium-filled tube that they're shooting fire out of.
Wait, who's saying that in the text?
Fences is putting this big blow up, like a blow up rocket, like a blow up doll rocket.
Okay, so I mean, but the thing is though, have you realized that rockets only work in reality, not on spinning globes in vacuums? You know that, right?
Oh, that's a real NASA rocket? Okay. It looks like a freaking blow up rocket. Never mind.
No, I'm saying that,
And
you know, there are, remember, you gotta make a separation. There is, you can depict a rocket, right? You can make a cartoon, you can make an anime, an animation. You can do AI rocketry, right? You can make a video about it, but that's not reality, right? You can make a rocket in a video do what it doesn't do in reality, right? You can, you know, the separation between those two things, fiction, fantasy, and then reality.
that's true, Jimsy, but I mean this is gonna people go to watch the launch, so it's not like
I've seen
I mean,
launches.
this is
I've seen launches,
you go to see
and
it,
that's
so
what
this
I'm telling
isn't
you.
just
That's what
generated.
I'm
I
telling
mean,
you. That a
go
real
with it.
rocket depends in reality, right? That the real rocket depends in reality, right? You can make it work in reality, right?
Yes.
But
Yeah.
what you see, the cartoon version of that, you see, that's not reality.
Yeah, well that's just an animation of reality.
Yeah, exactly. So when you see the Earth, right, in the image, the video, or the footage, and you see the Earth curving as a sphere and water on the outside of a sphere in a vacuum,
Yeah,
that's a
that's a
complete misrepresentation of reality.
well, it is a cartoon, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's a misrepresentation. It could be fairly representative of reality.
Okay, you can. I agree. We can make a cartoon that can represent reality and make a good. You can make a good depiction. If I make a cartoon of me grabbing, let's say, pouring water on a cup, right, and then setting it on a table, and the water lays flat on the surface, and doesn't spill because it's horizontal. But then I grab. This is a cartoon of someone doing this. Grab the cup, tilt the cup, and then the water goes to the floor, splash, splash. Right? That's a good representation of reality. But if I draw a cartoon of the surface of the Earth and the waters across it curving on the outside of a spinning sphere, and then I say this is the Earth and this is the water on the Earth, that's not a representation of reality. That's a misrepresentation of reality. You see the difference?
Well, I mean, you're talking about water at rest, and when you're talking about large bodies of water, those aren't bodies at, that's not water at rest. So I wouldn't say
Any water in reality, any water that you grab in reality is not gonna do what the water in the globe cartoons are showing you the water does on those misrepresentations. Any water that you can find in reality is not the same water that you see in the globe cartoon. Not the same. They don't operate the same. They don't do the same thing. They don't look the same. They're not the same.
well, yeah, they're not the same.
Not the same. There you go. So that water and label water on the earth, that's not reality. So and that the earth curving, spinning in a vacuum, and the water and the atmosphere all creating that concoction of nonsense, right? So you see an image of this nonsense, water, curving earth, vacuum. That's not reality. When we see the rocket launching from the surface of the earth and going up and then going away, and we see the rocket and we can say, oh, look, the rocket went up and exploded or whatever. We saw something there. But that doesn't transform and replaces facts of the water of the earth, the surface of the earth, how stuff works in reality, right? Just because you saw a rocket going up and doing what it does.
What is the subject?
The subject is that the Earth, not the cartoon globe that you saw on the TV.
Like what? I don't understand.
You know when you turn on the TV and when you see the word Earth, and with that word there's an image attached to it, and that image is like a circle, or sometimes it could be a sphere, and it's blue, green, and brown to represent the soil, the plants, green plants, and the blue for the water, the oceans, right? That depiction is a misrepresentation of what the Earth, away from the TV image, the Earth, the one that you can go to, the waters across it, the Earth that you can walk across, that place that we're in is not the misrepresentation that you saw on the cartoon, the depiction, the TV, or on the book.
Like what I understand, that is the representation is false. Like we are living in
No,
another
it's
world.
not just a it's a misrepresentation. Because
Misrepresentation, okay.
it's a because a representation. Okay, you observe the water of the Earth. It presents itself to you the way it operates, right? You're looking at the water. It's presenting the Earth and the water and everything is presenting itself to you, and you observing it. Then you can represent it in a drawing, a cartoon, and you can make a video representing what water does, what the Earth looks like, right? That's a representation. But then you can make a misrepresentation, which is what the globe Earth is, which is curving Earth, spinning, and water on the outside of a sphere in a vacuum. Complete misrepresentation. That is not the way the Earth presents itself to you or anyone else.
And how the Earth is represented?
Well, the Earth, you can represent it as a horizontal, motionless, not moving.
And what you are basing to say that, or what your arguments?
Well, it's more like an acknowledgement of observation, measurement, that you can measure the surface of the Earth as. Okay, you can do tests, you can do long distance observations, laser tests, or measurements of the surface of the Earth, and that will show you that the Earth is not curving, so therefore it cannot be the sphere on the TV.
But one day I watched a video that talked about this topic, and they measured the inclination, or the, I don't know how to say it. What is the word for it?
The drop over distance, like the change rate of slope that will conform to a curvature of a specific rate.
The curvature, yes, because the laser goes straight forward, and when they measure with a telescope, they found that the Earth is inclined with a little, because we can't observe this inclinity. We assume it, and
okay, so you're talking about an
is
example. You're talking about an example, and can you provide this example to the panel so we can see what you're talking about? Can you provide that? That you're saying that because remember you're coming you're okay. So you're coming to a conclusion, and you're saying that the observation on this video that you saw, whatever you saw in it, it brings you to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball, a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. That's what you're arguing.
Yes,
it's curving.
Yes.
So can you post that? Because I can give you many examples. Listen, I can give you. I have many examples available for you here.
Okay, give me.
That many tests, including many lasers, in many positions across the world, in also long distance observations, and many other examples that will rebuke what you're saying.
What is rebuke means?
Like it will supersede your claim, because it will show the opposite of what you're saying. You're saying that your example shows the Earth curving, and I can show you a plethora of
Okay, okay,
examples that shows that the Earth is not curving.
give me the this.
Yeah. Page. We're in page 1. You said you made a claim that you saw this in a video that the Earth is curving. Can you provide that, or will you concede that you don't have that you just said it?
I don't have the video right now because I forgot it. I like as I said, I watched the video in the past. I don't know where I watched it, but I saw it. Was a TikTok video. It was a short video.
Okay, I get it. So it's just a hearsay, and there is no actual evidence on the table that shows that the Earth is actually curving. I get it. That's fine, because remember, it wasn't your video. You didn't check. You didn't do the example. You just heard someone saying something, and you saw some images, and that persuade you to come to a conclusion, but you
my
haven't
question
checked,
is, my
right?
question
You
is,
haven't checked.
what
You haven't
made you
verified that, right? Did you
listen
that
to me?
information that you got? That information that you got, right? Did you
Just
check
just
and
listen. We are
verify?
not fighting here.
No, bro. Remember, you gotta remember though. I'm trying to
Bro, just listen.
have you.
You have your thoughts. I have my thoughts, and we are just
Yes,
discussing these things. We are just
yes, but
discussing. We are not fighting.
I'm trying to bring you to a logical conclusion so you can separate what
Yes, yes.
you
Listen,
think you
I'm a
know from
mathematic
what
boy,
you
and I
actually
love
know.
logic. I love logic.
Okay,
And
okay,
if
okay.
you give
So
me a
remember,
reason,
so I get it. Remember, just follow what I'm saying.
okay,
You came to a conclusion based on unverified facts because you haven't checked that information.
bro,
You said it was somewhere in a
it
TikTok.
is not in verified facts because all people all across the world, they say the same because the Earth is spherical, and you
But that's
can't
another
deny.
baseless assertion though, because you're saying all people, but I know difference. There's a
Yes,
bunch of other people that know that what you're saying is not factual. So
because
when you say all people, that you're
there are
making an
some people
argument.
that
Think
have a
about it,
thought
the logic,
about
Lo.
the Earth,
That's a,
which
you're
is
making.
not spherical, and
Okay, you're
I
making
respect
a
them
logical.
because they have evidence, and maybe their evidence is convincing them, but they don't convince me because they are not
But
based on science, because the science says that the Earth is spherical.
yeah, but
I don't.
that's you still missing the point, brother. Remember, you haven't checked. You're saying that you're basing your conclusion on someone else's opinion that you haven't checked or verified for yourself. For example, the video that you mentioned. Now you're saying that all examples show and verify what you're saying, but you haven't checked any. You're just saying that.
And you checked?
Yes, I've checked. Many
Okay,
people in here has checked.
I said that she gave me the what you checked. Give it to me right now.
So you're conceding. Okay, I'm gonna. So now go to the chat. Go to the chat,
Okay.
and you here in the chat we're gonna post laser examples that
Okay, give me.
hopefully you will check yourself and come to a more informed conclusion. The one that you came,
Okay.
the conclusion that you have, not a complete conclusion because you haven't looked or checked the information. I'm just gonna copy paste some examples here for the laser test. If anybody in the panel got links available or examples available for laser test, can you post it in the text for him until I find copy paste my examples.
Achievements.
I'm gonna post one called the FE core. I'm gonna copy paste this link. You can go through that one. There's dozens and dozens, even more examples. Look, there's in the chat right now, there are 2 examples. The last 2, there's a YouTube video, 21 miles of the Salt Lakes. And then there's the other one that I posted. I got more. So if you want to discuss these specific examples, you will have to go through them to be able to form an opinion. But you can watch them at your leisure. I posted another video, another YouTube video with another example. And this is laser test, okay? There's many other ways of doing this. It's page 1, lasers. Because this one's kind of like the examples that you brought up was lasers, saying that you were saying that they use a laser to show that the Earth is curving. But even though you cannot provide that example or any specifics of it.
For anyone is 3.5. So it's worked together with Studio FA Porsche on working a new design for manufacturing to get them into scale.
Okay, you're muted. You're muted because you're hot micing.
Yeah, I was just
Older
playing
cam.
some YouTube video.
Is that the same guy I was talking to?
I don't think so.
So where are you? Do you leave? The guy that was talking to me? Are you still here? Autocam, is it?
Hey,
Oh hi, you were hot micing. Maybe a video in the background?
video.
We heard something through your mic, so that's not the same guy, is it? The other one left? Okay, never mind then. I don't know if it's the same guy, but oh, his name was OG. Okay. Maybe I was too heavy to OG. OG, you left us, OG. After we found the links for you. Well, we did our part over there. Welcome to the VC. Got any questions? You can direct your questions to Crit. Go ahead.
Yeah, really?
Yes, really. It's an English channel, so who else will be better to attend to the class than a native English speaker? Come on, Crit.
All right.
Well, now that I think about it, we need someone from England because American English is not real English, is it? Welcome. Can join and live. Protect your back. Damn, I said your name and you jumped right in. What's protect? Are we like on the same page here? I mean, that wasn't your name, but that's your username.
You saying my name there? Here I am.
I said protect, and like half a second, and you joined.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
So, what do you think, protect this whole conversation? What is it? Is it like a distraction? Like, can NASA be a distraction? And bringing the conversation about this is the whole thing a distraction? What do you think, protect?
Is the conversation about is NASA a distraction? Like NASA's trying to distract us from other things? Is that what you're saying? You're asking me?
I mean,
Or
is
are you
someone?
asking
Yeah,
flat Earth?
so imagine someone doing a distraction, right? Moving a hand, and people are saying, "Look, he's moving the hand over there." Talking about he moving the hand, and the hand, this one has 4 fingers or whatever. While the other hand is doing something else.
I don't think NASA's trying to distract us with anything. I don't think anybody really cares that much. I mean, people are. If anything is a distraction, I would just say it's social media and cell phones. I mean, that's what people are looking at all day. So I don't think.
Wait, but
NASA is
isn't that the
stupid
same
or
people,
anything.
satellites? So you're saying that the people that gave us the cell phones and social media,
Yeah.
they are not a distraction. They're not trying to distract, even though you're saying I mean, those people provide what you're saying is a distraction.
NASA provides social media.
Wait, didn't NASA invent Velcro? I don't know, the internet. They invented.
Yeah, they invented
Didn't NASA invented everything?
I don't think NASA has much to do with social media.
What about satellites? Social media, like that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, most people get their internet connection through cable, so I don't think satellites have much to do with.
Oh, so satellites are a distraction then?
No, I don't think satellites are a distraction.
So why do most people that you're saying that are distracted